domestic terrorist.
And unapologetic.
We're here to take a stand for God and country. Does feel good, doesn't it?
America's Voice Live starts now.
Welcome to America's Voice Live. I'm Terrence Bates in for Steve Gruber. It is Monday, August 25th, 2025. Let's get right into today's top stories. Alleged MS-13 gang member and human trafficker Kilmar Abrego Garcia is back in custody after just being released a few days ago. Find out where ICE picked him up and the big decision ahead of him that could land him in either Uganda or Costa Rica. We'll explain. Plus, President Trump is calling for resignations at the Federal Reserve. It's not just Chairman Jerome Powell who he wants to see off the job. We've got that story ahead. And then later, Ghislaine Maxwell's interview with Deputy U.S. Attorney General Todd Blanche. The Department of Justice is out with the audio and transcript from that sit-down. The big question, is there anything new in the case? You'll have to stick around to find out. But we start things off in the nation's capital, which has been a haven for crime and blight for decades. Now, President Trump is cracking down with the goal of making the city a beacon of safety under his leadership. The Commander-in-Chief's federalization of the D.C. Police Department and deployment of the National Guard seems to be working. The proof is in the numbers, with 0 homicides just in the last 7 days.
When the National Guard rolled into Washington last week, the locals seemed skeptical.
The crime is minimal here. There's not really a lot of crime here. It looks a little like window dressing to me.
But with the Guard on the ground, crime is on the decline. For the first time in a long time, D.C. has gone 7 days without a homicide. And that's not all. Carjackings are down 83%. Robberies are down 46%. Car thefts down 21%. And overall violent crime is down 22%.
When you have these kind of numbers going down, it basically says this is a success, and that means people feel safer.
Like many big cities, Washington's police department is critically short-staffed.
People who don't feel safe aren't free.
Sergeant Betsy Smith with the National Police Association says it is ripe for federal help.
More police generally equals less crime.
In the wake of President Trump's crackdown on crime, the National Guard could be deployed in 19 states. Up to 1,700 guardsmen are set to mobilize in those 19 states I just mentioned in the coming weeks in order to assist the Department of Homeland Security with the administration's nationwide crackdown on illegal immigration. That operation was initially announced last month and is not linked to the potential federal intervention in crime-plagued cities. Here with me to discuss is former Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, Dr. Ben Carson, and former police lieutenant and retired Navy intel officer Steve Rogers, also joining us for the conversation. Gentlemen, thanks so much for being here with us this afternoon.
Well, our pleasure. Thank you.
To be with you.
Absolutely. Steve, I want to start with you. I want to kind of tap into your law enforcement expertise. What do you make of the deployment of National Guard troops to secure our nation's cities? And let's step away from D.C. President Trump has talked about the potential of moving troops into cities like New York City or even Chicago. What do you make of the idea?
Well, let's begin with New York, since I'm only 15 miles west of New York City.
Okay.
And speaking to the residents there and speaking to friends and speaking to the cops, the NYPD officers, they welcome, they want, they can't ask for the troops to get there soon enough because they're seeing the tremendous success that Washington, D.C. is now enjoying. I have relatives who live in Chicago. They're telling me the same thing. They can't wait for the troops to put their boots on the ground. Why? Because they're seeing success in Washington, D.C. They haven't seen success for decades. The cities are deteriorating. The criminals and gangs are controlling the streets. That is coming to a rapid end in Washington. And now it's about time that these troops get deployed where they're needed around the country.
Dr. Carson, do you see benefits in having National Guardsmen on our nation's city, on the cities across the nation?
Well, clearly we have a problem. You know, I was talking to a group of people Saturday night about Washington, D.C. and whether it felt safer or not. These are veterans of Washington, D.C. And they all had stories that either infected themselves or somebody that they knew, demonstrating that this is not a fantasy. The other side wants to deny that this is a problem. It's a significant problem. I worked in Baltimore for 36 years, and I had an attempted carjacking. I was in a Popeyes when it was robbed. We're always concerned about people walking behind you down the street. And there is a notable difference now. People say, I feel safer. And if you're not safe, you're not free. This is supposed to be the land of the free. Now, I hope we go a little step further and we ask ourselves, why is this crime happening? And begin to address some of the root causes of it. But until such time as we get to the bottom of it, obviously we have an obligation to make sure that our citizenry feels safe.
Dr. Carson, I'd like to take this a step further and tap into your housing experience as a former head of HUD. When you have safer streets, is there a tendency to build better communities, specifically when it comes to affordable housing and that kind of thing? Once the streets are safe, then does it encourage groups to build the sort of housing that helps to really build a relationship, build a community, and hopefully make it safer and make it more affordable for all?
Without question, if you have an environment that is safe, you will have many more people who are willing to go into it. You know, we'll really know that things have changed when you can go into the 7-Eleven and everything isn't locked up and hidden behind glass. And these are things that affect ordinary, everyday people. It shouldn't be a political issue whatsoever. We all should want safety. And when that inspires people to work together, you know, what we're seeing in this issue and in just about every issue these days are divisiveness. And that typically is what Marxists do. They come in and they divide people on the basis of race, age, income, gender, political affiliation, religion, and you have them at each other's throats all the time, and you can control the little subsections. We have got to be smarter than this. We've got to learn how to work together. We have got to learn to look for root causes. We've got to understand that the destruction of the American family, which is a cornerstone of principles in the society, is having a deleterious effect. We're smarter than this. We can't be just manipulated.
Lieutenant Rogers, obviously, President Trump's crackdown in Washington, D.C. is working at the moment. The numbers really speak for themselves. But do you see us going down a slippery slope? The reality is there could be another administration that now would use some of these powers and not necessarily for good.
That's a good point. So it's our objective moving forward is to make sure another administration and another party, and particularly the Democrat Party, and I don't like to make things partisan, you know me, but this has become a partisan political battle over an ideology run by the Democrat Party that wants to hinder the ability of the police to do their job, that wants to take the freedoms and rights, especially the freedom to feel safe, away from the people. Those policies against the policies that the Republican Party now represents, and that's to bring this country together and make America safe again. Yeah, there's a slippery slope, but we can prevent that from happening by making sure we elect people to office who believe in the people. America first, America streets first. Americans should be the first that we're looking to keep safe, not the bad guys.
You know, as I was listening to you, Lieutenant Rogers, it just popped in my mind. The reality is that President Trump may be creating a blueprint for keeping communities safe, for keeping our cities safe.
Well, he certainly is, and he's going back to some of the things that we did as cops years ago. He's talking about rebuilding these cities and these towns economically, and Dr. Carson, I couldn't have put it any better. You know, when you have communities that are built, that are safe, that are attractive, you'll have people that want to move in, they want to keep their communities safe, but they'll always need a partnership with the police. So what the president's talking about moving forward, you build fantastically very good, well-organized, effective community policing programs. Make that partnership like it was in the 1990s. Make sure the police and the community come together, work with each other against who? The bad guys. Not the good guys, but the bad guys. Good blueprint he's putting together.
Dr. Carson, I did hear you loud and clear. Policing is fine, but we have to come to the root causes of crime. What are some of the root causes you see? And give us some ideas of how we might address those root causes.
Well, we see a lot of fatherlessness. Young boys growing up, no father in the home. And the first authority that they run into is either the police or someone who's badder than they are. And in either case, sometimes it doesn't work out well. We need to go back to the fundamentals of where do people get their values. And if you don't get them at home, you're going to get them on the street. And so we need to have policies that are family-friendly in developing networks. And we need to encourage men to be big brothers in situations where there are no fathers in the home. This is not to say that women can't be authorities, too. My mother certainly was one. But for the most part, if you have a well-formed, strong, cohesive family, you're going to do much better. Many studies show that. This is well known in the social sciences.
Lieutenant Rogers, I'd like you to chime in on addressing the root causes, because I think there is a great point to be made there. Yes, policing tends to be a reactive kind of thing, but we want to be proactive and get ahead of it before the crime even happens.
Well, I'm glad you asked me the question, because to Dr. Carson's point, adopt a cop. We developed Adopt a Cop for the very reason why Dr. Carson has explained. There's fatherless children out there. So they get a chance to be very friendly with a cop. The cop adopts the kid. I had a few that I adopted over the years, meaning that when you go to school, I want to see your homework. I want you to come to my office. I want to look at your report cards. You got a sporting event? Let me know. I'll be there. And we did that. A group of officers began to do that. And I've got to tell you, you have great impact on a young man, and in the case of a lot of the young women. And I thank God we have female officers these days. Years ago, we didn't. So we begin to build a relationship. So the root cause is exactly what Dr. Carson said. And to your point about being proactive, that is a great proactive program that could literally take a child from walking down a path that will destroy his or her life to walking down a path that'll make a productive and very, very successful life.
And to be fair, I may have put some words in your mouth. Do you see policing as being reactive as opposed to proactive? And I asked that question in the context of what we're seeing right now in Washington, D.C., where we've got National Guard troops on the streets, where we also have now federalized the police department.
Well,
yes, now we do, because, I'm sorry, that's the doctor's question. I'm sorry.
That's for both of you. Lieutenant Rogers first, and then Dr. Carson, if you'll go ahead and answer as well. Go ahead.
Yes, it's reactive now because it has to be. Crime's gotten so out of control, number one. Number two, the courts are letting the bad guys back out on the street. And number three, the cops are handcuffed. We've had incidents here in New Jersey where bad guys have rammed police cars and they've been ordered not to pursue them. So what's going to happen? You're going to see criminals are conditioned to believe that they could get away with any crime they want. But now, as we see this process unfolding in Washington, D.C., it'll turn from reactive to proactive, because now you get rid of the bad guys and you want to preserve the peace. And the way you preserve the peace is making sure that you have proactive programs in effect.
Dr. Carson,
Right.
you have the last word.
And it is necessary, unfortunately, but it doesn't have to be permanent. I was talking, Lieutenant Rogers is exactly right. I was talking to a police officer in Baltimore, and he walks the same beat every day. Everybody knows him. They know him by his first name. He knows them by their first name. He says he never has to buy lunch. People are always inviting him in for lunch. And the crime in that area is very different from the crime in other areas of Baltimore. So those personal relationships mean a lot.
Gentlemen, thank you so much for your time and your perspective. What a great conversation to start the show off. Thanks, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thanks, Terrence. And Dr. Carson and Terrence, I salute you. God bless you.
Saluting you right back, sir. Coming up after the break, Salvadorian migrant and alleged MS-13 gang member Kilmar Abrego Garcia back in ICE custody this afternoon and facing a second deportation. Ahead, why this encore deportation attempt may be the charm.
Thinking about travel? Think AMAC. AMAC members have access to special money-saving discounts on hotels, car rentals, cruises, and more, so you can save money on every adventure. But that's not all AMAC has to offer. AMAC is America's leading conservative advocacy and benefits organization, guided by the principles of faith, family, and freedom. So when it comes to saving money on travel and so much more, think AMAC.
Yep, your worst nightmare. Your car broke down. Now you're worried if it's going to cost you a fortune in repair bills. Unless you already called CarShield, the legit #1 auto protection company in the country. When you're protected with a plan through CarShield, the process is smooth like ice. and done in as little as 3 steps. 1. First, the tow truck takes your car to the shop. The cost of towing, covered when you got a plan through CarShield. Next, you'll probably need to get around while your vehicle's being repaired, right? 2. Plans through CarShield have rental car options too. Then comes the best part. 3. When you pick up your vehicle, you don't have a big repair bill to worry about. CarShield administrators get your covered repairs paid directly to the shop, so you're back on the road with no worries. Call now to get an affordable plan through CarShield for your vehicle before it's too late. When you call CarShield, whether you got a small problem like a power window motor that could cost a few $100s, or a big problem like an engine or transmission that could cost you thousands of dollars, you're taken care of. CarShield is the #1 auto protection company in the country, and their administrators have paid out more than $1 billion in auto repairs. That's billion with a B. CarShield is the choice that gives you the CarShield guarantee. Your rate never goes up, and your coverage never goes down, no matter how many claims you have. Look, it's inevitable. As your car or truck ages, the parts and components are gonna fail. It's not worth the risk. Call CarShield now.
Waiting until your car breaks down is too late. Call CarShield for coverage on up to 5,000 parts and get the CarShield guarantee, where your rate never goes up and your coverage never goes down, no matter how many claims you have. Call 800-653-8201. 800-653-8201.
Atlanta, Georgia, hot Atlanta. It is hot and steamy and sticky there right now. Our next guest is there. We'll take you there momentarily. Welcome back to America's Voice Live. Alleged MS-13 gang member and human trafficker Kilmar Abrego Garcia is in ICE custody right now. This after being arrested earlier this month following his release from custody on Friday, or earlier today following his release from custody on Friday. The arrest occurred after he had arrived for a check-in at the agency's field office in Baltimore, Maryland. Officials plan to begin removal proceedings immediately, this time potentially to Uganda. You may remember Abrego Garcia was initially sent to El Salvador's infamous prison following his first deportation, which the courts determined was illegal. Meantime, his attorneys have reportedly filed suit calling for a trial before an immigration court before any deportation proceedings move forward. Here with me now to discuss is former advisor to President Trump, Bruce Lavelle. Bruce, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thanks, Terrence. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. It's a pleasure. So let's start here. It seems to me that this Kilmar Abrego Garcia story and the situation is really an opportunity for the Trump administration to send a message to all illegals in this country.
Yeah, absolutely. All the above, Brother Terrence. And if this is not a strong enough message to put out there to let everyone know, practicing, yes, gang affiliations and all the other illegal activity that you want to come over this country and do, these are the consequences. And like they said, and you saw General Pam Bondi in the Oval Office today said, quote, yes, he is a known member of the MS-13 gang, right? One of the most notorious gang members around, and is involved in trafficking. So it's like my grandmother said, Terrence, everybody can't be lying. So it'd be interesting to see where this goes. But yeah, to your point, this is definitely sending a message out to the world to see that there'll be absolutely no tolerance on any gang affiliations or any harm to our American citizens.
And I would argue that that message is mess around and find out. I think the kids have a bit of a different saying, but this is a family-friendly show, so I'll just keep it there. One of the things that I find interesting, and it almost feels like the administration is to some degree strong-arming Kilmar Abrego Garcia in this particular respect. Basically, what's on the table is you can take a plea deal and you potentially could be deported to Costa Rica, or you can fight this if you want to, and once we win, we're going to send you to Uganda. Take your pick.
Hey, listen, and this is, and by the way, he's not the only one with these particular deals on the table. The Trump administration, once again, is putting out a very strong message. Like you said, you mess around and find out. And that's, some of these folks don't believe it, and they're still out there trying to do their dirty deeds. And yes, they're being apprehended and caught and brought to justice. So I just hope this just sets a pattern. But real quick also, Terrence, also that all these great initiatives to protect the American people, and you saw what's going on in D.C. and the conversations with Baltimore and, of course, Chicago and across the country, my prayer is that this particular style is gone on to 2028, 2030s and all the way up there, that we just don't, get another person in office and all this unravels. So that's my prayer, way ahead of President Trump's last term in office.
Bruce, when you say this particular style, are you talking about policing using National Guardsmen? Is that specifically what you mean?
Oh, absolutely. I served on a police board. I have many family members who are DAs, federal judges, that I obviously won't call their names out publicly. But listen, when they all take the oath, whether it be Border Patrol, ICE agents, police, sheriffs, is to serve and protect, and they raise their right hand. So this clique that we've had historically in our own country, and not immersing, as Kash Patel said, remember this in his confirmation hearing. He said there's 37,000 FBI agents. A lot of them are in the offices. Let's get them out, spread them out, and go be cops. And this style, DEA, FBI, all these folks, boots on the ground, taking our National Guard and deputize them, as you might say, or making sure they're trained in the police powers, is a win-win. Because when there's presence, there's peace. And that's what policing really is. It's not really going out there, trying to find, gotcha. It's more of the presence to deter any types of crime, Terrence.
Let me play a little devil's advocate then. Shouldn't our local police departments just be doing a better job so that we don't have to call in the National Guard? Shouldn't we be recruiting more officers to our forces so that the National Guard, when needed, can be used in that capacity? What do you say to that argument?
Well, I think you're absolutely right. And I think what this can do, and you saw what happened in the last administration in other cities across the country where the defund the police spirit was chanting all over the nation. And what it was doing, essentially, like here in Atlanta, we're a third short. You saw Mayor Bowser up in D.C. was at a congressional hearing saying, I'm 800 people short. And where that comes from, Terrence, is the people. And I've served on a really big police board here in Atlanta for years, is that the culture is like the good people, like, man, I don't want to go serve and do that. I don't want to do that. And that's where this comes from. So with this, as we're talking about, this is going to, as I call it, resurrect our good men and women and our citizens around who want to come take the badge and serve and protect, knowing that the DA's got their back, knowing that their community police has their back, when the defund spirit and all the other things, the anti-police, made it hard to keep police, let alone to recruit new police officers.
Absolutely. I think it's safe to say that President Trump is reshaping the culture of law enforcement and community policing, specifically community policing. Bruce, always good to talk to you, my friend. Thanks so much for being here with us.
Yeah, God bless. Thanks for having me.
Of course. Coming up after the break, President Trump recently gave Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook an ultimatum: resign or you're fired. However, she's not the only one at the Federal Reserve facing scrutiny from the president. We'll explain next.
Tired of the hassle and high costs of selling a home? We can help. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
We got the top dollar for our house and the lowest commission that I could have imagined. The house sold in 2 days. It was so exciting for us.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide. There's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
Most men over 40 look into the mirror and see this, when they could be seeing this. Most men over 40 look into the mirror and see this, when they could be seeing this. Most men over 40 look into the mirror and see this, when they could be using this. Particle 6-in-1 Face Cream for Men. The first of its kind anti-aging cream designed specifically for men. Fights eye bags, dark spots, and wrinkles. Visit particlemen.com and use the promo code on your screen to receive 25% off your entire order. Plus, we've got free shipping and a 30-day money-back guarantee. www.particlemen.com. Because seeing is believing.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and in bookstores across the country. We'll even help you promote your book. That's right, we do all this for you. Biography, self-help, mystery, novels, sci-fi, even a children's book. No matter what genre, Page Publishing can bring your book to life. Call today for your free author submission kit and find out how you can be the next published author at Page Publishing.
Call for your free writer's guide, 800-319-0257. That's 800-319-0257, 800-319-0257, or scan the QR code now.
Sunny Tampa, Florida, good afternoon, and good afternoon to you as well. We appreciate you being here with us for America's Voice Live. President Trump is threatening to fire Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook if she doesn't resign on her own. Cook is currently facing a mortgage fraud investigation by the Department of Justice after a criminal referral from the head of the Federal Housing Finance Agency. Bill Pulte sent this referral to the DOJ on Wednesday, accusing Cook of having, quote, falsified bank documents and property records to acquire more favorable loan terms, potentially committing mortgage fraud under the criminal statute. Cook isn't the only one under fire at the Fed, though. President Trump has recently been critical of Fed Chairman Jerome Powell for Powell's reluctance to lower interest rates. Powell is now on record saying that he may drop interest rates next month. Richard Stern, the director of the Center for the Federal Budget at the Heritage Foundation, joins me now to discuss. Richard, good to see you.
Good to see you too. Thank you.
So let me just start here. I'm going to start with the most egregious, and then we'll move on backwards. There are some who have called for the dissolution of the Fed. Do you think these sorts of concerns in terms of the decision-making at the Fed, in terms of investigations involving Fed governors, does that really bolster the arguments to do away with the Fed in your mind?
Well, it certainly does, but I'd say for a less dramatic reason, which is that, it shines a spotlight on the fact that so much of all of our livelihoods are wrapped up in the decision of one small panel of people about how to manage the national money supply. And the truth is, it doesn't need to be managed by the government at all. We just take it as granted that government should manage every inch of the money supply. The truth is, even the Constitution allows for other monies to compete with a government-run money. And so, in my mind, this is just one small issue in the greater scheme, but it certainly highlights that such a small panel of people have so much outsized control over every inch of the economy and every minute of our lives.
So you've somewhat answered my question, but I just want to make sure I fully understand you. Then you seem to be on board with the idea of dissolving the Fed.
Oh, I've been on board with that for a very long time. But yes, I look, it's not the worst way that we could manage the money supply, but I prefer private currencies. I prefer local things. I prefer a more complicated and competitive market. I don't like the federal government having a monopoly in almost anything. This is one of those.
There's an argument to be made that the Fed is nonpartisan, that it's a central bank, unaffiliated. You're not buying that? I think there are a lot of people who really look at what's happened who would argue, and probably rightfully so, that it is to some degree partisan and political.
Look, I think all human beings are biased, as much as you want to not be, and that's politics as well as other things. Look, I'll tell you, I think probably the vast majority of the Fed's decisions have been nonpartisan. There's certainly been things that have been suspicious, as you pointed out. But, I'd say beyond that, it really gets to the question of, do you really think that a dozen or so people, or less in some cases, should make the decisions in such an integral thing for 340 million Americans? That's really the question to me. I don't care how impartial you are or nonpartisan you are. It's about central planning versus giving people control over their livelihoods in the market. And that's what it always comes down to.
As for Jerome Powell, he, of course, has been fairly reticent to drop the interest rates, to lower interest rates. He's saying that he may do so at the next meeting. How do you assess his behavior as it relates to interest rates? Is he literally, as President Trump calls him, too late?
Well, it's a little hard to figure out exactly what he's looking at. I mean, truth be told, he and the Fed cut rates by 0.5 point right before the election, which obviously, and I think for good reason, there's been a lot of political scrutiny over. But, beyond that, what I would tell you is we're in a weird area in terms of Fed policy because the federal government is running a $2 trillion deficit per year, and that creates an enormous burden on Americans. It means that you have to face some combination of higher prices, inflation, and higher interest rates, which is why mortgages are still around 6.5%, why the prime lending rate is 7.5%. That's what business owners see when they want to hire people and expand their operations. And the truth is, the Fed can choose which of those two burdens you feel, but it can't wish away with a magic wand the burden created by reckless overspending from government. And that's honestly why the Fed's decision-making is so hard to pin down these days.
Is your expectation, though, that the Fed will, in fact, lower interest rates next month or at its next meeting? And I guess caveat to that, is it because of pressure from President Trump, or is it because it's about that time?
Well, I think they are going to cut rates. And, of course, the betting markets are solidly in favor of that. I've become a huge fan of using the betting markets as a proxy for checking your predictions on things. I think there might be a little bit of pressure from Trump. But keep in mind, there were two governors who dissented and voted to cut rates at the last meeting. There's an enormous amount of pressure from the business community. But really, it's because, as you pointed out, it's a little bit of that time. When you look at the data, it would imply that we could cut rates. That being said, though, very important about this, the Fed's cut rates a full percentage point over the last year, and mortgage rates actually went up. Just because the Fed changes their target, the economy doesn't have to respond to it. So just because he might cut rates doesn't mean it solves the problem. Keep that in mind.
That's a great point. Richard Stern, we appreciate your time. What a great point. It's true. Just because you cut rates doesn't mean the economy is necessarily going to respond. Such a good point. Thanks so much for being here with us.
Always a pleasure. Thank you so much for having me on.
Always. Thank you. Coming up after the break, I'm going to be discussing the Department of Justice's release of the audio and transcript for Ghislaine Maxwell's interview. We'll have more on that after the break.
Fellow Americans, did you know a war is being waged right now for how you spend your hard-earned dollars? Over 100 countries worldwide are preparing to switch to a digital currency. Now, this means cash will be replaced by money governments can monitor and track. This tracking makes it possible to collect data from every purchase you make and the ability to decide what you can buy and when you can buy it. What's more, your assets can be frozen or even seized. I'm appalled at such an assault on financial privacy. My friends at Swiss America have a report called The Secret War on Cash with an action plan to protect your financial privacy. So please, call or text the number on your screen for a free copy. With the growing reality of a government-backed digital currency, the time to act is now. So call or text the number on your screen for your free Secret War report.
A heart attack? Do they have life insurance?
No.
But we have life insurance. John.
I'm trying to find something we can afford.
Fortunately, in only a few minutes, SelectQuote found John a $500,000 policy for only $29 a month. And his wife Anne a $500,000 policy for only $21 a month. Go to SelectQuote.com now and get the insurance your family needs
at a price you can afford. SelectQuote. We shop, you save.
This right here is confidence in a bottle. It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face. And what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes. And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
Welcome back to America's Voice Live. We appreciate you being here with us. The Department of Justice is out with the tapes and transcript with Jeffrey Epstein's accomplice, Ghislaine Maxwell. The interview was conducted back in July. The investigative team continues trying to get to the bottom of the case surrounding convicted human trafficker Jeffrey Epstein and who may have broken the law by also victimizing underage girls linked to Epstein. Deputy U.S. Attorney General Todd Blanche conducted the interview in this particular case. The questions included whether Epstein kept a client list. Blanche also asked for names of people involved with the seedy affairs. However, Maxwell claims that she is unaware of any such list. Justice Department reporter for the Washington Examiner, Kaylin Deese, joins me now with more on the Ghislaine Maxwell interview. Kaylin, good to see you.
It's great to be here, Terrence. Thanks for having me on.
All right, so let's just set expectations. How much can we trust Ghislaine Maxwell?
Well, I think anyone who is listening to 9 hours of content from an interview with Ghislaine Maxwell should think at the very outset of that, what am I about to witness? What am I about to listen to? And how much of it can be trusted? And I think that that is something that the Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche made very clear at the outset, and that it's that he wanted her to be as forthright as possible and told her that there could be potential charges if she is caught saying anything that is inconsistent or can be proven false. But that still is not always enough when it comes to criminal defendants like this, because oftentimes they can lean on certain phrases, things like, I don't recall, such as that. And I feel like we did see a little of that on display with this 9-hour transcript from Ghislaine Maxwell. Of course, she was there with her attorney the entire time. And so there was a little bit of a back and forth where there was a discussion about, this supposed birthday book. And, and that, of course, we know is the subject of a lawsuit now Trump has filed against the Wall Street Journal after it claimed that he had a page that he signed in there for Jeffrey Epstein's 50th birthday. And it seemed as though at least, Ghislaine Maxwell didn't really think that Trump had any involvement or part in that. But of course, there's things, that we have to take into account with her testimony. You would think that, hopefully if there's anything that she said that was false, this DOJ would potentially try to bring, some kind of perjury charges against her. But it was a very fascinating, interview. And I think that, there was a lot of stuff to glean from it. But of course, there wasn't really anything there, so to speak, about any major revelations or things like that. So I think there's still more to be done with investigations, additional document filings coming out.
All right, so that's my big takeaway, the end of what you just said there. I felt like it was much ado about nothing. I'm still wanting more. I'm wanting more details. I don't feel like I'm any more enlightened today than I was, before this release.
Yeah, that's precisely the problem. I think that, there was a little bit of an effort by the DOJ to extend an olive branch to the people who felt like the DOJ wasn't providing enough information before. I think that for the Epstein heads, the fanatics, it was probably interesting to see some of her takes on things that we know already. But it definitely didn't really move the ball forward at all. But what we do know is that the DOJ is in compliance with the House Oversight Committee's investigation into Jeffrey Epstein. That investigation is taking a whole look at a whole lot of things, notwithstanding the fact that they want to figure out what went wrong with the initial 2007 plea agreement and how he was able to only get 13 months served, even though he was convicted of prostitution with a couple of girls, one of them a girl, one of them a woman. And I think that there's a lot to really still unpack from that investigation. We just learned actually today that the Oversight Committee is going to be is going to subpoena materials from the estate of Jeffrey Epstein that they think could further that investigation. We also know that they subpoenaed Alex Acosta, the prosecutor who helped broker that plea agreement or that, sort of soft, sentence that Epstein received. And he's going to be sitting for a voluntary transcribed interview on September 19th. So we will be seeing finally some testimony from Alex Acosta. And I think that that's something that a lot of people who have been grilling the DOJ and the Oversight Committee have been seeking his answers to everything that went down with that agreement.
So, Kaylin, how optimistic are you that we're going to get some real substantive answers, even from the House Oversight Committee's investigation?
I think it's really going to come down to what did the DOJ offer the Oversight Committee last week in its initial batch of information that it delivered to the committee, that how much of that information is things that we've already seen versus things that might be new? We do know that there are, tons of evidence and information that has been kept under lock and seal within the FBI that's never been released. Perhaps there could be something in the DOJ's information that they gave that involved FBI materials. We just don't really know quite yet. But the House Oversight Committee has said that they are going to take a look at all the information, make sure the names of victims are redacted, make sure there's no child sexual abuse materials that are in the files that they received that they don't accidentally or send to the public. And I think that they are trying to create the most comprehensive investigation trove of evidence that they can. And I think that the fact that they're going after the estate of Epstein is also a good nudge in the right direction. We're also going to be getting some, written testimony from former attorney generals like Eric Holder, Alberto Gonzalez, Jeff Sessions, and those are going to be under penalty of prosecution if any false statements are made in there. So we already saw Attorney General Bill Barr go through that voluntary deposition last week. So, yeah, I mean, it really is going to be up to this committee and how serious they are going to try to put new information out on the table. I think we have a lot of conspiracies surrounding Epstein. A lot of people think that he maybe had intelligence ties, things like that. It seems that from the Ghislaine Maxwell interview that she thinks that her father, Robert Maxwell, wasn't still doing any intelligence work, in his retirement years. So it seems like, there's this effort maybe, covertly under the scenes to try to quash any longstanding theories about Epstein's, operation and, how extensive was his operation. But the one underlying thing that I think people need to be pressing still on this is the DOJ has said that there were over 1,000 victims that Jeffrey Epstein made through his sex abuse and exploitation over the years. And I think that we need to press further on how did we get to 1,000 victims? Where are you getting that number from, Pam Bondi? Because I think that's still the sticking, figure that is really perplexing a lot of people.
Kaylin, we appreciate you being here with us today and look forward to your continued reporting on this story. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Terrence.
Of course. So here's a question for you. Is the continued divide between Trump and the Federal Reserve putting us all behind the curve yet again? Can the Fed take the right action at the right time, or are we going to be looking at another potential economic slowdown? And what does that ultimately mean for your savings? Well, you may want to consider diversifying with gold through the Birch Gold Group. For decades, gold has been viewed as a safe haven in times of economic stagnation, global uncertainty, and high inflation. The Birch Gold Group makes it incredibly easy for you to diversify some of your savings into gold. If you have an IRA or an old 401k, you can convert that into a tax-sheltered IRA in physical gold, or you can just buy some gold to keep in your safe. First, though, get educated. The Birch Gold Group will send you a free information kit on gold if you text the word America to the number 989898. Again, just text the word America to the number 989898 to get that free information kit. Consider diversifying a portion of your savings into gold. That way, if the Fed can't stay ahead of the curve for the country, at least you can stay ahead for yourself. All right, folks, don't go anywhere. America's Voice Live will continue right after this commercial break.
Tired of the hassle and high costs of selling a home? We can help. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
We got the top dollar for our house and the lowest commission that I could have imagined. The house sold in 2 days. It was so exciting for us.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide, there's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
Most men over 40 look into the mirror and see this, when they could be seeing this. Most men over 40 look into the mirror and see this, when they could be seeing this. Most men over 40 look into the mirror and see this, when they could be using this. Particle 6-in-1 face cream for men. The first of its kind anti-aging cream designed specifically for men. Fights eye bags, dark spots, and wrinkles. Visit particlemen.com and use the promo code on your screen to receive 25% off your entire order. Plus, we've got free shipping and a 30-day money-back guarantee. www.particlemen.com. Because seeing is believing.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and in bookstores across the country. We'll even help you promote your book. That's right, we do all this for you. Biography, self-help, mystery, novels, sci-fi, even a children's book. No matter what genre, Page Publishing can bring your book to life. Call today for your free author submission kit and find out how you can be the next published author at Page Publishing.
Call for your free writer's guide, 800-319-0257. That's 800-319-0257, 800-319-0257, or scan the QR code now.
Welcome back, everyone. Real America's Voice correspondent Ben Bergquam is traveling the southern border, bringing you stories that you won't see anywhere else. He's literally digging into the current situation at the border as he participated in a ride-along with Border Patrol agents in Tijuana, Mexico, in order to shed light on a tunnel that was being used by cartel members to smuggle contraband into the United States. Ben's busy week has also included a trip to Nogales, Arizona, to assess a cartel lookout that was being used to smuggle illegal immigrants across the border there. Ben is here now to share his latest reporting with you. Ben, good to see you. Where exactly are you, if you can give us a general look at your location?
Yeah, Terrence, good to be with you. I'm in just outside of Rodeo, New Mexico. For those of you who don't know, it's off the 80 and the 9, and kind of middle of nowhere, just north of Douglas, Arizona, and heading out towards El Paso, Texas. We've got, making several stops along the way, going to be ended up riding with ICE later on this week, but showing you what we found. So starting in Tijuana and with Oscar Blue Ramirez, and then going across, I was with the Border Patrol with their tunnel teams. This is, one of the things as the above ground border becomes shut down, the anticipation is the cartel is going to use new tactics and some old tactics to try to subvert law enforcement to be able to get their drugs across. And one of those is tunnels. And San Diego's the major sector. They've already uncovered, since that tunnel team's been in existence since 2010, 98 tunnels. So they're anticipating more of those. They just found a new one that was actually 50 feet below ground when they discovered it with technology, ground penetrating radar and other technologies. So it's an ongoing fight to secure this country.
And I think those tunnels and that tunnel system that you just described there really goes to show how far these cartels are willing to go in order to get their contraband, be it people or drugs, into the United States.
Yeah. And again, we'll be releasing some of the interviews I did with the San Diego chief and the Border Patrol tunnel team. And that's basically the message is these guys, they have endless amounts of time. And now because of Joe Biden's administration, they have virtually endless amounts of money where they can just send people. Some of these people are slave labor. They're held in houses in Tijuana and forced to work until that tunnel is built. Sometimes those tunnels will take 3-4 months. Sometimes they can take years, like the ones they just found that are 50 feet underground. That takes an awfully long time when you're doing it with hammer and chisel and roto hammer. And so these guys are willing to do what it takes. Again, if it means getting their drugs across. The nice thing is this new tunnel that was just discovered, they actually discovered it before it ended up in one of the warehouses in Otay Mesa on the U.S. side. That's the other thing to understand. When the tunnels come in from Mexico, they all end up in the United States somewhere, and there's an entire section of businesses there, logistics companies that have been implicated, corrupted, many of those businesses working in either directly with the cartels or forced into working with the cartels. And so these guys they'll do whatever it takes. So some of that's coming above ground across the ports of entry. I've got some contacts that are working on some corruption stories, actually intel within the Customs and Border Protection that have reached out to me and said, we've got some information, so we're working that angle. And then some of it is going below ground. But basically, any way they can get their drugs into this country, they're going to continue to do it. And to your point, I was just out in Nogales. One of those locations I was at under Joe Biden just about a year ago, where it was just bald face, in your face. They had this massive compound set up on top of the hill. Well, apparently when President Trump got into office, he forced the Mexican military to go take that bunker out. But as of yesterday, I just was down there, flew my drone, and there's another cartel lookout manning that location. So as soon as the Mexican military leaves, the cartel takes their position back. And that's why it's so important what President Trump is talking about, sending our military into Mexico. This is the war that really matters for America. It's not going to happen, unfortunately, just by Mexican military, because so much of the Mexican government is already corrupted as well. So there are so many avenues that we have to go to secure our country, and part of that is securing Mexico, and that's a major undertaking.
Ben, just very quickly, what you're describing sounds a lot like whack-a-mole to me. You get one down and then another one pops up elsewhere.
That's exactly what it is. There are endless supply of people that are willing to take those positions. And just the final thought is, I asked one of my counterparts, media down there, Aaron Ibarra, who's going to be on our next episode of Law and Border, how do you fix this? We take the heads off the cartels. He said it's only going to change when you start arresting the politicians and the law enforcement, DAs and judges that go down below. They're the ones that really run the cartels now. So that just to give you an idea of how difficult this task is.
Ben Berkham reporting for us along the border. Safe travels, Ben, and we'll be talking to you soon.
Thank you, Terrence.
Of course. A new administration in Washington, D.C. has brought a lot of positive changes when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. The reality is that there is only so much the government can do, and that if we really want to make America healthy again, it starts at home with each and every one of us. That's where the Wellness Company comes in. You see and hear from TWC doctors all the time on this network, and you know that their products are the very gold standard for keeping you and your family safe and healthy. The Wellness Company gives you the opportunity to make sure that you're prepared for whatever happens with their series of prescription medical kits. Kits that contain an assortment of life-saving medications and guidebooks to assist in the proper use of the medications inside. Additionally, the Wellness Company offers a variety of products from parasite cleanses to methylene blue to weight loss drugs. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's briefly take you to Washington, D.C. in the Oval Office. President Trump is speaking.
Your loved one. And so sad and so unnecessary. And, what people don't know, there were a lot of other people killed from the other side. I call that, people killed. And the people that we also contact we have like 32, maybe more, but approximately 32 who lost their arms and their legs. And your kids didn't make it, they made it, but boy, they got to go through hell. And we have 32, at a minimum 32. And then you had hundreds of people killed overall. You had hundreds of people killed that day. That was a rough day. We had 13 of our great ones, right? Yes, sir. And somehow this group is just, we get together every once in a while. So I just want to thank you. We're 4 years now into this nightmare. We're just a nightmare. I think that date also helped start the war with Putin and Ukraine, because he saw how incompetent our military was under Biden and under Milley and all these dopey people. And that's not our military. You see what our military is now. We knock the hell out of people if we have to, or we settle because they don't want to play games with us. But I just want to say I'm really honored to be with you again, and we'll be with each other for a long time. And your loved ones are looking down, and they're very proud. This is the new and improved Oval Office. We had an Oval Office, which was still the Oval Office, so I don't want to disrespect it, but now it's very special. You see what's happened, and everyone loves it. It's all the real deal, 24 karat gold, and people come from all over, and I do believe they're serious. They're not rolling their eyes, you know, the roller of the eyes, but we don't have any of them. And we brought the pictures up. They were in the vaults. Those are pictures of some of our great presidents, a lot of them. And they were in the vaults for over 100 years in many cases. And they were just there. Beautiful pictures, works of art. Lincoln, it's Lincoln, Washington, Thomas Jefferson, Andrew Jackson. That's Monroe of the Monroe document. All mostly great presidents. We have a couple of none. Yeah, Benjamin Franklin, not a president, but we figured he'd make the cut. You know, right? I would say, you know, he discovered electricity, a couple of other things. But we have a lot of great presidents. But think of it, they've been down there. There's George Washington, the big one. They've been down there for, in some cases, much more than 100 years, and we brought them out. I went through the vaults myself. I spent hours down there looking. That's in between Russia, Ukraine, China, all the other stuff. We do it. I want to thank Doug Collins for being here, the secretary, who's done an unbelievable job. Thank you very much. And JD, thank you very much. You've been fantastic. And all of the others. Pete, good. We did a little thing with Pete about Secretary of War today, and it seemed to be well received. We'll do it a couple of more times, and if everyone likes it, we'll make that change, Pete. You'll decide. But I just want to thank everybody for being here. Very special to me. A very special day. 4 years is a very special time, and now it's lightening up, but it'll never be really light. But there are some great souls that are looking down on you right now, and they're very proud of their parents and brothers and sisters, and but moms and dads especially. That's what I seem to have dealt with mostly. It's a tough, there's nothing tougher. So thank you very much. In the media, I want to thank you because you've been very respectful of this group of people, and they deserve it. They went through hell for no reason. It should have never happened. And I'm going to sign the proclamation now, and we will have a very special proclamation done and completed. Okay? Oh, that's a good one. That's our good one. We rate them. I don't put them under the auto pen. I don't say, here, have the auto pen sign it, right? We don't do that. I don't know how anybody was allowed to do that. They actually weren't.
Thank you, sir.
Good one, right? You asked a couple of good questions today. It's been very fair, actually. Okay? Do you have any questions on this subject, please?
Mr. President?
Yes.
The Defense Secretary has ordered a review of the Afghanistan withdrawal that is ongoing. I'm curious if you have any update on that review. And then for the families, I know that there was frustration with previous investigations on Capitol Hill. Are you satisfied with the speed of this investigation thus far?
Pete, do you want to answer that?
Yes, sir. On behalf of this beautiful group, on behalf of these families, on behalf of your loved ones who fought for our nation, America deserves answers as far as what happened in Afghanistan. The military needs to answer for what happened in Afghanistan. So upon the president's direction, immediately we initiated an investigation which showed that there needed an even deeper dive. So Sean Parnell, our Pentagon spokesman, who himself is an Afghanistan veteran, is leading this effort. It's a top priority for us. We're getting access to all documents necessary, why decisions were made, why they weren't made, why certain force protection measures were ignored. Again, there's never been accountability for this. It's something that Joe Biden allowed to happen that never should have happened. Any objective observer knows that's not how you leave a country, and certainly these families know better than anyone else. These families deserve answers. We're going to be honest about it. We're going to get to the bottom of it. Sean Parnell, an Afghanistan vet, is leading it, and we're doing it on behalf of the American people. So I would anticipate middle of 2026. That's how thorough of a review we're doing. Hopefully a little bit sooner, but we're going into everything to get an understanding of what happened.
So we remember these great 13 souls, but we also remember the people that were so badly injured, our soldiers, 32 of them approximately. And we're in contact with them always also, but they lost arms and legs, and their faces were blown to pieces, and they're incredible, and they suffer with it. And so we understand that. It should have never happened, should have never been allowed to have happened. And they were in the wrong place. Bagram was the place to be. Big, massive airfield with hundreds of acres surrounding it. Nobody could get near it. and who would not have done that? But we had a bunch of incompetent people running our country. So we are going to talk for a little while. We'll talk about people that I've gotten to know, the sons and daughters and others that died. And there were hundreds of people that died that day, hundreds, many from the other side, needlessly also. They did nothing to hurt anybody. But that was a terrible day, and I think it was the worst day, and in many ways the most embarrassing day in the history of our country. And yet, at the same time, we learned so much that it's, we call it a big lesson. It won't happen again. A thing like that can never be allowed to happen again. Doug, would you like to say something, please? You've been so fantastic at the VA. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. President. For these families here, I think you expressed the nation's grief at what happened, and we saw just a tragic mistake that was there. Someone who has been in the military. I was in Iraq and others, but Afghanistan, when you saw that withdrawal, but what you suffered and went through. And for those that you've mentioned, Mr. President, who are injured, who took the VA, the Department of Defense, we're taking care of those folks, and we're going to continue to do so at your direction. But with the families, it's just one of those times. It's a place that never goes away. But I know from this president is he's made a commitment that that memory will not be forgotten, and the cabinet understands that, and our American people understand that because of what you've done.
And this is actually our biggest gathering today. So you must have heard Oval Office, and you said, I want to get there and do a Trump in the Oval Office. But it is a special place. But this is our biggest gathering in terms of the numbers, everybody here, because there was always somebody couldn't be, everybody's here. And it's a great honor, I think. It's a great honor. JD, do you want to say a couple of words, please?
Oh, sir, I just echo what you said. We're so honored to have all of you here. I know that days like today can't make the hurt go away, but hopefully 4 years on, we can start to remember with fondness and with a little bit of joy the people that were taken from us. We're so proud of you. We're so proud of your loved ones for giving their life for our country. And I think importantly today, this is a rectification of a wrong. The fact that the President of the United States lost your loved ones through incompetence, but never acknowledged it. And your government never actually put pen to paper to say, we're grateful for your sacrifice. We correct that wrong today. And we're going to keep on fighting to understand, as Pete said, what happened so it never happens to another family again. But God love you all. God bless you. We're so thrilled to have you here in the People's Oval Office.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I don't think they ever heard from Biden or anybody, did they ever? You never speak to them. Nobody ever even called you. It's a terrible thing we suffered through for 4 years, so needlessly, yes, ma'am.
I wanted to ask about veterans, and I wanted to say I'm so sorry for all of your loss. And I know we've covered it in the media, but I can't imagine what you all have been through, and thank you for being here. I wanted to ask, just on behalf of those veterans who served in Afghanistan and Iraq, and I know we talked about this in the Oval previously, about making sure care for those, for example, exposed to burn pits while serving, making sure that they have the care. Are you considering maybe a streamlined service like the World Trade Center healthcare program, and maybe the Veterans Secretary can comment too, but are you considering something like that to make sure, because it seems like they're struggling to get care?
We take care of our vets. Nobody loves our vets more than me, and we take good care of our vets, great care of our vets. Do you want to just say a couple of words about what we're doing, Doug, please?
Yeah, sure, Mr. President. Through the PACT Act and through others with the burn pit, which is something I've been under as well, we're streamlining following the Congress direction, but we're also adding more services. We've included a lot who have applied. We're also streamlining our backlog under President Trump's direction. Also, we took that backlog that was under President Biden was up at over 260,000. We're down now, Mr. President, I get to tell you that under 150,000 in just a little over 6 months. So we're making sure that what was bogged up in a bureaucratic system, we're streamlining it so they get that care quicker, and we're making sure that it is what they need. And then we're also doing that in our hospitals as well, so they get that care quicker, and not only in our hospitals, but in our community as well. That's been the biggest difference. We're about the veteran at VA, not about the bureaucracy, so we are making progress there.
And the VA has a 93% approval rating. It was down in the low 40s when we did. So I had pretty close to that in the first term. We had a great first term, and it was pretty close to that. And then they took over, and it went down into the 30s and 20s and 40s. But it went down at one point to 28 or 29%, which is terrible. They gave away choice and accountability. Choice meaning you have the way to, as a veteran, you can go and you can choose who your doctor is, et cetera, et cetera. They gave that up. And accountability is getting rid of the people that were sadists and really bad people that abused our veterans and really badly abused them. And they got rid of both of them, and we put them back. I couldn't believe when they did it. And anyway, but we're now, you've blown everybody away, Doug, at 93%. So we're 93% approval for our vets. And I like that, so that's good.
And on the Department of War, how do you plan to do that? It requires an act of Congress to rename the Defense Department to the Department of War.
We're just going to do it. I'm sure Congress will go along if we need that. I don't think we even need that, but if we need that, I'm sure Congress will go along. You know, that was the name when we won World War I, we won World War II, we won everything, and just to me seems like just a much more appropriate. The other is defense is too defensive, and we want to be defensive, but we want to be offensive too if we have to be. So it just sounded to me better, really like a better name. Yeah.
Mr. President, following up on your meeting with President Lee of South Korea, did you end up talking about trade, and did you reach any conclusion?
Yeah, I think we have a deal done. They had some problems with it, but we stuck to our guns. We are going to. They're going to make the deal that they agreed to make. And he's a very good guy, very good representative for South Korea. It's a very big trade deal. You know, it's the biggest deal they've ever made by far, but it's one of the biggest deals ever made. The biggest deal ever made is the one with the European nations, as you know. The Europe deal is the biggest deal ever made. I think it's the biggest deal ever made, period. And they pay us $950 billion coming into this country and lots of other things. They're going to buy $750 billion worth of our oil and gas and all of the other things. So it's amazing. Our country is doing so well, we're so strong now. And you saw where the tariffs came in at $4 trillion, $4 trillion. And the CBO, they just announced it. I told them that was going to happen, but they refused to give us credit for it. Now they're giving us credit because the money is flowing in. They just found $31 billion that nobody knew where it came from. And I said, check the tariff shelf. And they said, how did you know that's where it came from? Well, we're taking in a lot. Look, we were abused by tariffs for many years. Nobody in this country got it. No president got it until I came along. Nobody got it. We were abused by other countries, or China. I mean, take a look. That's what they did is essentially what I'm doing, but we're doing it at a better scale, and we're making up for lost time. And we're also making sure a lot of these countries respect us for doing it. They couldn't believe what they got away with. I mean, I told a couple of people, what do you think? He said, one of them, a prime minister, said to me, I can't believe we got away with it so long. Just couldn't believe it. I'll tell you what, Prime Minister Abe, who was great of Japan, who was fortunately assassinated, he used to say, I can't believe we got away with this for so long. You know, they'd send millions of cars in, and we weren't allowed to send one car. They wouldn't accept one car in Japan, and yet they would send millions and millions of cars into our country. No tax, no nothing. So, no, we're just doing the right thing, and it's making our country rich and beautiful, and it's very important. I felt so foolish for years watching this take place. You know, we did it in my first term with China. We took in hundreds of billions of dollars of tariffs. But when COVID came back, we focused on that. We did a really good job, but the whole world suffered with that one. It was a terrible thing. So we couldn't be tariffing countries. And if you looked at what happened to France and Spain and Italy and all, I'm not going to go say, by the way, we want tariffs. So, but now we do say that, and it's tremendous, and we're respected. We're the most respected we've ever been. Thank you very much, everybody. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Press. Thank you, Press. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you. Good job.
All right, folks. That was unannounced actually, because we get I get the schedule every. Either in the evening, late in the evening, or early in the morning, what the president's schedule is for the next day. And he had the South Korean president on the schedule all day, and which he did. He came to the microphone a couple of times. But that was those are Gold Star families from the Afghanistan flub, when Biden flubbed the Afghanistan pullout, lost 13 soldiers, and those are the families of 13. Not really exactly sure what that was about, because we just caught the tail end of it coming to show. Again, he loves himself a 4 o'clock hour for whatever reason. It's where he feels he's getting the most bang for his buck. And okay. Anyway, jump over the markets real quick. Dow Jones ended 350 lower, but NASDAQ was almost unchanged. So it wasn't a big move down in the markets. S&P down a little bit, but oil was up $1.15 or so. That's not great news for all of us. Gold held its own, didn't really move that much, but there was a rough day in the crypto markets, and we really talk about this every day. Bitcoin down to 111, oh goodness gracious, 110,500. That is a new low that since I believe 2 or 3 month low. That is a massive bloodletting from the 124,000 high we saw 2 weeks ago. Wow. Across the board, crypto got hit. Ethereum, a little less than most of them, believe it or not. Ethereum 4,400 still. And XRP boys in the control room, don't listen, 287 down a whopping 19 cents today. Whew. Getting smoked across the board in the cryptos. All right, joining me now is the Deputy CEO for the U.S. Agency for Global Media, where she's cleaning up all the waste, fraud, and abuse. I'm always happy to bring back Kari Lake on the show. Kari, really, really good to speak to you. If we could we jump into what's going on with Governor Newsom? Now, we've been watching Governor Newsom. He's kind of developing this digital strategy, the podcast. But what strikes us and strikes me, and correct me if I'm wrong, he has no policy. He has no policy. He's got, if you were to ask me what Governor Newsom stands for, I'm not really sure, except for one thing. He hates Trump. And for whatever reason, that is really resonating with Democrats. So what are your thoughts on Newsom, and what do you know about him?
Well, I think there's a certain amount of intelligence. He's looking at the playing field, and there's nobody going into the next election who's a Democrat with name recognition, and he sees an opening for himself. I mean, here's his big problem. He has literally destroyed everything that we once used to love about California. The beauty of California has been destroyed with the blight of severe homelessness. We've seen the streets, which are a mess with human excrement on them, with people literally dying on the streets. Once beautiful areas, even places like Beverly Hills, Rodeo Drive, aren't safe anymore. Crime is out of control. The economy has hit the skids in California. You've had a mass exodus of people who've left. I can go on and on. The fires that burned down beautiful neighborhoods, and now people can't rebuild their homes. I could go on and on. He is literally the reason for the phrase, "Don't California my Arizona," or "Don't California my insert the state." I mean, this guy has been so bad at what he's done, his job, that he has spawned that phrase. But yet he's looking at the playing field in 28 and saying, who else is going to jump in? The Democrat Party is in free fall. And policies have been absolutely horrendous, laughable in some cases when it comes to ridiculous things like Tampon Tim wanting tampons in men's bathrooms. I mean, the kind of stuff they've pushed on us over the past 8, 10, 15 years, it's literally the party of crazy. It's absolutely insane. And so I just think he sees an opening, and he's thinking, if I'm going to throw punches at President Trump, it'll get me attention, and it sure has gotten him attention. There's another story that's brewing. Obviously, Trump sent the National Guard to D.C., nationalized their police force. I think he's got 30 days, and then he's got to go to Congress to see if he can get some more, because it's a district. It's a federal district. It's not a state. He's promised to send National Guard now to cities like Chicago. Governor Pritzker, J.D. Pritzker, says, don't you dare do that. How does this play out, Kari? How do you think this fight plays out? Well, I want to let you know, I'm here in Washington, D.C., and a city that's in the past been incredibly unsafe, but dangerous city, now has a feeling that I can't even describe. I mean, I feel like I'm back home where I grew up in Iowa, where the streets are safe. And there are small groups of National Guard members. I will tell you, I've done it myself. I've gone up to them and said, thank you. Thanks for protecting us and helping keep the peace and keep the streets safe. And I see other people going up and thanking them as well, thanking the police for the extra patrols. And the city is safe. You can walk at night. I take my dog out for a walk at night down to the monuments, and it's just, it's absolutely safe. I think every city, taxpayers and citizens should be able to walk at night, should be able to walk during the day and not have to worry about being raped, robbed, murdered by thugs that are out on the street. So I think this is incredible. And more, I'm from Arizona. You know, I'm an Arizonan, and I've had a lot of people reach out to me and say, why is Arizona not on the list of this? And I reached out to the president and said, I'm getting a lot of requests from people in Arizona who say places like Tucson and Phoenix are not safe. Arizona's not safe. Why are they being left off the list? And he said, Carrie, I'll add them to the list. So he's looking at making sure that citizens across this country are safe in their communities. And if the radicals who are running these states and communities will not keep their citizens safe, then I think it is the job of our government that we pay taxes into to help protect us.
Yeah. Carrie, do us a favor, if you don't mind. We were kind of pushed back with President Trump in the Oval Office, that unplanned, or at least unnoticed, not notifying us about that. Could you stay for a quick 2.5 minute break and stay with us for backside of the break?
You bet.
Okay, great. Folks, we'll be back 2.5 minutes.
Hey there. Hey. Hey there, how are you? I'm with Disabled American Veterans. I was wondering if you had a quick minute to thank America's veterans for their service and sacrifices.
Of course, why not?
Oh, sure. Absolutely. Sure.
All right. Hey, well, come on in here. I'm just going to hit record on this.
I would like to thank you from the bottom of my heart. I can't even think of the words to say of how grateful I am.
I just want to tell you guys how much you appreciate it.
But most importantly, I want to thank you for your courage and bravery.
Wow.
Just thank you.
Someone here who'd like to say something to you.
Oh my gosh, you guys are awesome.
Someone has something they want to say to you.
Goodness.
How's it going?
Oh. So I just want to let you know how much you appreciate it. How much you appreciate it.
I just feel honored for everything you've done.
Thank you for myself. Thank you for everybody.
I get to live every day, in peace because of you.
A lot of people thank us, but we want to take the time to thank you, honestly, for giving back. And when you give to DAV, you are supporting veterans like Dave, myself. So thank you so much for your.
Thank you. You guys are amazing. Thank you. Thank you.
You can say thank you to our nation's heroes by calling the number on your screen right now and giving your monthly support of only $19.
Say thank you by going to helpdav.org right now and give just $19 a month. When you do, we'll send you this DAV t-shirt as a thank you and a reminder that you support those who serve.
Please call or go online to helpdav.org right now. Your support says thank you to our nation's disabled American veterans.
Tired of the hassle and high cost of selling a home? We can help. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
We got the top dollar for our house and the lowest commission that I could have imagined. The house sold in 2 days. It was so exciting for us.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide, there's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
All right, we are back with the great Carrie Lake. And Carrie, last time you were here, we talked about Voice of America, and you said you were having a bit of a tough time because it's hard to get these people out, number one. Number two, it's hard to change the editorial of the message. And, I'm just doing just a little, thumbnail research with the help of ChatGPT, our best friend. The mission is to provide reliable news information to audiences worldwide, serving as a voice for freedom and democratic principles, especially in regions where free media is suppressed, funded by the U.S. government and through Congress, et cetera, programming. It produces content across various platforms, including digital. Here's my point. Put me in charge. Carrie, tap me. I'll do it for free. I'll do it for a penny. Make it a penny. Just say I'm paying. I'll do it for a penny. And I will get such freedom and liberty broadcasts around the globe to the 350 million people worldwide who listen to it daily. Why are we having such a hard time? Where's the holdup? Is it Congress?
Well, first of all,
yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Don't believe those numbers. Once again, government numbers aren't always accurate. And the bottom line is we, due to an executive order, are boiling this agency down to its statutory minimum. So we're not doing 50 different languages anymore. Statutorily, Only 4 languages are required by law, and the president, in an executive memo to reduce the burden and the expansiveness of the federal bureaucracy, has called for reducing this agency and others down to its statutory minimum. Basically, what is the minimum amount that's required by law for this agency? And so we are boiling it down. That's 4 languages we're doing. We're broadcasting in Mandarin, we're broadcasting to Iran, and we're broadcasting to Afghanistan. And those are we're Pashto, Dari, Farsi, and Mandarin are and Spanish for our Office of Cuba Broadcasting. That's what we're broadcasting right now. And so this isn't an agency where we're putting on shows like yours, although I think your show is incredible. Our goal is to pinpoint certain demographics in certain countries and tell America's story. In the past, it hasn't been done well. In the past, rather than being in alignment with our policies and our national security policies, there have actually been reports that have been anti-American that have gone out at the taxpayer's expense, by the way. So we're in the process of right-sizing this agency, not growing it. I've trimmed and cut a lot of the staff in the workforce, and we're scaling things back to adhere to and effectuate the president's executive order.
So the editorial side of it, is that still difficult for you to get to pivot back to center right?
It's hard to believe. I mean, even on your network, if somebody went out and started to spew just crazy stuff that was completely against our country, the management would have a word with them and maybe yank them off the air. And at this agency, literally, somebody could go on today and put out the most heinous anti-American garbage on the air. And in my role, overseeing the agency, I could not pick up the phone and stop them because they have set up in a midnight, they snuck this into the NDAA at midnight and it got passed. They snuck in this editorial firewall, which prevents anybody like me in management from having a say at what they're doing editorially.
Just take us through that again. Who snuck in and what was that process? Because I know how important this is. Let's call it what it is. It's pro-freedom, pro-democratic, let's call it propaganda, because it really is, because there's so much of it going around the other way, coming at us from everywhere. Why not counter it with our own pro-America propaganda? But how did this firewall get put up? Who built it?
Some of the usual players in the swamp snuck it into an NDAA, and the president that vetoed that, it was during President Trump's first admin, he vetoed it, but they overruled the veto. And so it got snuck in where they put this editorial firewall. This is not and they want to say they're an independent agency. They need to check where their paycheck is coming from. It's coming from the United States federal government. What that means is that the United States taxpayer is footing the bill. And we're doing what the president has asked in his March 14th executive order, which is to bring this agency to its minimum, which is what is required by statute. Nothing more, nothing less. Mm-hmm. And then he's also called for in his budget is eliminating the agency. So I'm here working to effectuate that. There's places we can take what's valuable in this agency, and I believe it would be best fit under the Department of State, where then we could make sure what's going out over the airwaves to other countries is at least in alignment with what our national security policies are. That's what makes sense. And I bet there's nobody out there watching that can argue what we're putting out that's being paid for by the taxpayer should be in alignment with our national priorities and our national policy. And right now the policy is about peace. And so we want to put out pro-American, pro-peace ideas and topics and talk about that. And that's, I think, what's going out right now. But it's definitely in a reduced, scaled back size from this agency before, due to what is just statutorily required. So rare, Eric, in D.C. for any agency to ever be right-sized. So, in D.C. they just grow. And once it's mission accomplished and they're done, they never say, okay, we can scale back now because we've accomplished what we needed to in this country or with this language. Now we can scale that back and focus on something else. They never want to do that until a man named Donald J. Trump stepped foot in the Oval Office and said, it's time that we reduce the size of the federal bureaucracy or we won't survive as a country. And we're in the process of doing that.
You're amazing. You are absolutely amazing, Kari Lake. We're so fortunate to have you State Department, what a brilliant idea to move Voice America to the State Department. And wow, phenomenal.
5 lawsuits. We're facing 5 lawsuits right now, and a judge is trying to force us to put more 1990s style TV on the air.
I saw that.
And
He's trying to censor Trump from Trump's trying to stop it, and the judge say no, go back to doing the garbage that they've been spewing for the last couple. Too long. Carrie, really good to have you. Get you back again soon. I would absolutely love to have you even in a higher position, maybe in the State Department. Who knows? Carrie Lake, everyone. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
All right, folks. Here's the continued divide between the Trump administration and the Federal Reserve, putting us behind the curve again. Can the Fed take the right action at the right time, or are we going to be looking at a potential economic slowdown? And what does this mean for your savings? Consider diversifying with gold through Birch Gold Group. For decades, gold has been viewed as a safe haven in times of economic stagnation, global uncertainty, and high inflation, and Birch Gold makes it incredibly easy for you to diversify some of your savings into gold. If you have an IRA or old 401k, you can convert that into a tax-sheltered IRA in physical gold, or just buy some gold, keep it in your safe. That's exactly what I do. I buy gold coins and keep it in a safe. First, get educated. Birch Gold will send you a free info kit on gold. Just text the word America to the number 989898. Again, text the word America to 989898. Consider diversifying a portion of your savings into gold. That way, if the Fed can't stay ahead of the curve for the country, at least you can do it and stay ahead of the curve for yourself. All right, folks, so we have that edge. We got that edge. Do we have time? But play the edge. Play the edge on the way out. We'll be back after the edge. Turn it off. The fire doesn't destroy you, it forges you. I've lived where the heat never stops. Pro baseball fields, open outcry pits, and the anchor chair. Pressure isn't the enemy, it's the test. Only the strong withstand it. Only the ready rise through it. The Edge isn't just a brand, it's the spark in men who've been holding back too long. September, the Edge is coming.
Yep, your worst nightmare. Your car broke down. Now you're worried if it's going to cost you a fortune in repair bills. Unless you already called CarShield, the legit #1 auto protection company in the country. When you're protected with a plan through CarShield, the process is smooth like ice and done in as little as 3 steps. 1. First, the tow truck takes your car to the shop. The cost of towing, covered when you got a plan through CarShield. Next, you probably need to get around while your vehicle's being repaired, right? 2, plans through CarShield have rental car options too. Then comes the best part. 3, when you pick up your vehicle, you don't have a big repair bill to worry about. CarShield administrators get your covered repairs paid directly to the shop, so you're back on the road with no worries. Call now to get an affordable plan through CarShield for your vehicle before it's too late. When you call CarShield, whether you got a small problem like a power window motor that could cost a few $100s, or a big problem like an engine or transmission that could cost you thousands of dollars, you're taken care of. CarShield is the #1 auto protection company in the country, and their administrators have paid out more than $1 billion in auto repairs. That's billion with a B. CarShield is the choice that gives you the CarShield guarantee. Your rate never goes up, and your coverage never goes down, no matter how many claims you have. Look, it's inevitable. As your car or truck ages, the parts and components are gonna fail. It's not worth the risk. Call CarShield now.
Waiting until your car breaks down is too late. Call CarShield for coverage on up to 5,000 parts and get the CarShield guarantee, where your rate never goes up and your coverage never goes down, no matter how many claims you have. Call 800-653-8201. 800-653-8201.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and bookstores. We'll even promote your book.
Call for your free writer's guide, 800-319-0257, or scan the QR code now.
There is no greater romance in the world than the one between Democrats and illegal immigrants, invaders. The only thing that makes that love grow stronger and deeper is that if the illegal immigrant is also known as a gangbanger, 5 stars if that illegal gangbanger is also a wife beater. Oh, and a known human trafficker, but the love's no bounds, knows no bounds in the Democrat Party for those folks. The only thing that could top that is if he waved a pro-Hamas flag, cheated in our elections, and called for an end to capitalism. Ghislaine Abrego Garcia may soon be spending his days in the country of, get this, Uganda. Let me tell you, the service that this illegal migrant gang banger who beat his wife and trafficked humans has done for this country is just stupid. Allow me to explain. The past 7 months of the Trump presidency have revealed more about the Democrat Party than ever before. They've become anti-lawfare after years of loving it when it was used against President Trump. They've become pro-crime, as long as it's President Trump trying to remove crime from our D.C. streets and maybe even Chicago. And they've become pro the invasion of America. Here's a little flashback to Rachie Maddow of MSDNC speaking of the injustice against a, quote, Maryland father, which is how the left loves to refer to this illegal gangbanger who beat his wife and trafficked humans.
You might remember on Friday we showed you people protesting outside a federal courthouse in Maryland. That was during a court hearing on the case of a Maryland father, a man named Ghislaine Abrego Garcia. He was driving to his mother's house with his nonverbal autistic 5-year-old son in the car with him when he was stopped and arrested. The Trump administration then flew him to a notorious high-security prison in El Salvador, despite a previous court order specifically forbidding them from sending him to that country. He's not known to be a member of this Venezuelan gang that Trump said he wanted to send all the gang members to that prison. He does not have a criminal record.
Yeah, Maryland father, sure, just like Joe Biden was president, Dr. Jill Biden was actually a doctor. Well, that Maryland father, as a leftist machine, so loves, well, tell that Maryland father, no, that loving Maryland father, as they referred to him, was actually arrested back in 2019 when the Prince George's County Police Gang Unit validated Garcia as a member of MS-13, one of the most dangerous gangs in the world, mind you. And when he was arrested, he was found with rolls of cash and drugs and was with 2 other members of MS-13, Maryland father. Reminding you, even though these things were already confirmed, they were out in the open, all of these crimes that Garcia committed, the likes of Jamie Raskin, jumped through hoops to protect this Maryland father thug.
She especially focused on the idea that Democrats defended Ghislaine Abrego Garcia, even though he, of course, is alleged to have committed these crimes. Do you think that Democrats risk politically playing into the president's hands by focusing on this case?
First of all, I don't know of a single Democrat who defended him. He was falsely arrested and removed from the country. So now they're making up all this stuff about MS-13. Or, you know, let's say he was responsible for the January 6th attack and he coordinated the assault on 140 police officers. They're making up things against a guy who's never been prosecuted, much less convicted of anything.
Well, today that so-called Maryland man may become Uganda man. Here's that gang member, illegal, who beats his wife, speaking at a rally held earlier today for him by people who need to get jobs instead of collecting benefits for the money we pay them.
Sisters, brothers and sisters, my name is Ghislaine Abrego Garcia, and I want you to remember this. Remember that I am free, and I was able to be reunited with my family.
Un milagro, gracias a Dios y gracias a toda la comunidad.
This was a miracle. Thank you to God. And thank you to the community
well,
power.
Hey, here's a little question. How come this Maryland man who beats his wife has been in America illegally for more than a decade and still can't speak a word of English? 10 years. Do not forget, these are the facts these snowflakes really, really don't want you to think about. The left love the claim that he had legal status. False. Abrego Garcia only had withholding of removal to El Salvador. He's an illegal alien whose asylum claim was denied. And yet,
Mr. Abrego Garcia was taken into custody by ICE this morning.
In case you missed it, after the unemployed snowflake booed all of them, they yelled, "Shame." Pretty pathetic, isn't it? And now, of course, his lawyers are fighting it, but DHS Secretary Christina Bob has confirmed that they will begin the deportation process, not to El Salvador, but to Uganda. And of course, the left, outraged. Uganda, not Uganda. I'd love to see these libs complain about this known gangbanger who's here illegally, beats his wife, being deported to Uganda as some sort of inhumane act, sending him to a place like Uganda. Oh, Uganda's bad? That place where a socialist terrorist sympathizer and New York mayoral candidate Zohan Mamdani just held his big multi-million-dollar lavish wedding? That Uganda? Leftist machine shill Margaret Brennan had Maryland Governor Wes Moore on yesterday, and of course couldn't pass on the opportunity to discuss Abrego Garcia.
One of the residents of your state, Kilmar Abrego Garcia, was just released from pre-trial detention on Friday. But the Trump administration's instructed him to report to ICE within 72 hours for deportation to Uganda. He's originally from El Salvador. He was mistakenly deported to that prison in El Salvador and then returned to the U.S. This is federal policy. This is not state policy. But I do wonder, is there anything that you are doing to help his family stay united?
And what we know is that, and all we're asking for is that the Constitution be followed on this. I want due process. Mm-hmm. I just simply want a court and a judge to decide what is going to be the future fate of this case and all cases like this.
Which is the part these idiots don't understand. That he was here illegally, he was, check. Known gangbanger, check. Beat his wife, check, because she called the cops on him twice. Trafficked humans, check. He was caught with a van that was trafficking humans. Why do criminals have more rights than citizens do if it were up to Democrats on the left? Why do Democrats hate Americans so much but love illegals more than anything else? Not a Maryland man. An illegal, gangbanger, wife beater, human trafficker. Get these scum out of the country. That's what we voted for. We'll be back. 2.5 minutes.
Sometimes business travel takes you to London, Paris, New York, Rome, Beijing, or Hawaii. And sometimes to Palawan, Mimaropa. Here at Book a Limo, we think globally. We think business, your business. It doesn't matter where you go. No place is too far. We're there for you.
What's your destination? Book a Limo. Any car, anywhere.
Yikes. Leaky refrigerator coil card.
Oh no.
But your future is bright with an American Home Shield warranty to protect your covered home system. Don't worry, be warranty.
How does the world's most trusted dog expert keep his own dog so healthy?
Hi, I am Cesar Milan. In my 20 years rehabilitating dogs, I've seen too many struggle with health problems that no amount of training could fix. Then I discovered it wasn't the dog, it was their food. Fortunately, I found veterinarian Dr. Marty's anti-kibble breakthrough.
Nature's Blend is packed with whole foods that are freeze-dried, locking in nutrients.
I saw remarkable improvements in my dogs within weeks.
Try Dr. Marty risk-free for 90 days. Plus, get a free gift when you call or visit drmartypets.com/Caesar.
Selling your home shouldn't be expensive or stressful. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
Ideal Agent connected me with the best realtor in my market, and I saved $12,500 as a result of it, and I got more than my asking price.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide, there's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System. a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
The bathroom of your dreams is only a phone call away with BCI Bath and Shower. We can make your ordinary bath and shower extraordinary. This is not a cookie-cutter design. This is a complete custom build that will fit your every need, and discounts for seniors and military.
Democrats are so desperate for new ideas that Hakeem Jeffries, Timu Obama, wants to turn Zoran Mamdani's campaign promises into actual plans for Democrats. Think about that. The guy hasn't even won an election yet, and top Democrats are already trying to turn his radical plans into action. Listen to Jeffries rave about his pal Zoran.
The Assemblyman has actually spoken pretty forcefully and strongly about the need to deal with affordability in the city of New York. Of course, we've got to figure out moving forward how we turn proposals into actual plans so that he is successful if he becomes the next mayor.
Okay, gotcha. Socialism. These Democrats are so stupid. They're so dumb. They're protecting illegals. They say, don't clean up D.C. with a crime. And now let's turn to socialism. Just wait till you get socialism in New York. Just wait. Another radical Democrat, Brandon Johnson, wants Chicago residents to, quote, rise up against Donald Trump if he decides to act on the city's crime epidemic. Listen to this guy.
And so, look, we're going to remain firm. We'll take legal action. But the people in this city are accustomed to rising up against tyranny. And if that's necessary, I believe that the people of Chicago will stand firm alongside of me as I work every single day to protect the people of this city.
Tell you what, let's go Brandon Johnson. Just clean it up. Put some cops on the street. Put some cops in the west and southern neighborhoods. I grew up there. It was tough then. It's a war zone now. Chirac, we call it now. Give me a break. Clean it up, and you won't need national troops cleaning it up for you. Moron. Or get another mayor. Adam Schiff is an expert at absolutely nothing. I'm sorry. Well, he's actually an expert at manufacturing narratives that lead to hoaxes and lies. He's now accusing Trump of doing the same thing. Listen to this hypocritical theory from shifty pencil neck Schiff.
Adam Schiff has engaged in a sustained pattern of possible mortgage fraud. Adam Schiff said that his primary residence was in Maryland to get a cheaper mortgage and rip off America when he must live in California because he was a congressman from California. Now, the government mortgage company, Fannie Mae, says you're, quote, engaged in a sustained pattern of possible occupancy misrepresentation on several loans. Are these allegations true? How do you respond to them?
They're patently false, and the president knows it. In the housing agency, president's person, Pulte, knows it. He's essentially doing the president's bidding against me, against Letitia James, against this person on the Federal Reserve. Mortgage is their new weapon to go after their critics.
So we know Letitia James filled out her application for the mortgage with lies. That's fraud, okay? We know she did. We're waiting to see your application, Adam. And when we do see it, and if you do claim that your primary residence is D.C. when your primary residence is California, you're going to get dinged too. I don't know if you're going to jail. We'd love to see some perp walks. I just don't believe D.C.'s ready to perp walk their own. I wish they would. I don't care if it's Republican, Democrat, Independent, Libertarian. Doesn't matter. Perp walk them if they lie, cheat, steal, abuse the system. I wish we'd see some perp walks. These guys, Letitia James is a great one. She's not federal. She's New York's attorney general. But perp walk this SOB if he did it too. Okay, really, it's a lie? Okay, let's take a look at your applications. We'll find out what's truth or not. The woke mind virus truly knows no bounds. Listen to this liberal rant about men in women's sports. She thinks that if your daughter doesn't want to compete against men, she shouldn't be playing sports at all. Listen.
If your daughter doesn't want to compete against trans women in sports, maybe your daughter just shouldn't play sports. Ever thought about that? Maybe she just doesn't have that competitive spirit. Maybe she's just mediocre. Maybe she's not that good. Because you know what? There are cis women that beat out the boys every single freaking day. So if your daughter is making all of these excuses because she thinks that a trans woman has biological advantages over her, which is probably brainwashing that you cause, if she's complaining about the biological advantages that trans women have, she's going to complain about the biological advantages that cis women have, okay? What if there's a cis girl on her team that's 6 feet tall? Is she going to complain? What if there's a cis girl on her team that has extra large feet and so has great balance? Is she going to complain?
Mad Dog. You the voice of God working?
Yes, sir.
How did she do in sports in high school?
I don't think she did good in sports.
Not very good, right? How would, I don't know, Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark do in the NBA? Not so good. Yeah, I think she's nuts. That lady's nuts, and it's pathetic. Some of these young girls work their whole lives. They get up at 4 a.m. sometimes to go skate or to go into the gym for gymnastics, and they get to a level and they want to compete against other people fairly, not dudes. The hell is wrong with these people? I mean, you really want to open it up that way? There'll be no LPGA. There'll be no WNBA. If you really want to, men will dominate sports across the board. And then you lunatics on the left will say, how come all the men are dominating all the sports? Give us a chance. Shut up. Unfortunately, for the they-them community, nobody's paying off their student loans anymore. Nobody. So their pointless degrees that qualify them for virtually zero jobs are good for nothing more than maybe a decent laugh. Listen to this mega liberal explain her college education.
Hi, I'm a scout. I use they, them pronouns, and I'm an interdisciplinary major at UBC. I'm in my last semester. My primary thematic focus is decolonizing academia and public knowledge systems, and my secondary thematic focus is biocultural and linguistic futurity.
For those who don't know what that means, can you give us a quick rundown?
Yeah, basically what I focus on is the promises that the institution has made and also the emergence of indigenous ways of knowing and being across the disciplines, and I feature in a lot of stuff like language revitalization, or the emergent vitality of languages rather, and just kind of a bunch of stuff. I've taken courses in over 20 departments, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome. Mad Dog. While we talk about this for a second, see if you can find one of our all-time favorite videos, They, Them Energy. Remember that song, They, Them? Is that the same? If it's not the same person, it might as well, because they look exactly like. Anyway, so this long-winded degree of their gender fluidity, major doctorate, whatever the hell it's good for a job at Starbucks at best, and checking to see if my parking meter's expired at worst. Man, do we have the They, Them Energy song, lady?
I think I do.
Let's see if we can find that, because I play it if you can. Holy.
They, them, energy. 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 They, them, energy.
Oh, you get that little thing at the end, that little hip thing at the end. That's the best part of it, man. Well done. Well done, control room. Kamala Harris, clearly staying busy. Take a look at this terrible TikTok she made to promote the new book that she, I'm guessing, knows absolutely zero about what's in it.
Okay, I almost forgot these. Let me make some rum. Actually, I think I have everything I need.
I honestly can't think of anything I want to do less than go listen to Kamala Harris on her book tour in all those cities. I just hope we have cameras in some of those arenas when no one shows up, and then when she's spewing those stupid word salads. This will prove to her she should not run in 2028. Wes Moore went on MSNBC, told the truth about crime in his state, Baltimore, Maryland. The city of Baltimore itself once had over 900,000 residents. Today, that number is under 600,000 residents. Do the math. It's about a 35% decrease. Listen to Moore talk about what crime has done to his state's major city.
But first, I just want to ask you, just in general, what historically has been Baltimore's greatest challenge? Why has Baltimore had a crime problem over the past 3-4 decades?
Well, I think oftentimes Baltimore's had a neglect problem. And I think about Baltimore used to be a city of 920,000 people. Baltimore is now a city of just under 600,000. In fact, if you look at the past few decades, Baltimore's had one of the most precipitous drops in population that we have seen in our country, with the exception of Cleveland and Detroit. But let's also remember this. There's a legacy of Baltimore.
So another guy who likely will run for president, at least he'll start. Remember, Trump in 2016 ran against 17 others, so 18 total Republicans in 2016. So the field will be very, very large on the Democrat side. We know Newsom, we know AOC, we know Jazzy Jasmine Crockett, I think Wes Moore. I believe Mayor Pete Buttigieg will be one of the finalists, one of the last 2 or 3, maybe even the one when it comes to it. He's military service. He's got everything they love on the left. All right, so Wes Moore, likely another one. He's sounding a little centrist right there. Remember, when you run for president, you start in the middle. You tack to the middle you start wide, your nomination, then you tack to the middle. So he's going to start a little bit in the middle right now. He'll get firmer. He'll get more Democrat. He'll get more liberal, progressive as time goes. But right now, you start wide and tack into the middle. All right, folks, something coming. You know what it is? You have any idea what it is? If you do know what this is, someone got close on one of the calls I listened to over the weekend. I listened to all of them, your voicemails, 888-610-0032. I listened to them all. Someone got very close. See if you can figure it out.
The fire doesn't destroy you, it forges you. I've lived where the heat never stops. Pro baseball fields, open outcry pits, and the anchor chair. Pressure isn't the enemy, it's the test. Only the strong withstand it. Only the ready rise through it. The Edge isn't just a brand, it's the spark in men who've been holding back too long. September, the Edge is coming.
Thinking about Medicare? Think AMAC. Medicare can be complicated, but AMAC makes it simple. Our licensed agents provide free, unbiased guidance to help you find the plan that best suits your needs. But that's not all AMAC has to offer. AMAC is America's leading conservative advocacy and benefits organization, guided by the principles of faith, family, and freedom. So when it comes to Medicare and so much more, think AMAC.
Are you disabled and can no longer work? This is an important message for you. Are you between the age of 45 and 63 and need help filing for disability benefits, or were denied by your insurance company or the Social Security Administration?
Call Premier Disability at 1-800-427-8055 now.
Whether you're a first-time filer or filed before and were denied, you'll pay nothing unless you are approved for benefits. Thousands of disability claims are unnecessarily denied each month.
Call Premier Disability at 1-800-427-8055 now.
Work with a team who will fight to get you the benefits you deserve, who understands the physical, emotional, and potential financial impacts, and will share their insider expertise. There are time limits to apply for benefits. If you are between the age of 45 to 63 and need help filing a disability claim, or filed previously and were denied, call our helpline now.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and in bookstores across the country. We'll even help you promote your book. That's right, we do all this for you. Biography, self-help, mystery, novels, sci-fi, even a children's book. No matter what genre, Page Publishing can bring your book to life. Call today for your free author submission kit and find out how you can be the next published author at Page Publishing.
Call for your free writer's guide, 800-319-0257. That's 800-319-0257, 800-319-0257, or scan the QR code now.
Well, we know you guys leave the greatest voicemails ever. And I tell you, I listen to all of them. It takes sometimes hours because you blast us with voicemails. I love them. Med, what do you got? Let's listen to one from the weekend.
Viewer says wants you to fight Newsom.
Okay.
Hi, Eric. Joe Zarnicki, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Here's one for you. Gavin Newsom says the SOBs want to be punched in the nose. How about you challenge Gavin Newsom to a street fight? My money's on you, Eric. Kick his butt. Thank you, Eric.
Yeah, sure. Gavin will do it. He might mess up his beautiful little hair and his little, pretty little face. Yeah, he's not a fighter. I guarantee he's not a fighter.
No, you can take him.
No question about. I don't have a question about that. I just don't think he's gonna bite at it. I'll debate him. Maybe he'll do that. But again, we asked these folks to debate Jazzy Jazz. I've asked AOC. They don't want to be embarrassed. So I'm guessing he won't do that either. What else you got, Mad Dog?
Paid protesters subject to the IRS.
Got it.
Hey, Eric, love your show. Maxwell from Idaho. Here's a thought. Are the professional protesters paying taxes on the money that they get from, like, Soros? Maybe they all need to be audited. And also, if Soros is paying all these sacks of doo-doo to protest, aren't they kind of quasi-employees subject to him having to give them 1099s? I'd get the IRS on him. That took down many mafia bosses like Capone. Maybe got to think outside the box and throw in some RICO charges.
Like it. Interesting enough, we taped an interview with that guy who pays the protesters, takes money from groups, pays protesters. We're going to try and get that to you tomorrow. Maybe, hopefully, we get that to you tomorrow. We ask him about where the money comes from, and you're right. If he does pay another company to do it, which is the way a lot of these things are being done, there's companies they stand in the middle. That's kind of like a Chinese wall or a firewall, so that they don't have to pay for things like health care and different types of taxes and whatnot. So I think he's probably shielded. The guy's got a lot of money, not because he's stupid, because he knows how to work the system. What else you got, Mad Dog?
Someone woke up in the wrong side of the bed today.
I remember this one.
I was watching Steve Bannon's program on Saturday the 23rd, and I'm not impressed with him, Jack Posobiec, any of you isolationists. The United States has allowed Europe. We have totally been responsible for NATO for the past 75 years. I spent 23 years in the Marine Corps. Y'all don't know anything, man. I mean, y'all think this is sickening. We're fixing to implode. We're going to have to take on the communists here in this country and all through Central and South America. And you might as well get ready. All these government people, they're going to go underground. Why aren't they required to stay above ground and die like the rest of us? All them flaky government from the president on down. I voted for him 3 times, and I don't trust none of you. You're all a bunch of flakes.
First of all, thank you for your service, sir. I will tell you, look, communism, it's not the 1940s or the 30s where communism was a real threat. Communism is not a threat to us anymore. All communist countries are failing. Cuba, you can't get meat in Cuba. People are starving in Venezuela. North Korea, they have no lights at night. Communism is a failed experiment. Literally 100 million people have died under socialism and communism. Let it die on its own so we don't have to send any more of our youth. People like you who did your service, thank you for doing that. You survived, but too many die for other people's problems in other people's countries. We are blessed by having 2 oceans on 2 sides of our borders, a friendly country up north, fairly friendly country to our south. We are geographically gifted in that way. I just don't believe in wasting blood and treasure on other people's problems. Matt, you got another one?
Yeah, viewer has a theme song suggestion.
All right.
Hey, this is Dave from Carson City, Nevada again. Man, I just love having you here so I can vent a little bit, bro. Anyway, there's so much on my mind, I'm almost forgetting what the hell I was going to say. But what I'm going to say is what you need to play for your theme song every day as you start your show and every day as you end your show is Tom McDonald's "The Devil is a Democrat and he lives in California." Please use that for your theme song as you start your show and as you end your show. We need to get that message out there. He needs to be heard, man. You got to listen to Tom McDonald. I think I'm going to vote for Tom McDonald in 2028 if Trump isn't running. Thanks, bro. Have a great day.
Thank you for the suggestion. Now, listen, I'll tell you what. If Tom McDonald gives us a right to that song, we will make it a theme song, either bump in or bump out of our show with that. Man, though, before we go, the chat loved the they, them energy. You know what an earworm is? When you hear something, you can't get it out of your ear all day, sometimes for a couple of days. One more time, play the they, them energy, Mad Dog.
They, them energy. They, them energy. They, them energy. They, them energy.
Like, I love it. That's for you, Ravma, and the Rumble chat and the Getter chat. You guys love that. They, them energy. I can't get out of, like, watch tonight. You'll be like later on watching TV, and they, them energy songs get crazy in your head for a little bit. All right, great show. Love having you. Keep the voicemails coming. I listen to them all. We'll play some for you. Bannon's War Room's coming up next. We will see you tomorrow. Try and get that protester interview up for you tomorrow if we can. Have a great night. See you tomorrow. Bowling out.
We've been listening to President Donald Trump and South Korean President Lee Jae-myung at the White House in the Oval Office, taking questions from reporters. A number of significant headlines during this first in-person meeting between Trump and his South Korean counterpart, the first since the South Korean presidential election in June. The president calling Lee Jae-myung a friend, saying that he feels very warmly towards South Korea. Notably, he was asked about relations between South Korea and North Korea. Trump touting his relationship with Kim Jong-un, saying that he hopes to meet with Kim Jong-un this year, even jokingly inviting the South Korean president to attend what would be a trilateral meeting together. Trump very quickly, though, after he was asked about meeting Kim Jong-un, pivoting, saying that Xi Jinping would like him to go to China. And then he talked about China giving the United States magnets in exchange for access to airplane parts, and clearly trade with China top of mind there. The president was also asked about a U.S. military presence in South Korea and what he described as a rumor about South Korean officials raiding U.S. military bases there. The South Korean president trying to clarify that, saying that the chain of command in the South Korean military was looked into after martial law, a sort of fake martial law was installed in December, and there was some issues in South Korean politics, to say the least, but a lot of headlines there from Trump.
So many, and he talked about denuclearization. He said Russia is willing to do it, referring to a conversation he'd had with Putin, and he thinks China is too. We have our Kimberly Dozier here. We're going to talk with her about that in a second. That definitely needs a fact check. He also was asked about some domestic issues that we're also going to get to here, which is about the cities that he is planning to activate National Guard in. The search on John Bolton's house by the FBI, he quickly pivoted to what he called the raid on Mar-a-Lago at his own house, as he has done before. And then he was asked about Japan and Korea, because we should note that the Korean president is coming after a visit to Japan, which is kind of uncharacteristic. Normally, he would come straight to the U.S. first, as his predecessors have. But because of, I guess, alliances that Japan and South Korea have with the U.S. being a little bit on less stable ground, it kind of speaks to Korea and Japan, who have certainly had their differences here in the past, kind of finding some common ground as they look to alternatives, as they consider these alliances with the U.S. economically and militarily a little bit more in question than usual.
Currently, there is a fact-finding investigation by a special prosecutor that was appointed by the National Assembly. And this special prosecutor...
Is his name Deranged Jack Smith by any chance? they took him from our country. They put Deranged Jack. He's a deranged, sick individual. But go ahead. Go ahead. I'm only kidding. Maybe I'm not.
And that special...
But back to the South Korean meeting, what's going to happen behind closed doors is Trump has been talking about possibly pulling out U.S. troops unless South Korea pays more for basing them there. Costs about $3.5 billion to keep them there annually, about 28,000 troops. South Korea already pays a little over $1 billion for it annually. So Trump will surely be asking for a higher payment. Problem is with those troops and the threat of bringing them back to the United States, there literally isn't space for them to be garrisoned back in the U.S. There would have to be major construction to bring the troops and their families back to the continental U.S.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. Christians not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Welcome to the War Room. It's Monday, August 25th in the year of our Lord 2025. It's Natalie Winters hosting yet another historic day at the White House, frankly, reverberating throughout not just the country, but the world. Honored to be bringing you guys an extremely packed show. And I guess without any further notice, I want to get right away to our first guest. We got Ambassador Tan, who's become a bit of a War Room regular with everything that's been going on in Korea. I'm curious to get your thoughts on, obviously, the wonderful exchange we saw go down today. But just for the audience, I want to read what President Trump's Truth Social post was, sort of framing and teeing up this visit, which was in all caps, like he always does. What is going on in South Korea seems like a purge or revolution. We can't have that and do business there. I am seeing the new president today at the White House. Thank you for your attention to this matter. I'm curious your overall assessment of what we saw go down today, and when President Trump says purge and revolution, what exactly is he talking about?
President Trump is exactly right. There has been a revolution in South Korea where the rightful president, President Yoon, was impeached and removed, even though he was exercising his constitutional powers, by, I add, very peaceably, to get at the heart of election fraud in South Korea. And then he was removed by the Constitutional Court of South Korea. And then there was another fraudulent election. There have been a whole series of them in South Korea that put Lee Jae-myung in power. And Lee Jae-myung is purging and persecuting those who should have been rightfully in power and those who are supporting President Yoon. And so if you go to a website, for example, criminalyoon.com, you have about 800 people who are allegedly insurrectionists. But last I checked, President Yoon, as the rightful president of South Korea, could not perform insurrection against himself. And yet they are framing this, the Lee Jae-myung administration is framing this as insurrection, and they are trying to, and they rank each of the people on that website on a scale of 1 to 10, and they are systematically going after these people. And it is, as Trump also indicated, there is also been multiple raids against major churches in South Korea, including the largest church in the world, the Yoido Full Gospel Church, against the Suwon Central Baptist Church, the largest Baptist church in the world, pastored by Pastor Billy Kim, who was Billy Graham's translator back when there was an over 1 million person gathering in Yoido Plaza. He is called the Billy Graham of Korea. There was also a raid against Pastor Sun of a church, a major church in Busan, Korea. He was the head of the Save Korea movement. Also a raid against Pastor Chun, who has been also a major political figure in rallying people around President Yoon and fighting against the leftist radicals who are trying to communize South Korea, trying to make it aligned with North Korea and the Chinese Communist Party. And this is all happening. And I was so excited to see President Trump's Truth Social message, because that's telling me that he is getting some accurate intelligence, is finally getting through to him, and that he is taking a stand in regards to this. He even was saying how that he's not going to do business with a regime like this. And yet you have this President Lee Jae-myung, who's a fake and illegitimate president, lying and flattering and fawning all over President Trump in an attempt to survive politically, whereas there have been massive demonstrations and protests against him. It's estimated over 13 million people in South Korea gathered on August 16th. And even today, reportedly, over 10 million people gathered to protest his illegitimate regime and the communization of South Korea that is happening at rapid speed under his oppressive and repressive regime. But we are seeing indications that the president is receiving intelligence, as he alluded to, that is finally giving him this sort of information. And he is putting his foot down. I very much would like to know what happened in the closed door portion of the meeting. But I think there was enough that was indicated by President Trump beforehand to let people know that he's aware that these sorts of things are happening and are happening at a very rapid pace.
I think there's kind of a sick and twisted almost irony in, right, obviously the Korean side of things trying to kiss up and flatter, become sycophants to President Trump by talking about a lot of the ways that he was persecuted, really using the same weaponization tactics that I think we're seeing being rolled out now. I'm just curious, when you talk about, these radical leftists, obviously the outputs of the political system sound eerily similar to what we've witnessed here, even down to the level of diction, right? Branding people as insurrectionists. But is this because you think in some cases these sort of enemy or whoever is sort of behind a lot of this opposition in some ways is similar to what we face here, i.e. all roads often leading to the Chinese Communist Party or foreign malign influence? Do you think that the threat or the kind of hidden hand that China is trying to extend here, do you think that is making it to President Trump's ear?
Yeah, it's utterly sickening and disgusting, as you're pointing out. And the CCP is very actively involved in interfering in South Korea. North Korea is very actively involved in interfering in South Korea. That includes cyber attacks. That includes election interference. That includes sending a large number of CCP operatives and North Korean operatives and agents into South Korea. And so these things are happening on a major scale. What also needs to be realized is that Lee Jae-myung was the governor of Gyeonggi province when, according to the Michael Lindell lawsuit about the 2020 election, that there was a deletion of 6,432 Trump votes in Antrim County, Michigan. And so this is something that's actually very much interconnected and parallel to what's happening in the U.S. These similar and actually same malign actors who are involved. There was also a Korean air flight that was sent to Arizona that was loaded with fake IDs and people who would vote illegitimately against President Trump. And what also needs to be realized is you have a center for enabling election fraud called AWEB, that's located, ironically enough, in South Korea, where they have sent the means of election fraud to over 50 countries around the world. And guess what? This was sponsored by USAID, and the National Election Commission, which is the center of election fraud in South Korea, was also sponsored by USAID, which President Trump has thankfully dismantled. But you also have two key figures in the Chinese Communist Party who were behind these things. Wang Huning, who is one of the top leaders in the Chinese Communist Party, and Han Fan-ming, who was the key operational person in regards to the election fraud that has been happening repeatedly now in South Korea. And they are calling this, election fraud conspiracy. Well, just like people who are sane know that Donald Trump won the 2020 election, If you look with respect to Lee Jae-myung, you look at his inauguration, it looks like there's hardly anyone there. You look at these massive protests. Look, South Korea has about 52 million people. And so if we're talking about over 13 million, we're talking about like a quarter of the South Korean population. And Lee Jae-myung had to try to have this rival gathering on August 15th, trying to establish and consolidate his power and try to burnish his legitimacy. It was much, much smaller. And so you also look at the polls. The Korean people are overwhelmingly pro-American and overwhelmingly anti-Chinese Communist Party. We're talking about numbers around 90% and 80% respectively, according to the Pew Center polling along these lines. It makes absolutely no sense that this criminal gangster known as
against a break, but I want to hold you through because the convergence here really is, I think, the fight itself, shall we say. War and Posse, we got a packed show. We'll be right back after this short break.
Hello, my friend. Pat Boone here. You know our country's under financial assault like never before. Our government has put us $34 trillion in debt. The interest alone's more than we spend on military defense. And what's worse, other countries no longer believe the U.S. is a safe place to invest. There's a growing international movement to dump U.S. dollars at a record pace. Some economists say this may signal the end of the dollar. Now, these countries are instead buying gold, and I'm suggesting you do the same. My friends at Swiss America have been helping Americans like you and me for over 40 years to buy physical gold and silver for delivery to our homes or held in our IRAs. I've trusted Swiss America for nearly 25 years now, and you can trust them too. So don't wait. Call or text the number on your screen today for financial peace of mind in these troubling times.
Hey there. Hey. Hey there, how are you? I'm with Disabled American Veterans. I was wondering if you had a quick minute to thank America's veterans for their service and sacrifices.
Of course, why not?
Oh, sure. Absolutely. Sure.
All right. Hey, well, come on in here. I'm just going to hit record on this.
I would like to thank you from the bottom of my heart. I can't even think of the words to say of how grateful I am.
I just want to tell you guys how much you appreciate it.
But most importantly, I want to thank you for your courage and bravery. Wow. Just thank you.
Someone here who'd like to say something to you.
Oh my God, you guys are awesome.
Someone has something they want to say to you.
Goodness.
How's it going?
Oh. So I just want to let you know how much you appreciate it. How much you appreciate it.
I just feel honored for everything you've done.
Thank you for myself. Thank you for everybody.
I get to live every day, in peace because of you.
A lot of people thank us, but we want to take the time to thank you, honestly, for giving back. And when you give to DAV, you are supporting veterans like Dave, myself. So thank you so much for your.
Thank you. You guys are amazing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You can say thank you to our nation's heroes by calling the number on your screen right now and giving your monthly support of only $19.
Say thank you by going to helpdav.org right now and give just $19 a month. When you do, we'll send you this DAV blanket as a thank you and a reminder that you support those who served.
Please call or go online to helpdav.org right now. Your support says thank you to our nation's disabled American veterans.
Hello, America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored, and it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec,
and so many more.
Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
Is the continued divide between Trump and the Federal Reserve putting us behind the curve again? Can the Fed take the right action at the right time, or are we going to be looking at a potential economic slowdown? And what does this mean for your savings? Consider diversifying with gold through Birch Gold Group. For decades, gold has been viewed as a safe haven in times of economic stagnation, global uncertainty, and high inflation. And Birch Gold makes it incredibly easy for you to diversify some of your savings into gold. If you have an IRA or old 401k, you can easily convert that into a tax-sheltered IRA in physical gold, or just buy some gold to keep in your safe. First, get educated. Birch Gold will even send you a free info kit on gold. Just text Bannon to the number 989898. Again, that's Bannon to 989898. Consider diversifying a portion of your savings into gold. That way, if the Fed can't stay ahead of the curve for the country, at least you can stay ahead for yourself. Welcome back to the War Room. We are still joined by Ambassador Tan. I understand you got a few more kind of important, I think, checkpoints for our audience to be staying ahead of the curve on, but also the Trump administration too. Just give us, I guess, maybe your sort of final assessment of what we saw today and what we need to also be staying tuned and looking out for.
Yes, so President Trump was on to the fact that the Lee Jae-myung administration invaded the largest air base that the U.S. has in Korea. It's the Osan Air Base. And they were going to the command and control center without permission, which they need to ask according to the Status of Forces Agreement, much less notifying the U.S. And this is unacceptable. And President Trump is on to that as well, which is very important. Also, he should know that Lee Jae-myung bribed North Korea to the tune of $8 million against U.S. sanctions. Furthermore, why is it that all these people die around Lee Jae-myung when they're about to testify about his crimes? This is a criminal gangster that is being dealt with, not only as the head of North Korea, but also the head of South Korea. Now you have two criminal gangsters beating North Korea and South Korea, respectively. And so it would be very important for President Trump to take strong, robust, decisive action. And this could, at its best, lead to, in the midst of this crisis of the communization of South Korea, you could potentially see the reunification of the Koreas happen. And I think there's a golden opportunity for President Trump to step into this crisis situation and to make history, to reunify the Koreas. But in order to do so, he needs to deal with the criminal gangsters beating both North and South Korea.
Ambassador Tan, thank you so much for joining us. I know the audience is going to want to stay up to date with everything you've got going on. Where can they get access to you, your analysis in the meantime before we have you back on?
I'm on Facebook, Morse Tan. I'm on X, Morse H Tan, and also True.
Thank you, sir, so much for joining us. We appreciate it. I want to go to our next guest. That is William Thibault of the CRA. You're a visiting fellow there, I guess linking this to the discussion that we're having, which I think the core of it is the idea, instead of outsourcing and really hemorrhaging America's broader military defense to support meaningless conflicts in Eastern Europe over, territorial disputes about accents and dialects and languages, we should be focusing on the threat itself, which is the Chinese Communist Party. Washington obviously loves to talk tough about China. When they say China is the bipartisan issue, I think it's because everyone agrees that they know if they act like China is the real threat, they can extract billions, if not trillions of dollars in defense spending out of it, right, with nothing to really show for it, i.e. the military-industrial complex. And it seems like they're up to their old tricks with the NDAA. You've been watching it like a hawk. Can you sort of break down these ongoing negotiations and what we're being teed up for to essentially kneecap President Trump?
Absolutely. And thanks so much for having me. Let's keep in mind that the Senate and eventually the House are going to want to pass this supposedly must-pass legislation as fast as possible. If the calendar holds, the Senate is going to try and pass the NDA September 2nd, first day back from a long August recess. They're not going to want protracted fights over amendments. They're not going to try and make this the chance to add language or other provisions. This came out of the Senate Armed Services Committee, and they're going to try and get it across the Senate floor before we're really able to reset from August recess. And that's troubling because we've already seen what's come out of the Senate Armed Services Committee. There are some good provisions, and credit to the committee and even Chairman Wicker for including these. They codified bans on consideration of race for service academy admissions. There are a number of other provisions that go a long way to curbing DEI initiatives, but I think any observer can understand that they have to do a lot more. Let's talk DEI first. I mean, the President Biden Pentagon had all-wide military race quotas and sex quotas for all DoD civilians and service members in uniform. Completely objectionable, completely absurd. And Congress should take the fact that Republicans have majorities in the House and Senate to bury them and to bury that kind of possibility for future presidents of either party. There's no place for that in the military, and we should act like we're in the majority in the Senate and House and make sure it never returns. But I think some of the concerning provisions to me are those that really kneecap the president's ability to make foreign policy decisions for our nation. There is, Ukraine's security fund in this bill that mandates at least $500 million of indefinite annual spending to Ukraine. Now, maybe we come to do that, in a genuine democratic process. But I think we all understand that the president should have the authority to execute such foreign policy decisions. The NDA cannot be the venue by which the regime, the uniparty, shoves down foreign policy visions, down MAGA's throat, down President Trump's throat. Similarly, there's provisions that force President Trump to keep 76,000 troops in Europe, no matter what the geopolitical environment looks like throughout 2026. And to your point, Natalie, I mean, we don't know what will be required of the U.S. military in the Pacific, but the president needs the ability to exercise, the just application of U.S. military power wherever he sees fit. There cannot be congressional dictates of things like troop levels and military assistance to other countries in the NDA because, again, the president is the commander-in-chief.
I remember I've looked at some of these grants for Ukraine aid to go into the big defense contractors, and they're essentially authorized through the year like 2033. It's like several terms of presidents that's campaigning, not just 2028, but post 2032. What is the deep state, right? From like a government database perspective. I'm just curious, is a lot of the pushback to this, is it primarily coming from Democrats, or is this something that you're seeing establishment Republicans side with them too?
I think this is a bipartisan effort to kneecap President Trump's agenda. The NDA, again, is seen as must-pass legislation. If you ask anyone in the Senate, 90% of think tank officials around town, you have to pass the NDA. I think it's passed every year for almost 60 years in a row. That's not a law. That's not in the Constitution. But it is a way for special interests, the military-industrial complex, and too many others who want to, again, kneecap the president. It's a way for them to get provisions into law that make it harder for the America First movement to manifest throughout the country, throughout our foreign policy, and to be a permanent force in American law. That should be the vision of the NDA. We should permanently end DEI in the military. We should permanently ensure that it is not just defense primes who get government contracts, but the NDA should be the venue through which we guarantee that innovative startups led by veterans get the opportunity to serve the nation again through innovative and flexible contracting methods. Again, these are things that President Trump and Secretary Hegseth have already done, but there's the chance to make this victory real. There's a chance to make this victory permanent. And I fear that we're going to miss out on that opportunity. And there's even a chance that some really dangerous provisions stick through, conference committee between the House and the Senate and then actually become law. I think as a movement, we need to be willing to say that we won't support the passage of an NDA if it is a bad bill. If it's a bad bill, we should give those aligned in Congress the credence, the resources, and the support to know that they can vote no. And our military won't fall apart. The president's agenda won't fall apart. The NDA doesn't have to pass. It also doesn't have to be perfect, but it shouldn't make the political victories for which we have fought so hard that President Trump, Secretary Hegseth are already initiating. It shouldn't make those that much harder. That's kind of the vision, even on this condensed timeline, even with the broad coalition we have to stitch together. That's the vision that should orient us, in the coming 4 to 6 weeks.
Well, if people want to follow you, get all your analysis, where can they go?
Yeah, at William Tebow on X. I've written widely for The American Mind, Claremont Review of Books, The Daily Caller. Those are great outlets that feature a lot of our work. So I'd appreciate it.
Thank you, sir, for joining us. We'll have you back on.
Thank you.
Just a real quick message before we go to break. Then we got Laura Loomer and Christina Bob. Maybe you missed the last IRS deadline or you haven't filed taxes in a while. Let me be clear. The IRS is cracking down harder than ever, and this won't go away on its own. That's why you need Tax Network USA. They don't just know the IRS. They have a preferred direct line to the IRS. They know which agents to deal with and which to avoid. Their expert negotiators have one goal: settle your tax problems quickly and in your favor. That is taxnetworkusa.com, 1-800-958-1000. We'll be right back.
There's nothing worse than losing your dog before their time.
That's why I created Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, designed to help dogs with everything from digestive issues to itching, even moving better.
Nature's Blend works because it's freeze-dried. So instead of destroying the nutrients with high heat, they all get right into your dog's body.
Take it from a veterinarian with over 50 years of experience saving dogs' lives. I have never seen a food make this much impact on a dog's health.
For a limited time, get up to 54% off Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, plus a free gift with our special TV offer. Call or go to drmartypets.com/TV.
When the kids turn unholy, Harrelson's Own keeps my patience divine.
When work flies out of control, Harrelson's Own keeps me cool as a cucumber.
The device madness never ends, but Harrelson's Own keeps me zen.
Life can be chaotic, but Harrelson's Own CBD helps keep you calm through any storm. Harrelson's Own consistently delivers your full mind and body homeostasis. It's an organic, full-spectrum CBD in a refreshing oral spray. Our nano-emulsified technology makes it completely water-soluble, so your body absorbs it immediately. You'll start to feel it in seconds, not 60 minutes. It just makes everything feel better.
And it helps me just take the edge off. It helps me relax. It helps me be there with my kids.
I swear I'm like a mental ninja. Like nothing can throw me off balance.
No matter how many things come at me, I'm like, boom, handled, next. I'm like crushing it all day long.
Well, some people take it for a release from stress. Some take it to get rid of pain. Others just take it for general well-being. For me, Brett Harrelson, it just makes everything about my day a little better.
Give your life a boost.
It's just the best you've ever felt in your natural state.
My happiness in a bottle is the best.
So to sum it all up, you're going to feel the benefits quickly, love the way it feels, and like the way it tastes. Pay a fair price, and you're going to thank us for it. We are so confident you're going to be satisfied that we back every bottle with a 60-day, 100% money-back guarantee. Give Harrelson's Own a try, from our family to yours. Go to HO.com to order Harrelson's Own now. Yep, it's that easy. Just our initials, HO.com.
Selling your home shouldn't be expensive or stressful. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
Ideal Agent connected me with the best realtor in my market, and I saved $12,500 as a result of it, and I got more than my asking price.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide, there's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Is the continued divide between Trump and the Federal Reserve putting us behind the curve again? Can the Fed take the right action at the right time, or are we going to be looking at a potential economic slowdown? And what does this mean for your savings? Consider diversifying with gold through Birch Gold Group. For decades, gold has been viewed as a safe haven in times of economic stagnation, global uncertainty, and high inflation. And Birch Gold makes it incredibly easy for you to diversify some of your savings into gold. If you have an IRA or old 401k, you can convert that into a tax-sheltered IRA and physical gold, or just buy some gold to keep in your safe. First, get educated. Birch Gold will send you a free info kit on gold. Just text Bannon to the number 989898. Again, that's Bannon to 989898. Consider diversifying a portion of your savings into gold. That way, if the Fed can't stay ahead of the curve for the country, at least you can stay ahead for yourself. Welcome back to the War Room. We are joined by one of President Trump's, I think, fiercest legal fighters on all fronts. I definitely want to get her thoughts on President Trump's recent mail-in ballot EO and talking about, like I always say, all the adjectives he used to describe the voting machines, but that is none other than Christina Bob, who joins us now. But like we always say every day over at the White House, they're always operating full spectrum dominance, firing on all cylinders. There's another slew of EOs out today on flag burning, cashless bill, you name it. So I just wanted to have you sort of walk us through what exactly is coming out of the White House today and your thoughts on them.
Yeah, it's a great day in Donald Trump's America. You know, when they first came out, I was like, oh, that's great. I'm happy that they're ending cashless bail and all that. But when I actually read the EOs, Donald Trump is not messing around. He is cleaning up D.C. He's trying to clean up the rest of the country. And these EOs came out with so much meat in them. I had to write it down because I didn't want to leave anything out. But the American flag, burning the American flag, Donald Trump hates it. He always has. There's a case called Texas v. Johnson, which is from the 1984 Republican National Convention, where someone was protesting the Reagan administration and burned a flag in protest, basically. There was no crime. There was no violence. There was no threat of violence. And ultimately, he was convicted, appealed to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court decided that burning the flag as symbolic speech is protected free speech. And so we have not prosecuted flag burning. Well, this EO says that anybody who's burning a flag for the purpose of inciting violence is going to be prosecuted. Because if you're doing it in an area or in a situation that could cause harm to others, we're not going to consider that symbolic speech, and you will be prosecuted. They're also going to look into other crimes that can be prosecuted along with it, such as civil disobedience, disorderly conduct, open burning regulations or restrictions, destruction of property. So they're going full force on this. The other aspect of this particular EO that I think is wonderful is they will revoke your visa. If you are here on some type of immigrant status or resident permit, you will have your visa revoked. If you are burning American flags, your naturalization proceedings will be withdrawn, and there will be other immigration benefits that are taken from you. If you burn the flag, don't come here, burn our flag, and expect to reap all the benefits that this country, this amazing country, provides. No, you come here, you respect our country. Otherwise, we're sending you back. That's what the flag burning EO says, which I'm thrilled with. The next one is additional measures to address crime emerging in D.C. This is an extension. He's already come out and said, he's trying to clean up D.C. This is another aspect of it. He hits it hard. He basically tasks, you can't say every cabinet member, but he goes through his cabinet on this EO to task the Secretary of Defense, the Attorney General, the Secretary of Homeland Security, the Secretary of the Interior, the Park Police, saying we want more Park Police, we want prosecutors, we want to focus on violence and crimes and property crimes, and we want the Secretary of Defense to increase the National Guard, we want the Attorney General to increase prosecutors, meaning hiring more people to bring them on to make sure that these crimes are prosecuted. HUD, Housing and Urban Development, this is another one that I thought was really, really kind of genius on Donald Trump's part, is if you are a landlord in Washington, D.C., and you receive federal funding like Section 8 or some type of housing stipend from the federal government for your property to be a landlord, you have in your contract, you have crime restrictions, and you have obligations to ensure that there are not crimes taking place on your property. He has instructed HUD, the Secretary of HUD and the Director of HUD, to basically investigate and make sure that the people who are receiving federal funding they are abiding by their requirements to prevent crime. And if they're not only could they lose their contract, meaning they lose their funding, but he's instructed them to refer them basically for criminal prosecution to the Attorney General for whatever crimes are involved. And then, of course, the ending cashless bail. He wants Pam Bondi to do an examination across the states, figure out which states have effectively ended cashless bail. And then he's directed OMB, once that assessment comes in about 30 days, OMB needs to redirect funds away from those communities. So he has come out with some really significant, hard-hitting changes that I think will probably have a lot of Democrats upset.
And Christine, I'm curious your thoughts on the EO that he put out about mail-in ballots. Do you think that addresses the root of the issue?
Well, I think Donald Trump is doing everything he can to address mail-in ballots, and I applaud the EO. I think it's great. The reality is that we would have an end. Mail-in ballots would be over if Republicans actually did their jobs and wanted to end it. The reason we still have a problem with mail-in ballots is 100% because of Republicans. Republicans could end this, and they have chosen not to. So Donald Trump is doing what he can to try to curb the use of mail-in ballots, and I think it's great. But I think we can't look away from the fact that the House and the Senate are run by Republicans. We have a majority of Republicans in every legislature. There's over half of the House and Senate at the state level are Republican. Attorney generals have a majority Republican. Governors majority Republican. So we could solve this problem, but Republicans have chosen not to. So Donald Trump is using whatever power he has to curb that. So I think it's good, but he shouldn't be doing this by himself. I should say he shouldn't have to do this by himself.
It seems like it's that way with basically every issue, right? You're preaching to the choir in the war, and we get it, but we're very grateful for people like you who have taken up the mantle and the fight. If people want to stay up to date with everything you're working on, writing, all that stuff, where can they go to do that?
Yep. Well, my book comes out, Defiant Inside the Mar-a-Lago Raid and the Left's Ongoing Lawfare, forward by Donald Trump. This is the inside story of the Mar-a-Lago Raid. That's available for pre-sale now on Amazon. You can check it out. Audio version will be available September 9th. You can go to my social media at Christina_Bob.
Thank you, ma'am, for joining us. We'll have you back on soon. Congrats on the book.
Thank you.
Of course. More Posse, we got one more guest who always breaks stories that I always like to say I'm shocked and my jaw drops, but it's also the kind of thing where you also totally come to expect it, certainly from the Biden regime. And for those of us who have been keen on paying attention to the Islamic infiltration of this country, I think it comes as no surprise. But even this one got me a little shocked. Laura Loomer, Islamic foot washing stations at the State Department under Joe Biden, even worse. The people who were involved in it are still there. Can you walk us through your latest scoop?
Yeah, thanks so much for having me on. So as you know, one of the things that I've been doing is trying to root out and identify disloyal and communist and Islamist staffers or employees within the federal government who somehow are still working in the Trump administration, despite their ideological differences and their animosity towards President Trump or their desire to just completely destroy our country. And, several of these individuals who I've identified within the State Department are Islamic. They are pushing for the Islamification of the U.S. State Department. They are expressing sympathies for Hamas, very, pro-Hamas, pro-Palestinian viewpoints. We just saw the scandal last week that I exposed where you have State Department employees abusing the U.S. visa program by issuing visas to Gazans and their family members under the guise of medical humanitarian missions, when really, if you look at the videos, it was just massive amounts of, Muslim family members coming in, which is chain migration. And so what I've discovered is there is an organization that was created 2 days after January 6th, and that, of course, is January 8th, 2021, the day that Donald Trump was deplatformed on all social media. So they tried to, sneak in towards the end of the Trump administration, going into the Biden administration, called American Muslims and Friends at the State Department, of course, AMFAS. And they are an anti-Trump, pro-Islamist Muslim employee organization at the State Department. And they are pushing for the Islamification of the United States State Department. I was digging through some of their initiatives and some of the things that they've accomplished under the Biden administration. And, you know, they're still in existence even under the current Trump administration. And several of these initiatives include ablution capability within the bathrooms of the State Department. Ablution capability is just a fancy way of saying foot washing stations. They want to have foot washing stations, Natalie, inside the bathrooms at State Department. And this is something that the Biden administration obliged them with. So now we have foot washing stations for Muslims at the United States State Department, in addition to prayer rooms. And there's an individual in particular who works within this organization. And I just exposed her. And what's kind of crazy about it is her name is Maria Ilyas, right? That's how you pronounce her name, I guess. She's a Pakistani Islamic immigrant and Trump hater who works at the United States State Department. She has now transitioned over to being an economic officer for the Economic and Social Affairs Division at the U.S. mission to the United Nations, which falls under the State Department. Why do I bring this up? Well, she comes from Harvard, and she is an Islamic immigrant working within the United States State Department who served as the co-chair to this organization, American Muslims and Friends at State. And I found articles online, Natalie, in which she is, you know, personally taking credit for her leadership role at State Department, working with AMFAS, this American Muslims and Friends at State, where she pushed for the Islamic foot washing stations. And you have to ask yourself, Natalie, why are people like this still working in the Trump administration? This woman has penned articles criticizing Donald Trump for his Islamic travel ban, saying that, you know, oh, well, we would never see a Christian service be canceled. Well, yeah, that's because the United States of America is a Christian country. And these Muslims, Natalie, who work in our government, they use their positions to Islamify our nation. People might think that it sounds innocent. Oh, you know, just allow the Muslims to have a prayer room, right? And then they use their prayer room to start pushing for feet washing stations. Then they want to have their Ramadan dinners and their iftars. And, you know, she actually was able, this employee who I exposed today, she was able to introduce Anthony Blinken at the State Department's iftar last year, Natalie. And we know that Anthony Blinken was, you know, undermining our foreign policy. He's been accused of being sympathetic towards Hamas. He's been accused of eroding our relationship with Israel. And you really just have to ask yourself, at what point is the Trump administration going to issue an executive mandate ordering the firing of all of these Islamic and communist holdovers from the Biden and Obama era? How do we expect to make America great again when we still have all of these nefarious actors working within government agencies, especially within the United States State Department?
Yeah, I mean, I think anyone who thinks this stuff is just some random boilerplate cultural sensitivities, I would suggest that they look up the history of Islam, its expansion, and the concept of a caliphate, because I think you hit the nail on the head, Laura. This isn't just, you know, a new strand of wokeness or accommodating, frankly, cultures that really don't accommodate us all that well in the West. I don't think you or I would be welcomed that much there. Laura, got some more questions for you. We'll be right back. More in Posse after this short break.
We rejoice when there's no more. Let's take down the CCP.
Yep, your worst nightmare. Your car broke down. Now you're worried if it's going to cost you a fortune in repair bills. Unless you already called CarShield, the legit #1 auto protection company in the country. When you're protected with a plan through CarShield, the process is smooth like ice and done in as little as 3 steps. 1. First, the tow truck takes your car to the shop. The cost of towing, covered when you got a plan through CarShield. Next, you probably need to get around while your vehicle's being repaired, right? 2, plans through CarShield have rental car options too. Then comes the best part. 3, when you pick up your vehicle, you don't have a big repair bill to worry about. CarShield administrators get your covered repairs paid directly to the shop, so you're back on the road with no worries. Call now to get an affordable plan through CarShield for your vehicle before it's too late. When you call Car Shield, whether you got a small problem like a power window motor that could cost a few $100s, or a big problem like an engine or transmission that could cost you thousands of dollars, you're taken care of. Car Shield is the #1 auto protection company in the country, and their administrators have paid out more than $1 billion in auto repairs. That's billion with a B. Car Shield is the choice that gives you the Car Shield guarantee. Your rate never goes up, and your coverage never goes down, no matter how many claims you have. Look, it's inevitable. As your car or truck ages, the parts and components are gonna fail. It's not worth the risk. Call Car Shield now.
Waiting until your car breaks down is too late. Call Car Shield for coverage on up to 5,000 parts and get the Car Shield guarantee, where your rate never goes up and your coverage never goes down, no matter how many claims you have. Call 800-653-8201. 800-653-8201.
Hello, friends. Pat Boone here with a message from the past. Imagine the shock of reading tomorrow's newspaper and discovering the price of gold has doubled to over $1,000 an ounce. Sound impossible? Well, it's not. That's right. Back in 2006, my friends at Swiss America forecast gold prices would top $1,000 an ounce, and they were right. Today, several financial firms are forecasting $3,000 gold. Now, for over 40 years, Swiss America has helped folks like you and me purchase precious metals for home delivery and for our IRAs. So don't miss this opportunity again. Call or text Swiss America at the number on your screen now to receive your free portfolio review and a copy of The Timeless Truth About Gold and Silver. Learn for yourself how easy it is to safeguard your money. Call or text Swiss America today.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
If you're a homeowner, you need to listen to this. In today's AI and cyber world, scammers are stealing home titles with more ease than ever, and your equity is the target. Here's how it works. Criminals forge your signature on one document, use a fake notary stamp, pay a small fee with your county, and boom, your home title has been transferred out of your name. Then they take out loans using your equity or even sell your property. You won't even know it's happened until you get a collection or foreclosure notice. So let me ask you, when was the last time you checked your home title? If you're like me, the answer is never. And that's exactly what scammers are counting on. That's why I trust Home Title Lock. Use promo code Steve at HomeTitleLock.com to make sure your title is still in your name. You'll also get a free title history report plus a free 14-day trial of their $1 million triple lock protection. That's 24/7 monitoring of your title, urgent alerts to any changes, and if fraud should happen, they'll spend up to $1 million to fix it. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now. Use promo code Steve. That's HomeTitleLock.com, promo code Steve. Welcome back to the War Room. We're still joined by the intrepid Laura Loomer. Laura, sort of picking up where we left off, but I am curious. I hear, you're the new McCarthy, according to what is a wonderful, glowing, I'm sure it was supposed to be a hit piece, but nice profile of you over in the Atlantic magazine. But it's sort of an interesting, I think, limited hangout that they're doing of what your work is, right? If only the problem were just Trump loyalists. I think that's sort of, a cheap way of looking at what you do. We're talking about like full-blown Islamic infiltration of the United States State Department, where last time I checked, those same cultural sensitivities are not extended to Americans in the inverse of the relationship. Can you just sort of walk us through, again, what it seems like you're always on here about, obviously, Sergio Gore out at PPO. It seems like he's heading over to India. Great pick. But your thoughts on directionally where you think that office needs to go, if you would run it, or who you think potential good candidates could be?
Well, I would love to run the office of PPO if given the opportunity. I fully support President Trump. And look, I obviously wanted to work in the Trump administration, and I would be happy to serve the president in any capacity. But I've been saying from the beginning, not just since President Trump was inaugurated, but also during the campaign trail, there's clearly a vetting crisis. And they need to have people who are going to be focused on research and focused on vetting. And congratulations to Sergio Gore, who is now the nominee for ambassador to India. But from my understanding, that's not going to happen for several months, not at least till probably end of December or even January, from what I've been told. So it's not like it's going to be an immediate switch up. And In the meantime, I think that the White House would be wise to start, bolstering their vetting operations, or maybe even consider creating another government agency focused on vetting. It doesn't have to require a large budget. When I say the creation of another agency, some people may be thinking, "Oh no, we don't need another expansion of government," but we do need to have a department focused on research and vetting because. Look, we're 8 months into this administration, Natalie. It's not like it's a screw up 1 month in, 2 months in, or maybe even 3 months in. We're 8 months in, and these types of I don't even want to call them accidents, right? These types of screw ups should not be happening. It's no longer a glitch. It appears to be a feature. And so again, my question is, why wasn't there a mandate issued on day one ordering the firing of all Biden and Obama holdovers? We saw in the aftermath of J6, Joe Biden fired everybody who worked in the Trump administration. Every single person who worked in the Trump administration was fired. And they said, "Oh, well, we can't trust you to work in the government if you worked under the administration of Donald Trump because you might be an insurrectionist." Well, why can't the Trump administration say, "We can't trust you to work under our administration because we think that you might be a communist or an Islamist supporter or a sympathizer with Hamas"? I mean, this is a legitimate national security threat, and we're not making this up. I know that The Atlantic said that I'm the new McCarthy of the Trump era because I'm carrying out my own Red Scare. Well, guess what? McCarthy was right. Joseph McCarthy was right about everything. He was right about the communist infiltration of our government, and we need to have some type of committee in Congress to go after un-American acts. Probably agrees. Look, today, the executive order to prosecute flag burning. That is an example of an un-American activity. And maybe if we had a committee in Congress that prosecuted people or suggested or referred people for prosecution years ago when it was first flagged by McCarthy, we wouldn't be in this position that we're in today, where all of our institutions are infiltrated and being run by communists and Islamists who hate America and want to see a caliphate in our country.
Laura, we've only got a few minutes left, but I'm curious, could you expand a little bit on what you think the creation of some new, agents or whatever it would be, but just sort of flesh that out for the audience, because I think that that's something they would fully support.
There should be a department within the federal government, or maybe it's in every single agency, right? You have the Department of Defense, right? You have the Department of Education. You have the State Department. You have the White House Office of Personnel. I think that every single office, Department of Homeland Security, IRS, every single agency should have their own office focused on vetting, where it's a dedicated group of researchers who sit there and their job each day is just to make sure that everybody within those departments are, they are loyal, they are not subverting the administration. They are not undermining the president. A department of researchers to monitor the social media accounts and monitor the professional activity of every single employee of the federal government to make sure that our taxpayer dollars are not being spent on partisan officials who are pushing communism or un-American activities or Islamism. I don't understand why this hasn't already been done. Because, look, we have Sergio Gore in the office of PPO. He's PPO director. He's going to India now. Are we to believe that one person is supposed to be responsible for overseeing the entire federal government? No, it's unrealistic. They need to have an entire department, or they need to allocate staff to every single department within the federal government, and then have one person who oversees all of those people. Because, look, there's thousands of people who work within the federal government, and while there are some very egregious examples that have been pointed out for years of people who should have been fired or people who are problems still working in the administration. There's people who are more hidden, right? And this is why you have to have an entire team of people who are laser focused on rooting these people out. I don't think that it's a one-person job. I think that you could have a PPO director who oversees all of the researchers or the designated vetters within every single government agency. But if we're going to have a Department of Government Efficiency, why don't we have a Department of Government Vetting?
I like it. Department of Government Vetting. Maybe we'll come up with a better acronym. But until then, Laura, if people want to follow you,
I volunteer to be the official vetting czar. I will be the vetting czar.
I think you already are. So. You're the de facto one, but you should be official. Yeah. Where can people follow you in the meantime?
They can follow me on X at Laura Loomer and on X at Loomer Unleashed. Also, be sure that you check out my website, loomered.com. That's where you can submit your tips. If you are a federal employee and you would like to submit a
And
tip,
we're at Warm
to the
Posse.
Loomer Hub.
Thank you guys.
To avoid digital threats, just turn on NordVPN. Improve your protection against trackers, malicious websites, and malware-ridden downloads. Get the deal now.
It's just like our new house. I hope you have an American Home Shield warranty. Leaky toilet? Fixed. Oven beyond repair? If AHS can't fix your covered item, then replace it, no matter its age. Sign up today at ahs.com.
Selling your home shouldn't be expensive or stressful. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
Ideal Agent connected me with the best realtor in my market, and I saved $12,500 as a result of it, and I got more than my asking price.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide, there's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
Every person who has taken me on this road to that prison is a friggin' Democrat and a Trump hater.
When former White House advisor Peter Navarro stood on principle, he never imagined it would land him behind bars.
They demanded that I break the law.
But he refused to betray Donald Trump or the Constitution and paid the price as a political prisoner. Locked inside a Miami federal prison, Peter found two lifelines: postcards of hope to his fiancée Bonnie Pixie Brenner and a hidden multi-million-dollar prison scandal he's now exposing. Went to prison so you won't have to. Peter and Pixie share a riveting prison diary, a heartfelt love story, and a shocking look at injustice in America's prison system. Stand with Peter. Scan the QR code now or go to Amazon.com to order your copy.
I went to prison.
Good evening, America. Welcome to the Monday edition of Just the News No Noise. I'm your host, John Solomon, right here with my co-host, Amanda Head, in Washington, D.C., the nation's capital. Amanda, a lot of big things today. The president meeting with the South Korean president. Now, the South Korean president, a little bit more on the liberal, pro-China side, but they seem to strike a good relationship today. Meanwhile, we've got some gun-toting National Guardsmen on the street. Crime keeps going down. Our first guest is the chairman of the House Administration Committee, which oversees Washington, D.C., Brian Style. We're going to be able to get to him in a second. I'm sure he's going to weigh in on that. What's been on your radar all day?
Yeah, that warm reception between President Trump and the South Korean president. And a lot of things discussed between the two of them. As you noted, they're not exactly on the same page on a lot of things, but the president of South Korea indicated, I think, a wise willingness to work with President Trump on all things, especially pertaining to trade and tariffs. The other thing on my radar, as you know, was the executive order signed by President Trump to prosecute and throw in jail for 1 whole year anyone who burns the American flag. And this, of course, revives the entire argument over whether burning the American flag is constitutional as free speech. And I spoke to a number of constitutional lawyers today, and they had some good information for me that's going to be in a story coming out tomorrow, so I'm looking forward to that. But I also saw something blaze across my desk in the culture space that apparently, you know those little triangular peg games that they have at Cracker Barrel?
Yeah.
Those are apparently woke now. I'm not really sure how. I know, but boy, Cracker Barrel's got a lot of problems lately. Goodness gracious, they just.
I was at a Cracker Barrel on Sunday. I stopped in briefly.
How many people?
At 5 o'clock on a Sunday, it was about 60% empty. Normally, you'd be waiting for a table.
Yeah.
And this was in the heart of Red Country on the western side of Virginia. So there are some serious repercussions to what this new CEO or what the CEO has done.
Actually, something.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, go woke, go broke. We've said it many times, but some CEOs continue to do it, I guess, to the detriment of their careers. Maybe. We'll see. The executive orders today were kind of important. I think, like you said, the flag is one of the more big ones, and the cultural implications of that. Also, creating a new unit of National Guards that will just deal with urban crime, be able to be deployed. They're experts in it. That is a sign that maybe the president is thinking of going to some other cities like, Baltimore, Chicago, L.A. We'll have to see where that leads at, I'm sure.
And, I mentioned last week some of these videos that have gone viral of people in different cities across the country saying, Trump, I didn't vote for you, but please send your people here. We want it here. And, videos from people here in Washington, D.C. saying, yeah, we needed help. We needed something to happen because I couldn't walk around the city at night. I couldn't roll through the streets in my car with my windows down. And this is our nation's capital city. When we have dignitaries and nation's leaders come to this city, that's the last thing we want. We do not want to be embarrassed about what we have to hide underneath the tablecloth.
No, it's been kicked down the road for 2 and 3 decades. It's always been getting worse. Republicans were too kind to really address it. Donald Trump's like, hey, I'm taking care of it. I'm leaning in. And
the guy to do it.
Yeah, he doesn't care about feelings. He cares about getting the job done. And I think today in the city, it just feels a little bit different walking down the street today, headed to our new studios and checking them out today. You could really feel the difference in the city. All right, Amanda, we got a perfect first guest to kick things off. He's on the forefront of all of the election integrity stuff, including the Act Blue investigation. He also oversees the District of Columbia as the chairman of the House Administration Committee. Earlier today, we got some time with Brian Stile, congressman from Wisconsin. Have a watch what we talked about. All right, joining us now, a man who's at the forefront of the fight for better election integrity in America. He's been leading the Act Blue investigation alongside of 2 other House chairmen and shepherding through Congress some of the most important and historic election reform legislation we've seen in decades here in Washington. He's the chairman of the House Administration Committee and a congressman from my old home state of Wisconsin, Chairman Brian Stile. Sir, good to have you back on the show.
Thanks for having me on.
It's a great honor, sir. All right, let's start with Act Blue. There was a lot of work over the summer. You didn't take a day off. Everyone was working hard. We've got subpoenas. We've got some testimony. Get us up to speed on the cooperation you're getting and not getting from Act Blue's executives.
Well, we have issued a series of subpoenas trying to get to the bottom of exactly what is going on as it relates to the financial security protocols that should be in place for any form of online giving, donation, or even buying. When we began this investigation a little over 2 years ago, we recognized that Act Blue did not have the security protocols in place that they should have. Simple things like having that 3 or 4 digit code on the back of your credit card, a CVV number, being required to be entered when making a donation. When we began this investigation, they didn't even require that. So we've begun to further this investigation. We've subpoenaed a series of executives at Act Blue to come and testify to make sure we understand why they lack these security protocols. Some of those individuals have come in, some have not. We're currently not in a position to be able to publicly release all the information, but let me say, we still have a lot of questions about what has been going on at Act Blue. And I'm committed, along now with the chairman of Oversight, James Comer, and Jim Jordan at Judiciary, to get to the bottom of this for the American people.
Important.
And Mr. Chairman, I know you still have a lot of questions, but they still have a lot of work to do as far as cleaning things up. The CCV thing is great, but as I understand it, there are a lot of other security measures that they need to employ. Do you anticipate that they will, well, first of all, are they still operating even with these security measures that are not in place?
They are still operating. It's online donation platforms like Act Blue that cause a lot of concern about how money is flowing into the U.S. political system. At an absolute minimum, Americans should be able to be confident that no foreign funds are flowing into U.S. elections. What I would like to see is protocols change. Some of this is going to require legislation passing the House and the Senate and being signed into law. Just before last election, we put forward legislation that would have made substantive changes to prevent abuses that could be done at places like Act Blue. We were successful ultimately getting that through the House, but the Senate, under then the leadership on the Democratic side, refused to move forward. I think we have a huge opportunity here on the legislative side to put fixes in place to prevent abuse so that these types of abuses that we're concerned about will never happen in the future.
Yeah, so very important. You've also done such enormous work to improve the integrity of our systems and make it easier to vote, harder to cheat. Over the last few days, the president has weighed in saying he'd like to get rid of mail-in ballots that aren't absentee ballots. So if you're not an absentee, you would get rid of mail-in ballots. Your thoughts on that and what other things you might be doing to secure the system on top of all the good work you've already done?
Well, I've been working to make sure that it's exactly as you said, John, easy to vote, hard to cheat. I think there's a few things that we should be able to get in place before the next election. One, is making sure that we end what they call universal mail-in voting, which means if you're on the voter rolls, you get a live ballot, regardless of whether or not you've requested it. This is a real problem in jurisdictions that don't clean up their voter rolls. That's very true even in our nation's capital in Washington, D.C., where they've done an abysmal job of cleaning up the voter rolls, but then mail out a live ballot to everyone on those voter rolls, even though they're not cleaned up. That's a problem. The other is we should make sure that ballots are in by the time the elections close. This is where California has a real problem. I went to LA County, to Central Count in California, 2 days after the last presidential election. And what I saw was concerning. It was a vast number of ballots still arriving. And when you don't have results for the American people on election night, as say the state of Florida does, what it does is reduces Americans' confidence in our elections. And what we have seen time and again is as Americans have more confidence in their elections, they're actually much more likely to participate, and participation is a good thing. And so getting ballots in by the time the polls close, I think is an obvious reform that should be put in place. And we should not be mailing ballots to people that don't request them. That is a significant concern, in particular in jurisdictions that are not maintaining their voter rolls in the first place.
Right.
Huge.
Yeah, wasn't it amazing how that popular vote margin got ever so skinnier as the days went on after the election last year? Sir, I want to ask you about what states like Florida are doing. What is preventing states like California from doing it? Is it a matter of being able, or is it a matter of being willing?
It's a matter of being willing. Every state could put in place the protocols that we know that work. Last Congress, we introduced legislation that put forward a gold standard about how states should operate. We'll be reintroducing legislation in the weeks ahead, putting forward that gold standard for states about how you should be operating and running your elections, and putting in enforcement mechanisms for states that fail to meet a high standard. The obvious standard that I think should be the most obvious is that ballots need to be in by the time the polls close, with the sole exception, we can have a discussion about active duty overseas military. Separate of that, everybody should be able to have their ballot in by the time the polls are closed. It's no different than when you were in high school and a paper was due at any given time. When did you do it? Just before it was due. The state of Florida gets their ballots in by the time the polls close. The state of Wisconsin does. States like California, more or less, seem to be encouraging people to come in at the final hour because they allow those ballots to arrive after the polls close. Again, that doesn't instill confidence in our elections. What it does is weakens it. That's not a good thing. What we want is Americans to have strong conviction and strong belief that the election system works, and we know what protocols and procedures we need to have in place. We just need the willingness of states to step up and do it, or we need the federal government to come in and force those states to get their elections into gear.
Yeah, so important. Sir, you have overseen also a large part of what goes on in Washington, D.C., whether it's elections or otherwise. The Justice Department announced over the weekend that it is open to criminal investigation into allegations that D.C. police were manipulating crime data, creating sort of a false portrait of security in the city. Your thoughts on what's happened over the last 2 weeks with President Trump sending out the National Guard, federal police, crime going down, murders going down, and now maybe the possibility that we were getting a false picture of what the crime stats really were?
Well, as chairman of the Committee on Administration, we've been at the forefront of making sure that we keep visitors, staff, and members safe on Capitol Hill. And so I've dug into this situation about what's playing out in Washington, D.C., holding a series of hearings and roundtables, including with the union leadership of the Washington, D.C. Metropolitan Police Department. But what we're seeing in Washington, D.C. is really a reflection of what we see in liberal cities across the country, in particular following the summer of 2020. Is cities and elected leaders failed to stand with the men and women of law enforcement. What we saw was a rising crime in our nation's largest city. What you need to do is stand with the men and women of law enforcement and then enforce the crimes and the laws that are on the books and put bad people away. The unwillingness of some of our nation's largest cities to do this have made them unsafe. And so what we've had to do is step in and make sure that we're putting the rules of the road in place to make sure that everyone feels safe in their homes. absolutely every American has a right to feel safe in their homes. And what we need to do is put in place the rules and regulations in our nation's largest, bluest cities to make sure that we're reinstating public safety after an absolute deterioration following, in particular, the summer of 2020, when far too many Democrats turned their backs on our nation's police departments. And we're still dealing with the consequences of those horrific decisions by our nation's bluest cities.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, before we let you go, this is obviously a politically blue city, but I think that the men and women who wear blue are a little bit more evenly split. But when it comes to President Trump and his actions here in D.C., the downgrading or the decrease in crimes, do you get the sense that most of the law enforcement here in Washington support the president? I know the union does.
I think the men and women of law enforcement across the board support conservatives who have their backs. I think they're sick and tired of liberal elected leaders not having their backs when they're out doing incredibly difficult work. You got to remember, when these law enforcement officers wake up, put the badge over their heart, walk out the door, they have sworn to answer the call, not knowing what call is going to come across the radio on any given day. I can't imagine how difficult that job would become when they would know elected leaders don't have their backs. What we need to do is make sure that we show we have the backs of law enforcement, and President Trump clearly has the backs of law enforcement. And I would assume that he has the overwhelming support of the men and women of law enforcement in Washington, D.C., but in cities all across the United States who are clamoring for elected leaders to stand up, be tough on crime, reestablish public safety. And we have an opportunity to do that with President Trump at the White House and with a recognition across the country that some of our nation's largest cities are not a place where people currently are feeling safe.
Yeah, that is for sure. Mr. Chairman, it's always a great honor. We always get a great update from you. Lots of news always. Thanks for joining us today. Have a good rest of your summer. We'll see you soon back in Washington.
Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, thank you. What a great honor. All right, folks, we're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, Oklahoma is implementing an America First test for teachers, and some are up in arms about it. I'm not making that up, really. We'll get to the answer, why that is, right after these messages. Hey folks, in today's world of misinformation and political spin, it's more important than ever to support organizations that put truth and values first. That's why I support and belong to AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. They're the conservative alternative to AARP, and they're working to preserve faith, family, and freedom, three things that matter to all of us. AMAC members get valuable benefits, discounts on healthcare, travel, and health insurance, exclusive online resources, and a subscription to AMAC's beautiful magazine, one of the best reads out there for an informed patriot like you and I. And all of this is available for as little as $1.20 a month with a 5-year membership. That's what I have, a 5-year membership. Join me. Join the movement today. Visit amac.us/justnews and help AMAC protect America's future.
If we've learned anything over the past few years, it's that devastating events can strike without warning. Global pandemics, acts of terror, and even bank collapses that can cause chaos in a matter of moments. And I just want you to be prepared. Hi, I'm Donald Trump Jr., and it's for these reasons that I strongly recommend a gold IRA from my trusted friends at the Birch Gold Group. For thousands of years, gold has protected wealth through every kind of crisis. Birch Gold can show you how to move your retirement savings into an IRA in gold, legally and tax-free. For decades, they've helped thousands of Americans protect their IRA or 401k from unexpected events. To learn more, click below for your free info kit on gold IRAs from the Birch Gold Group, the only gold company I trust. Don't wait for the next crisis to strike. Take action now to protect your family's financial future. Click below for your free info kit on gold IRAs from the Birch Gold Group.
Selling your home shouldn't be expensive or stressful. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
Ideal Agent connected me with the best realtor in my market, and I saved $12,500 as a result of it, and I got more than my asking price.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide, there's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and bookstores. We'll even promote your book.
Call for your free writer's guide, 800-319-0257, or scan the QR code now.
Welcome back to Just the News, No Noise. The left is not very happy with the changes that are happening in America's public school system. The latest source of their anger is directed at the state of Oklahoma for a new exam for teachers. What on earth is the issue here? Joining us now to discuss just that and a whole lot of other educational issues is Oklahoma State Superintendent Ryan Walter. Sir, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you guys for having me.
You are breaking ground in Oklahoma. It seems like every time we have you on, there is a new update, something that you are doing to fortify the education system there. Tell us about this new test. What is so controversial about it?
We don't let leftists from California under Gavin Newsom come in and indoctrinate kids in Oklahoma. That's what's controversial about it. It's amazing. It's common sense. When we saw Gavin Newsom require teachers in California to teach that there's 27 genders, to teach that there's no difference between males and females, when we saw the anti-Americanism in the curriculum in New York, we said, we're not doing that in Oklahoma. We have the biggest signing bonuses in the country if you're a high-quality teacher to come to Oklahoma. We do merit pay in Oklahoma. You can make up to $100,000 in the classroom if you're a high-performing teacher. We've got teachers coming in from all over the country. What we will not allow, though, are leftist indoctrinators masquerading as teachers to come into our classrooms and push a Marxist agenda onto our kids. Our parents have demanded to get back to the basics in education. That's what we're doing right here in Oklahoma.
Yeah, it is such a model for so many other states right now. People all across the country talking about what you're doing, the courage to do it, withstanding all of the legal challenges. Man, they've thrown as many legal challenges as they could at you. You just keep winning. In fact, the new history standards should be kicking in with the new school year because you won all your cases, right?
That's right. And again, you've seen this with President Trump, right? They try to steal an election. They go through and they sue him every step of the way. And what they're trying to do is weaponize the judiciary to block good legislation, what voters voted on from going into action. And so what we did here in Oklahoma, again, we passed the best history standards in the country. Guess what? We're going to get back to reading things like the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution, the Bible, letters from the founders. We put all of this back in our history standards to make sure our kids truly understand American exceptionalism, American greatness. We want our kids to be patriotic. We're unapologetic about that in Oklahoma. The teachers union sued us, the ACLU, all your typical groups, and we crushed them in court. And so those are being implemented right now as we speak with the school year starting, and parents are so excited. We are so excited to bring American history back to the classroom without left-wing indoctrination and influence.
Yeah, incredible. You know what I think is so special about teaching kids history, about the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, the Declaration of Independence, is that naturally leads to a place of patriotism. You don't really even have to enforce patriotism because when you teach kids how special this country is and its founding as well, that's the natural inclination, isn't it?
Well, and this is what I would say. I was a history teacher for 10 years before I got into this role. And what's so important is you provide kids those documents. They should read the Declaration of Independence, not just what somebody said about it. They should read it and understand it. They should read the Federalist Papers, the Anti-Federalist Papers, all of the letters back and forth with Thomas Jefferson and so many others. Read it and you fall in love with it. And you look at these core foundational principles and you go, look, this helps me understand why this is the greatest country in the history of the world. This is how you get kids to love this country and understand it. Again, let them read it. Let them fall in love with these figures from American history. Let them read through American history, how many times America was the shining light in the world. And again, that's how we get back on track. We make America great again with President Trump's vision here is going back to a true understanding of American history by allowing our kids to fall in love with the founders.
Yeah, so very important and so very neglected for a long time in many states. I was with a bunch of kids a couple weekends ago up in the Northeast, and to my amazement, very few of them knew what happened on September 11, 2001, just 24 years ago. and they had never been taught in their classrooms. It was shocking to me. These are, early high school kids. And I just got into conversation with them and their parents, and it was really jarring. Now, I know in Oklahoma that is not the case, but as we come up on the 24th and soon the 25th anniversary of that very difficult day, how important is it to make sure that school districts aren't skipping those seminal moments in American history?
Look, I think it's so important. You're now dealing with a generation. The kids in school now, they weren't alive when 9/11 happened. That seems like a long time ago. Think about how it has changed forever, the dynamics across the world. Think about what we've dealt with as a country since then because of those awful terrorist attacks on those days. Kids need to understand what happened. They need to understand the attacks, who the attackers were, what carried out on that fateful day, that horrific day, and how America responded. And it's so important. And this is where, one of my favorite Churchill quotes is, the further back you look is the further ahead you can see. The better understanding our kids have of history, it gives them context in the decision making we're making in the world today as a citizen. They need to think about that when they go into elections. But also the beauty of history is that history helps you guide your own life, because now you've got this broader context on what others have done, what you want to emulate, what you don't want to emulate. But when you're talking about America, we have lost our identity. We have allowed the left to twist everything into CRT, DEI, be ashamed of America, when in reality, we should be teaching American history through all of those events, through the individuals in American history. Talk about those core foundational principles. And by the way, we teach everything here. We teach the good, the bad, the ugly. Hey, look, when there were those moments in American history where we fell short of those principles, we talk about those. We put it out in front of the kids for them to see. But when you look at the Declaration of Independence, you look at the Constitution, you look at so many leaders throughout our history, it is so easy for kids to fall in love with America and see why America is the greatest country in the history of the world.
Yeah. I want to go back to something that you were saying earlier about, these incentives for teachers to do well at their job and to teach, things like two genders and teach history and things like that. That is so important to have those incentives, I think, and there aren't a lot of states that do that. But on the other side, if you have a teacher come to Oklahoma, they take this exam that you're imposing, they pass the exam, but then they start to weave the stuff from, the California type stuff back into their curriculum. What happens then?
We take your license and you don't teach anymore. And we've done that with multiple teachers in our state. The reality is, and conservatives, we've got to get this, guys. The left, they don't care. They don't care what the law is. Look at how the law breaking that's gone on. They sit here and parrot on and cheer on the burning down of cities. They could care less. They are going to do whatever they can to get their will done. So we pass laws in red states, and guess what? The left just spits in the face of them to do it anyway. And then what are the repercussions? In Oklahoma, we said, look, we passed an anti-CRT law. You're not going to teach CRT here. So guess what happens when you do? We take your teacher's licensure. You can go get another job, but you're not going to be indoctrinating our kids. If you put pornography in front of kids, if you push all this radical gender theory, you're not going to teach in our classrooms. You have to bring accountability back to the school system, back to red states, and say, guys, the left is just going to continue moving forward. If you don't stand in there and say, look, these are the laws. Parents have the right they have the right to have their kids go to school without being indoctrinated. And it is time red states, we've got to stand up, support President Trump's vision, bring those policies into action, and the results will speak for themselves. And so we're excited. We've seen a dramatic turnaround in our two biggest districts, and we're really excited about the direction of the state.
That's pretty exciting. The data won't lie. It'll show the progress that's being made. So I want to talk a little bit about teachers unions. Obviously, Congress just opened up an investigation into anti-Semitism that may have been proffered right in the middle. The National Education Association, one of the largest teachers unions in the country, making some of their members feel uncomfortable because they were Jewish. Are you beginning to see teachers break away from the unions and say, that's not what I represent and I don't need a union? Is there a moment here for either an independence movement from teachers from the unions or an alternative union that represents a little bit more common sense vision of education?
We've seen it dramatically here in Oklahoma. We've seen teachers leaving the unions in record numbers. We have one of the lowest union enrollments we've had in decades here in Oklahoma. You're seeing it in other red states because they've woken up to what the NEA and AFT are doing, which is pushing the most radical left-wing agenda in the history of the country. You've got groups now that are popping up all over the country that are going, hey, let's leave the teachers unions. Hey, what about things like merit pay? What about things like getting back to the basics in education? What about things like bringing discipline back to the classroom. These are things that good teachers go, whoa, 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 where's that been? It's like, well, the union hasn't been, we knew the union hadn't been looking out for kids, but the union, here's a real reality. They don't look out for good teachers either. The only thing they look out for is their bottom line. They want more money and more power so they can push their left-wing ideology. And now we see more and more teachers across the country waking up to that going, well, what am I doing in this union? I would love to see merit pay. I would love to see education get back to the basics. And so it's a very exciting time. But look, I think President Trump has about killed the teachers union. I mean, he has exposed them and shown the right vision for education. And so now parents are demanding the teachers union out of their schools and teachers are leaving it in droves.
Absolutely. I want to ask you about the effort by the Trump administration to bring education, the core values, the emphasis back to the parents on the local level and the state level. Education Secretary Linda McMahon is blazing up the highways of this country. What are you hearing from her as she's out visiting places across America?
Oh, yeah. I mean, they couldn't be doing a better job about here's what we're going to do. We're going to get the federal government out of the way, and then we're going to put in place a vision for education that frankly, look, everybody should get behind it. I mean, as I go out and talk around the state, I go, whether you're left, right, or center, getting back to the basics, understanding American history, using free market incentives in the classroom. These things should be universal. Now, look, the radical left hates them, right? And they've hijacked the Democrat Party. But when you just get folks with any common sense, they go, yeah, what's the problem with all this stuff? This sounds amazing. So President Trump has unified the American people behind a vision for education. We haven't seen that in decades. And then he's actually bringing it into fruition by saying, hey, states, here you go. We're going to move the federal government out of the way. We are going to empower you all to do these things. And states, Oklahoma, we're leading the way on. We're going to take that vision and we're going to make it happen for our kids, for our parents, for our schools. And so they are truly not only bringing the vision for states to be able to follow, but also giving us the mechanisms to do in that by getting the federal government out of the way and empowering states.
Impressive. Real quickly before we go, contemporaneous history will give us some lessons perhaps for young children. We've got socialists and communists trying to run for mayors in big cities. Is this a learning moment for young students and maybe their teachers?
It absolutely is. I mean, one of the things that used to just shock me as a teacher is I'd have kids come in and go, well, why wouldn't we try socialism or communism? I go, okay, guys, that's what we're going to talk about in this class. Those things have happened. I mean, if you don't remind kids about history, you see it repeating itself day in and day out. I think it's a great teachable moment. Guys, these ideas have consequences. We can go back to history and see what happened. And you have people today that act like this is some great idea that they just came up with. Absolutely not. History tells us what happens when you follow these woke ideologies.
Amazing. History is a very good teacher. Oklahoma State Superintendent, you are as well. Ryan Walters, thanks so much for being with us tonight.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it very much.
Absolutely. All right, coming up, everybody, Democrat candidates like Zohran Mamdani keep promising free stuff to their voter base, but where are they getting all the money for this supposed free stuff? We're going to get into that next.
Hey, folks, if you're a homeowner like me, you need to listen to this. In today's AI and cyber world, scammers are stealing home titles and your equity is their target. Here's how it works. Criminals forge your signature on one document, use a fake notary stamp, pay a small fee with your county, and boom, just like that, your home title has been transferred out of your name. And that's when the problems begin, because they start taking out loans using your equity and even sell your property. And you're not even going to find out it's happened until you get a collection or foreclosure notice months later. That's a nightmare, right? So when's the last time you checked on your home title? Well, if you're like me, the answer is never, right? You need to do something about that right now. That's why I've partnered with Home Title Lock, so you can find out today if you're already a victim. Use my promo code JTN at HometitleLock.com, and you'll get a free title history report and a free trial of their $1 million triple lock protection. That's 24/7 monitoring of your title, urgent alerts to any changes that might happen, and if fraud does happen, they'll spend up to $1 million to fix it. That's a good deal. Find out why I trust Home Title Lock. Go to HometitleLock.com and use the promo code JTN. That's HometitleLock.com, promo code JTN.
When the kids turn unholy, Harrelson's Own keeps my patience divine.
When work flies out of control, Harrelson's Own keeps me cool as a cucumber.
The device madness never ends. But Harrelson's Own keeps me zen.
Life can be chaotic, but Harrelson's Own CBD helps keep you calm through any storm.
Harrelson's Own consistently delivers your full mind and body homeostasis. It's an organic, full-spectrum CBD and a refreshing oral spray. Our nano-emulsified technology makes it completely water-soluble, so your body absorbs it immediately. You'll start to feel it in seconds, not 60 minutes. It just makes everything feel better.
And it helps me just take the edge off. It helps me relax. It helps me be there with my kids.
I swear I'm like a mental ninja. Like nothing can throw me off balance.
No matter how many things come at me, I'm like, boom, handled, next. I'm like crushing it all day long.
Well, some people take it for a release from stress. Some take it to get rid of pain. Others just take it for general well-being. For me, Brett Harrelson, it just makes everything about my day a little better.
Give your life a boost.
It's just the best you've ever felt in your natural state.
My happiness in a bottle is the best.
So to sum it all up, you're going to feel the benefits quickly, love the way it feels, and like the way it tastes. Pay a fair price, and you're going to thank us for it. We are so confident you're going to be satisfied that we back every bottle with a 60-day, 100% money-back guarantee. Give Harrelson's Own a try, from our family to yours. Go to ho.com to order Harrelson's Own now. Yep, it's that easy. Just our initials, ho.com.
Welcome back, everybody. Over the last couple decades, I've always turned to Open the Books as an incredible source for transparency about how your and my tax dollars are spent, both at the national, federal level and at the state level. And that's because it's been run by two extraordinary men. The late Adam Andrzejewski got it started, and today, the CEO and great investigator, I've known him for many years, John Hart, runs Open the Books, and we're glad to welcome him to the show. John, great to have you back.
Good to be back on, John. Happy to do it.
All right. So last time we had you on, we got depressed learning about how much money California lifeguards were making. But now I think we might get a little depressed about how much taxes may have to go up in the city of New York if Zoran Mandami's affordability agenda goes into them. In other words, it's a communist agenda where the government's going to pay and control everything. Tell us what you know. Does New York have deep enough pockets to pull off what he wants to do?
Well, I don't think anyone's pockets are deep enough, John, but let me just set the tone here. Open the Books, we're a first principles organization. Our mission is to speak truth to power, and we've known each other for a long time, and we're equal opportunity critics, is that, we're willing to go after Republicans if they're spending too much money, and the same is absolutely true with Democrats. So my critique of Zoran Mandami is not based on the color of his jersey, but what the data tells us. And John, the lesson from history, this important teaching moment, shows very, very clearly that the best way to make something expensive is for government to make it affordable. That, I believe, is the story that is shown in the data that we've collected at Open the Books, but it isn't just our data, it's really true throughout history. And let's look at a little lesson of over the past 20 years, when government has gotten involved in major sectors of the economy, like healthcare and education, there's no secret that the quality of the services has gone way up in terms of cost. So hospital services over the past 20 years, 200% increase in cost. Education and tuition, over 175% increase. Food and beverage has almost doubled. There's lots of subsidies for that in the ag sector. Housing has gone up 75%. Again, all of these things the government says are going to be more affordable have become more expensive. Meanwhile, areas that have not been overregulated or overly subsidized, like new cars, have gotten a little bit cheaper. Cell phone services has gotten about 50% cheaper. And a good one is televisions. When you go through Best Buy or any big store, it's amazing how much TV you can get for your dollar compared to 10 or 20 years ago. And where have the subsidies been for those new TVs? Well, there haven't been. And so the point is that the market and free people allocate scarce resources far more efficiently than government. So again, we have this teaching moment. We have a candidate in New York City, Zoran Mandani, who is pledging to make things affordable, but his real policy proposals is just more and more government subsidy and more top-down command and control governance. So he wants to make our sanctuary city, he actually wants to strengthen, in his words, New York City sanctuary city laws, which will make housing and all forms of services more expensive. He wants to restrict, and he's in the past he said he wants to defund the police. Well, that is going to make policing far more expensive. And he wants to do this by raising taxes in areas that he has described as richer and whiter. So that's the agenda that he's running on. And John, these are not new ideas in history. We've seen this play before. We saw it in the Soviet Union. We saw it during the Cold War. And sadly, I think this generation is going to have to relearn that lesson. So if I would give you an optimistic note, I think the lesson is going to lead to the same point, is that the best way to make something expensive is for government to make it affordable.
I don't know how targeting certain areas based on the color of most people's skin in that area is not overt racism by New Yorkers. But at any rate, I want to ask you about some of these things that are a part of his affordability agenda. A rent freeze, free buses, obviously the government-run grocery stores, $30 minimum wage. What happens when the city can no longer pay for this, or do you think that they will even get instituted to begin with?
Well, look, I think what's going to happen is if these policies actually go into effect, and I think some of them will, we're going to see an exodus that is already happening really accelerate. And so I give a lot of credit to my friends at ALEC, Jonathan Williams. They've done the rich states, poor states. We'd love to do a study called Rich Cities, Poor Cities. And I think it's going to lead to the same conclusion, is that when you overly tax, overly regulate certain states, but I guess true of cities as well, what you see is a declining tax base. And so you can try to increase taxes, but the problem with socialism, as Margaret Thatcher so aptly put it, is that eventually you run out of other people's money. So there won't be any taxpayers to tax to fund all these free grocery stores, free busing, free tuition, free childcare, and just the list goes on and on. Is that, again, these ideas of wanting to help lower income people comes from it's a very emotionally appealing, right? But it's counterfeit compassion. Everyone wants to see lower income people do better. But the way to do that is to allow bottom-up innovation, not use top-down command and control legislative proposals that are going to increase taxes and actually disproportionately hurt lower income people. In New York City, for example, the wait times for 911 calls have gone up dramatically because they haven't properly funded the police. Well, how does that make anything more affordable? It makes the cost of doing business more expensive. It creates untold human suffering. And so, again, we know how the story unfolds. And sadly, I think New York City, if he's elected, is going to have to relearn these lessons again.
Yeah, and we only got about 30 seconds. Well, give us an update just on where the city is before you even start spending this money. It's like $10 or $13 billion in debt, right? In the red?
Yeah, there's a huge shortfall of New York City's. I think it's 16 billion. So far in that city. And look, there's the other part of the story, just real quickly, is there. I wrote a book called The Debt Bomb with Tom Coburn. Okay, about the federal debt. But you have debt bombs all over, particularly blue states, where there's unfunded pension programs that when the bill comes due, it's going to have incredibly negative effects, again, on middle and lower income people disproportionately.
Yeah, it is a ticking time bomb, and it's much larger than people know. John Hart, everybody go check out the amazing work he does at Open the Books. Great to have you on, my friend. Thanks for joining us tonight. All right, $16 billion, Amanda. Yikes. Whoa, wow. And that's just one city. Wow, yeah, I wonder why we're in a debtor nation. Yep. All right, we're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, more and more parents are rethinking sending their children to expensive DEI-riddled Northeastern universities. Where are they going instead? They're going to reveal that answer next.
When surprise breakdowns happen, American Home Shield will be there to fix or replace parts of the systems and appliances you rely on every day. They help protect your time and money by connecting you with qualified pros and helping pay for covered repairs or replacements. AHS offers flexible and affordable plans for every home. Sign up today and get 50% off. Visit ahs.com or call 833-PLAN-AHS for this limited time offer.
How does the world's most trusted dog expert keep his own dog so healthy?
Hi, I am Cesar Milan. In my 20 years rehabilitating dogs, I've seen too many struggle with health problems that no amount of training could fix. Then I discovered it wasn't the dog, it was their food. Fortunately, I found veterinarian Dr. Marty's Anti-Kibble Breakthrough.
Nature's Blend is packed with whole foods that are freeze-dried, locking in nutrients.
I saw remarkable improvements in my dogs within weeks.
Try Dr. Marty risk-free for 90 days. Plus, get a free gift when you call or visit drmartypets.com/Caesar.
Selling your home shouldn't be expensive or stressful. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
Ideal Agent connected me with the best realtor in my market, and I saved $12,500 as a result of it, and I got more than my asking price.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide, there's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the Easy Well Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
After the COVID lockdowns and anti-Semitic violence on the rise and so many colleges pushing anti-American and DEI-driven agendas, families are rethinking where to send their kids. More and more Southern schools are taking the lead, replacing the once great Northeastern universities that used to be the gold standard for elite education, but have since gone off the rails. So joining us now to discuss that and much more is Campus Reform's editor-in-chief, Dr. Zachary Marshall. Dr. Marshall, thanks so much for being here.
Always great to be here.
Well, listen, as an SEC graduate, I am very happy to hear that Southern schools are moving into the fold as elite institutions across this country. Tell us about this shift.
Yeah, we're seeing Southern universities become the gold standard for what a good education is. And it's across, the South, it's across the tiers of university rankings too. So Clemson, Auburn, Emory, Vanderbilt, they're all getting more selective, all getting more prized. And that is because over the last 10 years especially, parents have realized that they are cheaper and more sane. They are better run institutions on the whole compared to Northeastern universities that went all in on ideology as the reason for being on campus, whereas Southern universities, and I say this as a professor at the University of Kentucky, Southern universities on the whole think more in terms of rational and logic of how to run an institution. They care more about what works best rather than what looks best or what feels best. And that is the core difference for why you have the BLM summer of 2020 COVID protocols and the anti-Semitism crisis that was in the Northeast particularly is driving high school students to Southern universities.
Amazing. When I look at it, it's hard to underestimate how important just a common sense governance structure, just good leadership, just common sense. I think of Amanda and Auburn and SEC, and common sense is the first thing I think of. And in the Midwest and particularly in the Northeast, it seems like common sense is out the window at the leadership level, at the governance level. Do you think the trustees of these universities are beginning to understand the liability that creates for them?
Absolutely, and I give 100% credit to the federal funding that the Trump administration is freezing. That has been the most effective tool we have seen to get the trustees to wake up, because trustees, by and large, are risk adverse and they are center left. They are not the same kind of leftists that are teaching at universities. These are business people, politicians, former politicians, minor celebrities, entrepreneurs who don't want to cause a ruckus. They don't want controversy and they don't want their names in the spotlight. But the investigations, the settlements, the freezing of federal funds are all bringing their names into spotlight and putting them under scrutiny. And that is what's making them force the administrations and the faculty to shape up, and why we've seen settlements at UPenn, at Brown, at Columbia. So while I don't think that Northeastern universities are irredeemably damage for the rest of the time. I think this is a generational shift, and it's going to take a generation for those elite universities to regain their footing and regain their reputation.
I want to ask you about the universities of Florida and North Carolina, their university systems. They have among the strongest track records of enforcing DEI bans. So they also were not allowing a lot of these protests to really percolate and get to the point where it was extreme and violent and riotous. Talk to us about the way that those administrators handled that, because I know that they had to have been getting pushback from a vocal minority.
They absolutely were. I mean, Ben Sasse, when he was president of the University of Florida, came out almost immediately and said, we're just not going to tolerate anti-Semitism on campus. We're not going to tolerate violent protests. That was significant in that it wasn't that big of a lift to say that, but he was also really the only president saying it at the time. And you had people at UPenn, Harvard, Columbia, and others in the Northeast all saying that it's context dependent whether or not that calling for genocide is anti-Semitism. So there was a moral clarity that you saw from the University of Florida system. There was another moral clarity from the UNC system as University of North Carolina got further and further away from DEI madness and reallocated those resources back to campus safety, which was compromised at Northeastern colleges during the anti-Semitism protests. So you have a group of students on campuses in the South at that time who were there because it was cheaper, the weather was nice, and they liked football, realizing that, a rational, logical approach to running universities also makes our quality of life much better than at Columbia or Harvard. And that is why we are seeing the universities down there get so much more prize, get so much more selective. Northeastern universities are going to tout their admissions rates, their acceptance rates, but they are increasingly dependent on foreign students to fill those gaps. Southern universities are growing in popularity among American students.
Common sense. This past spring gave us a really interesting look at students who weren't prepared for the world they were being unleashed in. There was one student, I think, who couldn't read getting out of college. There were others who said they weren't ready for the job world that they were in. What impact is that having on parents? And also, what impact is it having on the discussion to maybe, for some parents, to push their children toward trade schools? We've got about a minute left.
I think the left has pushed a lie for decades now that everyone needs to go to school and everyone is entitled or deserves to get a 4-year degree in gender studies. That is ridiculous. There is nothing shameful about hard work, and there is nothing ignoble about being an electrician or being a plumber. And we need to focus more on those core skills, and we really need to have a new generation of leaders and people in the economy who are productive contributors to our economy and to our society. We can't have so many Gen Zers showing up to job interviews with their parents, as Campus Reform just reported. We need a complete shift in our approach to education.
Yeah.
That is insane.
Because guess what? The more and more grids we have to build because of AI, the more and more construction workers and electricians we're going to need. Dr. Zachary Marshall, always a pleasure having you with us, Campus Reform's editor-in-chief. Everybody go check out their work. They do splendid, splendid work. All right, everybody, we've got some final thoughts for you coming up after this break.
Thinking about long-term care? Think AMAC. Rosemark Advisors, the financial division of AMAC, specializes in alternative solutions for long-term care planning. We help AMAC members prepare for future healthcare needs without compromising their retirement goals or financial security. But that's not all AMAC has to offer. AMAC is America's leading conservative advocacy and benefits organization. So when it comes to long-term care and so much more, think AMAC.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and in bookstores across the country. We'll even help you promote your book. That's right, we do all this for you. Biography, self-help, mystery, novels, sci-fi, even a children's book. No matter what genre, Page Publishing can bring your book to life. Call today for your free author submission kit and find out how you can be the next published author at Page Publishing.
Call for your free Writer's Guide, 800-319-0257. That's 800-319-0257, 800-319-0257, or scan the QR code now.
Hi, Chef Daniel Green here with Rice Robot, the 1, 2, 3 rice cooker. Watch, 1 add the white cup for rice, 2 add the blue cup for water, 3 click it and let Rice Robot perfectly cook it.
The secret is perfect cook technology for even cooking. Then Rice Robot senses when it's done, auto stops and keeps it warm to serve.
It won't burn, overcook or undercook, guaranteed.
Get the complete Rice Robot cooking system, all for just $39.99. Order now.
Welcome back to our final segment of the show. I want to start with Kilmar Abrego Garcia, the El Salvadorian man, the man who has been living in Maryland. He illegally. He denied that plea deal, so now he is subject to deportation again, possibly to Uganda. He doesn't want to go there. He's saying that he would be subject to persecution and abuse. Does MS-13, do they operate in Uganda?
I don't think so. No.
I don't think so either.
Well, right now he's got a friend as a judge. I mean, this judge keeps intervening and blocking things, but at some point it's going to get up to the next level, and Abrego Garcia is going to be in another country not called America, and the president will prevail on this. This guy has gotten so much attention for a guy who, well, we know what he did. We've chronicled it. It's this is the case that will shake out the president's authority for a long time to come.
Yep. And it's apparently the hill to die on for Democrats when it comes to saving this guy and keeping him here stateside. So that's an unfortunate banner to be hanging above your party. But also, an unfortunate banner to be hanging above your party is decrying gerrymandering when it's Republicans and defending redistricting when it's Democrats, while the Vice President, J.D. Vance, came out in support of what Texas did, their legislature, citing the fact that Democrats have gerrymandered their states for a very, very long time. In fact, I think there are at least 5 or 6 states that have 0 Republicans represented in Congress. And he stated that the GOP is only trying to make the situation a little bit more fair, which I think is positively true.
Yeah, they got to respond to the Justice Department letter that said that they were out of compliance, Texas is. So it isn't Texas's fault they started this. Here's what's going to happen. I think Texas will get approved by the Justice Department. I think the Justice Department will block the overt efforts by California and maybe some others because they're admitting what they're doing. They're admitting it's just revenge. Yeah. And revenge is not a grounds for mid-decade redistricting. So I bet you there'll be an injunction against the blue states, and the only one that'll get through, or one of the few that'll get through, will be Texas.
Yeah. All righty. Well, according to CNN, crime rates in Washington, D.C. for both property crimes and violent incidents have gone dramatically down following President Trump's deployment of federal police in the nation's capital. John, I am seeing them everywhere. I saw a whole fresh group of them this morning, and now they're armed, and I feel so unbelievably much safer. We now have this new spot that we are moving to very close to the White House. It's going to be wonderful.
It is. Yeah, no, it's a common sense approach to law and order, just a return to the way things used to be when you arrested bad guys and you kept them in prison and you didn't let them out just because you want to create a social experiment that might put your other fellow Americans at risk. And so it isn't rocket science, but it feels like rocket science because of the way the city's been run for so long. Something that is a little bit rocket sciencey. I just made up 2 bad words there. Over the weekend, the FDA announced that it is going to do real-time reporting on adverse events. We've had to wait 2 and 3 years to get adverse events for some of the vaccine reporting. RFK and the FDA Commissioner Makary, they're actually going to do it in real time. Now, that is, I can't even tell you, the government does nothing in real time. This is a really big deal, and they're calling it radical transparency, which was a term first coined on this show. Do you remember who did it?
Was that Doc Marshall?
Senator Ron Johnson.
Senator Ron Johnson.
We need it. Extreme or radical transparency is what he kept saying. Other people picking up on that. I think this is good for informed consent of medical. We should know. We should know in real time. We shouldn't have to wait 2 years.
Honestly, the government doing anything in real time is like Mach speed. You're breaking the sound barrier at that point compared to how government
the Trump administration, all of a sudden the velocity is fast. Yep. It's kind of in the moment of how everything's getting done.
Yep. All right. I'm going to finish up one thing, and then I want you to tease what you've got coming. President Trump signed an executive order today that would see the end of cashless bail. Furthermore, the executive order charges the Attorney General with identifying jurisdictions that still have cashless bail implementations and to withhold their federal funding. This happens in blue cities all across this country. I'm sick of it. The people of LA are sick of it when they see recidivistic offenders, and it's time for it to be done.
Common sense?
Common sense. Tease.
Oh, yeah. So you're not going to believe this, but while James Comey and his FBI were investigating Hillary Clinton's private email server, the FBI had its own private email problem. I'm going to tell people about it on Wednesday. Yeah, we got the documents today. Yep, it's hard to believe, and they knew it. And then when the authorities that were in power knew about it, they wouldn't let the FBI go get the emails and see what they were talking about.
John, how many times have we seen what a shrink would call psychological projection, where Democrats will sling something at President Trump or someone who is on the right side of the aisle when in fact they are doing it themselves? The FBI doing it at the same time as Hillary Clinton, and when it came to the documents, Joe Biden doing it, apparently John Bolton doing it.
Yeah, hypocrisy reigns supreme in this town, but I also think it was a strategy to get themselves out of trouble by get out in front, make the other guys look like the bad guys.
Look over here.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Well,
it worked for a while.
It did work for a while, and I think that's probably why they continued to do it, because they thought that, well, we're going to have our cronies, for lack of better terms, we're going to have our people in there, so we'll be protected. All right, everybody, we appreciate you joining us tonight, and we are going to be making the move to our new studio throughout the week, so you might see things a little bit differently. I think that maybe tomorrow night we're going to start over in a different studio already, but we'll see you then. Have a great night.
Yikes, leaky refrigerator coil card.
Oh no.
But your future is bright with an American Home Shield warranty to protect your covered home systems.
Don't worry, be warranty.
Selling your home shouldn't be expensive or stressful. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
Ideal Agent connected me with the best realtor in my market, and I saved $12,500 as a result of it, and I got more than my asking price.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide, there's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the Easy Well Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
The bathroom of your dreams is only a phone call away with BCI Bath and Shower. We can make your ordinary bath and shower extraordinary. This is not a cookie cutter design. This is a complete custom build that will fit your every need, and discounts for seniors and military.
Well, good evening, everyone. Welcome to Stinchfield. Listen, we got great news out of Washington, D.C. We're going on 10, 11 days. Not one murder in Washington, D.C. Why? Because President Trump's crime prevention program is working. What does the crime prevention program look like when you have conservatives and Law and Order Make America Great Again executives running the show? It looks like this. You arrest criminals, you put them in jail, you flood the zone with police, specifically D.C. Metro Police and federal agents. You scare the bejesus out of criminals, say if you even smell the wrong way, we're going to arrest you. And lo and behold, You've got situations like carjackings down 85%, violent murders down 42%. Excuse me, murders nothing after he take over. Violent robberies down 42, 45%. All the numbers are like this. President Trump talked about it in the Oval Office today.
There have been 0 murders. It sounds sort of terrible to say. It's embarrassing. I did this over the weekend. I'm making a speech, and I acted like I was so proud as I said, we've had 0 murders in the last week. And some of these people were from foreign countries. They said, that doesn't sound so good. And I said, well, it doesn't sound good, but Washington was the most dangerous place in this country. And now, you know what? It's probably the safest place in our country.
I think it is. And what President Trump has done, I want you to consider this. Look at the border, okay? It took him, I would say days, but if you want to give President Trump a little leeway, maybe a week or 2, and the border is completely under control. Now you see Washington, D.C. in 10 days, no murders, and all the crime stats literally plummeting in 10 days. Do you know we have blue cities across this country that are under the thumb of criminals? They're basically being run by the goons, thugs, and bruisers that take to the streets in cities like Chicago and L.A. In 10 days, you could have it all fixed. And you know what? Lives would be saved because of it. This is J.D. Vance.
And I didn't realize that this town averaged 1 murder every other day for the last 20, 30 years, which means that in 2 short weeks, the president and the team have saved 6 or 7 lives, people who would have been killed on the streets of D.C., who are now living, breathing, spending time with their families because the president had the willpower to say no more.
This, as you get dozens of shootings over the weekend in a city like Chicago, Illinois. Now, the nice thing about Washington, D.C. is it's under federal control. And I say nice thing when President Trump's in office, not such a great thing when you have Joe Biden in office and Democrats like Muriel Bowser running Washington, D.C., or Democrats like Mayor Johnson in Chicago. Nobody wants to do anything in these blue cities. So in D.C., you can send the troops in pretty easily. President Trump jokes about sending the troops in to Chicago. I actually don't even think it's a joke. I think he means it. And I think if President Trump can find a way to legally send the National Guard to D.C., I know he can flood the zone with his agents in D.C. I think he'll do it. Here's Trump again.
We may wait. We may or may not. We may just go in and do it. Probably what we should do. The problem is it's not nice when you go in and do it and somebody else is standing there saying, as we give great results, say, we don't want the military. They need help badly. Chicago desperately needs help.
You know who needs help? The people of Chicago need help. And people like the mayor of Chicago turn their back on them. You've got the governor of Chicago, of Illinois, turning its back on the people. The lieutenant governor of Illinois literally turning her back on the people of Chicago who need help so much. This is her, Lieutenant Governor Stratton.
We have invested millions, tens of millions of dollars into our communities for youth programs, for economic development, for violence prevention. We have the Peacekeepers programs in partnership with the city of Chicago where there's direct on the street intervention. It is not by sending armed militia. No one is asking for that.
Listen, I think the people of Chicago are most certainly asking for that. They want help, anything to stop the killing, stop the gunfiring, stop the looting, stop the robbery, stop the carjacking, stop the property crimes. Don't tell me the people of Chicago don't want it. Roll cut 9.
I don't live far from here. I could walk here from my own home. It's very jarring. This is becoming way too normal in this city. And while some of the stats are down, that doesn't matter when 2 people were killed next door to you.
The people are hungry for it, and yet Democrats are on such the wrong side of this as they are on the wrong side of everything. I mean, they sound crazy when they talk about this is a manufactured crisis and a mother, a father, a mother or father has to worry about their child coming home or not coming home is the biggest worry every time they leave the door. Because crime is so bad, you could have a 16-year-old murdered like that in these cities. Well, I want to bring in now a 30-year law enforcement professional, veteran officer, former police chief of the D.C. Capitol Police. I want to welcome Chief Stephen Sund to the program. Chief Sund, it's great to have you on the program.
Thank you very much for having me on. Besides Capitol Police, I was actually with the D.C. City Police for 25 years.
All right, so nobody knows this issue better than you, Chief. You're right there in the middle of it. Can you explain the outrage on behalf of Democrat, quote, leadership, Chuck Schumer and AOC and the rest of them screaming and yelling about this?
Yeah, it really makes no sense because they're not taking any consideration for the people's lives, their welfare into consideration. They're just not considering it. Schumer went on TV and said he feels safe walking in D.C. Well, of course he does. He has a protective detail. I guarantee you he's not walking southeast or east of the river where we're having some of these violent homicides. And you want to talk about the homicides, not one in 12 days. So we've gone over the 12-day mark. And you want to talk about carjackings. We had 497 carjackings in 2024. There's only been one that occurred right at the beginning of this initiative, and there has been one in approximately 11 days, 12 days. That's phenomenal. Those are great stats. It's showing it's working. So why Democrats aren't supporting this, I have no idea. They are definitely on the wrong side of this one.
All right. So D.C., like so many blue cities, has this no cash bail, no jail policies. They sail. This has been a big problem for not just D.C., but for many blue cities. President Trump is putting in place, he's got some executive orders saying, hey, we're going to do away with this, hold back some federal funds if you engage in these, quote, no cash bail policies. How much does that hurt the city of D.C. and other cities that engage in that behavior?
Putting that type of no cash bail in there, they've let out, and I was just looking at a post on X from the police union. They've let out almost every single juvenile that has been involved in a heinous crime since the Attorney General for Washington, D.C., Brian Schwab, has been in place. That's absurd. So when they're letting them just walk out, if there's no consequences, these people are going to go back and they're going to be recidivists. This is how you raise recidivists. If there's no consequences for your actions, you're just going to go out and do it again. So, when you have cashless bail, there's no consequences. There's no reason. There's really nothing, slapping this person on the wrist to prevent them from doing it again.
The gentleman you mentioned, this Brian Schwab, he's one of the prosecutors in D.C. It's amazing. You have people with drive-by shootings that are being arrested and being let out without forget about having to post bail. They're not even put in jail, which is what really should happen. Let me play a clip from Stephen Miller, one of President Trump's closest confidants, talking about the other controversy in here is rigging the system and the crime stats. Listen to this.
We've uncovered, in the process of uncovering, a massive scandal in Washington, D.C. with the doctoring of crime stats. And the Department of Justice, under the Attorney General, is leading the effort to uncover this. But when we ultimately share the results, it will stun you. The extent to which, even though D.C. had the worst crime in America, honestly measured, it dramatically understated how bad it was. There's even accusations that murders and homicides were reported as accidents instead of murders.
Chief, I'll let you respond to that.
Say people have to have confidence in the statistics they're being given. The problem with a lot of these crime statistics is they're way too subjective. You can have an officer show up, he can take a report for an ADW gun, and then a supervisor may show up and go, well, no, this is actually damage to property, which isn't a crime at all. That shouldn't be allowed to happen. They should take the subjectivity out of it. I'm aware of the investigation that's been going on within the DC police, but according to the union, this may be something even bigger than that. Again, people have to have faith in these crime statistics. If that's the case and they're underreporting crime, that's a major concern.
Yeah, it really is. I guess I'll ask you this last question. You ran a major department like the Capitol Police. When it gets to the point where the National Guard has to be called in, a police officer friend of mine said, what an embarrassment this is for the Washington Metro Police Department. And I said, it's not an embarrassment for the men and women working the line every day, the patrol officers and the detectives trying to do their job. But I do think it's an embarrassment for administration inside the D.C. Police Department, certainly for leadership at City Hall. Would you agree on that?
I will say it's an absolute embarrassment for the mayor and the city council. The police department has been allowed to get to a 50-year staffing low. That's not the police department. That's not your captains, your upper management. And it's definitely not the rank and file men and women. It's the city council and it's the mayor that has refused to allow the department to be staffed accordingly. The men and women that are out there on the street, they appreciate these resources. They need these resources. And it's sad when they're making arrests, there's community members that'll come out in downtown Washington, not east of the river, and start yelling police brutality, and these are Trump arrests, which shouldn't be happening. But the men and women appreciate the support, but the city council and the mayor has let the department just get way understaffed.
Yeah. Chief Sund, I appreciate you coming on. I know you're a real busy guy, but with your experience in Washington, D.C., it's a great honor to have you on the program, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anytime.
Absolutely. We'll get you back soon, I am sure. Look, we got to get it under control. And again, President Trump is making them look bad. It's not only embarrassing for the D.C. City Council, and I do think in some respects the D.C. police chief, who is doing the bidding, I'm sure, of the D.C. City Council, but this is embarrassing for every city across the country that suffers from these problems and tells the people we can't do anything about it, or we're spending money and nothing's happening, when the bottom line is you arrest the criminals, you keep them in prison, you go after the repeat offenders, and you prosecute every crime to the fullest extent that you can. Guess what? Crime starts to drop really fast. President Trump is proving that. All right, speaking of a heinous crime and just how out of touch Democrats are. Remember Harjinder Singh. This is the Indian illegal alien driving that truck on a highway in Florida, making an illegal U-turn, as you see right here on your screen. There is now a petition being offered up to go easy on him. You know how many signatures it has? Nearly 3 million. Nearly 3 million people have signed a petition on change.org to go easy on Harjinder Singh. Now, this man was here illegally. This crash never needed to happen. I'm not going to call it an accident because you made an illegal U-turn. It's a crash. Now, the other side to some of this, I am trying to figure out who the victims are. I know one is 30 years old, one is 34 years old, and one is 50-something years old. I know one's from Cocoa Beach, Florida. One is from Miami. But I have no names. And I don't know why we don't know anything about them. They didn't show up at the hearing, at least the victims' family members. 3 people dead at the hearing to keep Harjinder Singh in jail. My assumption now as I look at this, not that it matters, but those victims may be illegal aliens as well. It's the only reason I can figure out why no one has come forward to identify the victims. My question to all of you, does that change the narrative? To me, it doesn't. 3 people are still dead. Here illegally or not, you still have a right to live. You still go after this guy. They didn't need to die because Harjinder should have never been in the country. But will it change the coverage of all of this? Maybe that's why they're not releasing the names. Now, this is only speculation that they may be illegal, and I will also offer this up. It didn't appear the minivan, if we can play the video here, of the crash. It doesn't look like the minivan slows down at all. They did have some time to at least slam on the brakes or try to avoid. And it didn't seem that there was any of that happening. So it'll be interesting to see if they do a toxicology report on the victims as well, and were they here legally or illegally. Feel free to weigh in, Stinchfield1776 on my Instagram page. Shoot me a direct message there. I'd love to hear what you think. Were they here illegally? Does it change the narrative? All right, moving on now to the other illegal alien. Abrego Garcia, the Maryland man, gets deported to El Salvador. They bring him back. They let him go with an ankle monitor. Well, today he got arrested again, and he may be deported to Uganda. Why? Because he gave up a plea deal that would have sent him to Costa Rica. Now, why does he care if he pleads guilty to these crimes that he's faced with? If he's going to Costa Rica where he speaks English, he's not going to be allowed in the country again with the crime felony or without it. Instead, No deal. They may send him to Uganda. Well, he has about 48-hour reprieve right now as he files his writ of habeas corpus. A reprieve that we'll see. Will he get to stay? The media, everybody is going crazy on hoping they allow him to stay. This was Kilmar's lawyer's cut 15.
There was no need for them to take him into ICE detention. He was already on electronic monitoring from the U.S. Marshal Service and basically on house arrest. The only reason that they've chosen to take him into detention is to punish him. To punish him for exercising his constitutional rights. His constitutional right to fight back against being illegally deported to El Salvador.
Why wouldn't we punish him? He's a criminal. Of course we're out to punish him. But the left doesn't understand that. All right, I want to bring in now Real America's Voice border correspondent Ben Berkwam, who is now back on the border, as I understand it. Ben, welcome to the program.
Hey, thank you, Grant. Yes, and by the way, if I could just jump on that right now, he's a criminal. He's an illegal. He has no rights. He had no right to get sent back here. The only reason they sent him back here is because some woke leftist judge said that this MS-13 gang member didn't have to go. He could be deported, but he couldn't be deported back to El Salvador because he was afraid to go home. It's absolutely insane.
It really is, Ben. Boggles the mind, but yet they still fight for this guy. They fight for all the wrong people, which is odd to me. I know you've been down on the border. I see you're down right along the border wall, which will soon be painted black here, make it very hot so it's harder to get over. You interviewed Chief Stalkner, who's down in the San Diego area. I want to roll a piece of that interview because he explains what's been going on down there. Cut 24.
I believe that the American public does not recognize that there's a certain percentage of these individuals that are not here as good individuals, right? There's murderers, there's rapists, there's child molesters, there's individuals carrying weapons, there's individuals that are smuggling drugs into the United States. We're getting them off the streets. We're making America safer, we're making our community safer, and we're gonna be unapologetic in what we do.
Ben, like Abrego Garcia, here trafficking people, beating up his wife. I mean, I don't think the American people, at least many of them, don't understand it.
Yeah, well, and that's why President Trump has so much support for this. The only people that don't support this are lunatic leftists that hate this country. You have a contingent of our society that go around and protest this nation, that believe this nation is a terrible country and needs to be remade in their communist, globalist, godless, jihadist image. Pick one of those. Those are basically the enemies we're fighting now. And you've got warriors like that. And Chief Stalnaker, this guy used to be BORTAC. He's been in for 20 years, started in El Centro, has been all over the country. These warriors, they want to just be able to do their job. They put their country first. They put the citizens of this country first. And that's what they do. They are on the front lines to save this nation. And unfortunately, you have a contingent of Americans, and I wouldn't even call them Americans. You have a contingent of people that live in this country that don't want to see that happen. And it's really up to us, the law-abiding, God-fearing, America-loving Americans, to say we support Border Patrol, we support ICE, and it's time to deport every one of them, and especially the criminal.
Especially the criminal. Now, you've had an opportunity to take a little tour of some of the things that most Americans don't get to see. Let me play this clip of you with a Border Patrol agent taking you on one of these little tours. Watch this.
So this tunnel, it's pretty significant. It stretched almost a half a mile, was 50 feet underground. And I think the most important thing about this tunnel, it was discovered by Border Patrol agents, and it was discovered before it was completed, before it found its out in the United States. So we can say with 100% certainty that this tunnel wasn't used.
So it must be emphasized, these tunnels are used for volume, bulk smuggling of massive amounts of drugs. Massive. So just to give you kind of an estimate, 2013, we discovered a tunnel in there that had smuggled 34 tons of marijuana in 48 hours through one of these tunnels.
Ben, honestly, I'm surprised at how small the tunnels are.
Yeah. Yeah, what's really interesting is speaking, that's actually the Border Patrol, U.S. Border Patrol tunnel team. Lance is the leader of that, and these guys are heroes in America. A lot of people know them. A lot of people don't. They've been doing this since 2010. And just to give you an idea, that these tunnels started off, to your point, 6 feet tall, wide. You could fit, some of them almost fit a car through. Now they've gotten to the point like that one that we were just in was 3 feet tall and about 18 inches wide. I'm a fairly big guy. It was difficult to get down through it. And the tunnels, what they're saying is they keep getting smaller and smaller. Now, they all have rail systems in them. They all have lighting. They all have exhaust fans. But basically, all they need is that tunnel, especially as the loads have gotten smaller, especially fentanyl. You can ship a ton of fentanyl through one of these tunnels in a very small space. And they've realized it's harder to find. Border Patrol, it's harder for them to find them the smaller the tunnels are. They're using ground penetrating radar and a whole host of other technology. But when you're 50 feet or sometimes they're as much as 100 feet underground, the smaller that cavity is, the harder it is to find. But that one that Border Patrol was taking me up to first, we didn't actually get to go inside that one. It's already been sealed off. That tunnel wasn't even finished. That's one of 98 tunnels that Border Patrol has captured and sealed. They call them killing the tunnels. 98 tunnels just in the San Diego sector. And the expectation, now that the border is secure, these areas are secure. By the way, I got here, I'm just outside of Columbus, New Mexico, just to give you an idea how secure this is. I used to drive from here all the way to Santa Teresa Port of Entry, which is about 70 plus miles, never see a single Border Patrol agent. I got here today, within 5 minutes, I had a Border Patrol agent come up, lights on, saying, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" This is how it's supposed to be. It is locked down. But as that happens, the cartels are looking for other avenues, and one of those is going underneath. So that's why these guys are vigilant. Our Border Patrol are every way that the cartel tries to, obfuscate or go around our technology. These guys are there to stop them.
Be honest with me, Ben Bergquam. To the Border Patrol agent says, "Oh, you're Ben Bergquam. Carry on, sir."
He said, "Carry on." He said, "Carry on." Yes, sir.
Buddy, you're doing great work. I can't wait to see more of what you get this week. I know you'll be down there all week, and I hope you share it with us. Thank you, as always, Ben. We'll talk soon.
Yes, sir. My pleasure. Thanks, Grant.
All right, absolutely. Folks, I want to tell you, if you're stressed about back taxes, if you missed the April deadline, you got messy books, don't worry about it. The IRS is calling you. Here's what you do. You get with Tax Network USA. The IRS is cracking down hard on penalties. They add up fast, but Tax Network USA can help you. You'll have direct access to their powerful programs and people, expert negotiators, by the way, that will help you win with the IRS. Get your free consultation and see if you qualify to reduce what you owe or eliminate what you owe. They can also help protect you from wage garnishments and bank levies. So don't wait. Get with Tax Network USA /RAV, TNUSA.com/RAV. That's TNUSA /RAV. 800-905-8000. That's 800-905-8000. Again, TNUSA.com/RAV. All right, President Trump has signed an executive order targeting flag burners. I'll be intellectually honest here. Is this constitutional? The Supreme Court already said no. But President Trump makes some good points. We'll go through them both sides here next.
Fellow Americans, did you know a war is being waged right now for how you spend your hard-earned dollars? Over 100 countries worldwide are preparing to switch to a digital currency. Now, this means cash will be replaced by money governments can monitor and track. This tracking makes it possible to collect data from every purchase you make and the ability to decide what you can buy and when you can buy it. What's more, your assets can be frozen or even seized. I'm appalled at such an assault on financial privacy. My friends at Swiss America have a report called The Secret War on Cash with an action plan to protect your financial privacy. So please, call or text the number on your screen for a free copy. With the growing reality of a government-backed digital currency, the time to act is now. So call or text the number on your screen for your free Secret War report.
Selling your home shouldn't be expensive or stressful. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
Ideal Agent connected me with the best realtor in my market, and I saved $12,500 as a result of it, and I got more than my asking price.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide, there's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and in bookstores across the country. We'll even help you promote your book. That's right, we do all this for you. Biography, self-help, mystery, novels, sci-fi, even a children's book. No matter what genre, Page Publishing can bring your book to life. Call today for your free author submission kit and find out how you can be the next published author at Page Publishing.
Call for your free writer's guide, 800-319-0257. That's 800-319-0257, 800-319-0257, or scan the QR code now.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the Easy Well Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
Welcome back, everyone. If you're like me, I'm sure you believe that the American flag is sacred. It is one of the most important symbols of our nation besides the Constitution and the Bible. And it should be protected. But how do we get there when the Supreme Court twice has ruled it's constitutionally protected speech to burn the flag? I don't like that. I think we need a constitutional amendment to outlaw burning the flag. And I do believe that's what it would take. President Trump has offered up this, though. He signed an executive order saying you get a year in jail. Roll President Trump.
No early exits, no nothing. You get 1 year in jail. If you burn a flag, you get, and what it does is incite to riot. I hope they use that language, by the way. Did they?
Yeah, incitement.
Incite to riot. And you burn a flag, you get 1 year in jail. You don't get 10 years, you don't get 1 month. You get 1 year in jail, and it goes on your record.
All right, so this with an executive order. Now, I love the concept of it, and I like President Trump attempting it. But I'm not sure he has the ability to do this. I love the Constitution. You know that, so I'm always going to be true to it. This is what he wrote in his executive order, and he makes a decent argument here. Tear out 9, guys, for me, please. Throw that up on the screen. And it reads like this: notwithstanding the Supreme Court's ruling on the First Amendment protections, the court has never held that American flag desecration conducted in a manner that is likely to incite imminent lawless action or that is an action amounting to fighting words is constitutionally protected. Interesting argument. I would also say this: if you're burning a flag on the sidewalk, you should be instantly arrested for endangering the lives of the public. You can't just burn stuff on the sidewalk, but cops in blue cities don't arrest people for that. So what about the legalities of all of this? So, of course, when I have real serious constitutional questions, I go to my main man, Harvard Law professor emeritus and author of the book. Which book are we talking? He's got so many books. I want to bring in Alan Dershowitz, the great professor, author of the book Preventative State. Professor Dershowitz, thank you so much for coming on the program.
Well, thank you. And in the preventive state, I make the argument that the First Amendment doesn't protect incitement to immediate violence. For example, if somebody burned a Koran in front of a group of radical Muslims and there were Jews standing nearby and they incited the Muslims to attack the Jews, that would not be constitutionally protected. So if the burning of the flag incites, fits the definition of Brandenburg, immediate incitement, it can be punished. Also, you can't burn someone else's flag. You can't burn a flag in a place in which fire is prohibited. So what the president's executive order does, and it's perfectly constitutional, perfectly legal, It directs the Justice Department. He's entitled to do that. He's the chief law enforcement officer of the United States. He's the head of the executive branch. It says if somebody burns a flag in a manner that is not constitutionally protected, I want you to prosecute it and get them a year in prison. He's entitled to do that under the Constitution. And he says explicitly, if the First Amendment protects it, then there's nothing we can do short of a constitutional amendment.
All right, so this is not him making local law, because typically you think it's local police that are going to arrest these people. You're not going to have a federal agent on every street corner in the country. So the way you're describing it, it would have to be a federally prosecuted crime then in order for it to come from President Trump. Is that right, Professor?
Well, if it's in the District of Columbia, it could be federally prosecuted. If it's at a federal courthouse, it could be federally prosecuted. And many of the flag burnings are on federal property because people who burn the flags are often directing their advocacy toward the federal government. You know, what Justice Brennan, one of the most liberal justices in our history, once said, he said it publicly, he said it to me once too, so I can quote it directly. He said, if I ever saw somebody burning a flag, I would do two things. I would protect his constitutional right, and then I'd punch him in the mouth for his lack of patriotism. So, first of all, let's not make heroes out of flag burners. Flag burners are despicable people, just like people who would burn the Quran, who would burn the Torah, who would burn any other great symbol, are despicable people. Now, their rights may be constitutionally protected if they do it to their own Torah, their own Quran, their own flag. But once they step outside the bubble of constitutional protection, it is fair game to prosecute them. Put it another way, the fact they burn the flag doesn't insulate them from prosecution for violating other laws about burning things in public, taking other people's property, etc. So what the president did was simply instruct the Justice Department to cooperate with local law enforcement when that's proper, or with national law enforcement when that's proper, and apply the law to the limits that is applicable under the First Amendment. But he's not asking anybody to violate the First Amendment.
And here I'm not even playing devil's advocate, but I'm going to ask some serious questions because I'm always concerned about who's the decider. Who decides that this is an action that will incite violence? If I got Chuck Schumer deciding my speech on this program, I'm sure he's going to have a different say than many of the people watching. So I'm worried about that. And then there's social media. If you burn a flag in your backyard on social media and taunt great American patriots with it, would that count as inciting violence?
Well, I think the Supreme Court is going to have to reconsider the Brandenburg case in light of social media. For example, if a Jewish person, a radical Jewish person, were to burn a Quran on national on the internet, and that caused tremendous violence, even though he didn't burn it in front of anybody, I suspect the Supreme Court would reconsider Brandenburg and say that's enough to prosecute that person. So I think we're going to see a change in the law in light of social media, because a lot of the incitement, a lot of the worst anti-Semitic incitement occurs on social media. And so if you get a Muslim extremist who burns a Torah, a Jewish Torah, on television, and that results in Muslim radicals attacking a synagogue, I think the Supreme Court will say he could be prosecuted for that. So I think we're in a state of flux when it comes to the relationship between the First Amendment, the internet, and important symbols like the flag, the Torah, the Quran, etc. I think we're in a state of flux. Nobody can predict what the outcome would be.
It's interesting because, the left will say, oh, President Trump's so prolific with executive orders. But, the way he does when he wants to get cities to comply, he threatens holding back federal money from them, which I believe the president can do. Some of these others on the face, you say, oh, my God, look, he's just making law from the Oval Office. But you're explaining, which is so great why I have you on, Professor, is he's directing the Justice Department how to proceed. You made me feel a lot better about this executive order, and I would imagine the left will challenge it. I imagine it goes to the Supreme Court if they make it that far, and maybe that's a good thing.
It is a good thing, and I think the Supreme Court will have to reconsider its concept of immediate incitement in light of the way in which we know incitement now works with the internet. You don't have to be face-to-face with somebody to incite them. And there are cases along those lines. People have been arrested for inciting suicide over the internet, for inciting bullying. So I think we're going to see a change in the approach to incitement and free speech. Will it be good for freedom of speech? Will it be good for the First Amendment? Reasonable people could disagree about that. But the one thing that President Trump does all the time, he is the most provocative president in history. He provokes discussion. He would have been a great law professor. What I did for 50 years at Harvard was exactly what he's doing on a smaller scale. I always provoke discussion, get people talking. Then in the end, you can resolve it. But he's provoked discussion about universities, about museums, which is a very good thing because museums have turned into, many of them, left-wing propaganda mills. He's provoked discussion about the Kennedy Center and about the way the arts are used. Again, we don't know what the answers will be, but I'm very glad these discussions are taking place. And so thank you, President Trump, for being a great teacher, a teacher like Socrates who provokes discussion. Now, Socrates didn't end up all that well, and I think President Trump will end up better than Socrates, but he is using the Socratic method. That is, he's provoking in order to get discussion going, and these discussions have been very healthy for democracy.
Hey, the one thing I believe a difference between conservatives and liberals today, we are fully willing to have discussions and argue them in a reasonable way. The left doesn't like to do that. They want their way or the highway, and I'm with you on all of this. Professor, that's a great conversation, and I appreciate you coming on today, as always.
I need to say one thing. It's not liberals. I'm a liberal. It's radicals. Liberals and conservatives are the
You're not a liberal anymore, Professor.
What I hate are the radicals on both sides. So if liberals and conservatives get together and talk, I think we can talk very rationally.
All right. I would say the old-fashioned Texas Democrat, maybe I'd put you in that, but you're not one of today's liberals, Professor. You know I always tell you that. I know maybe you wish you were, but you're becoming more and more conservative radical like me, a right-wing extremist, Professor. I'm teasing you. Thank you for coming on.
Always good talk. Thank you.
Absolutely. I love having him on, and it's fabulous. So, President Trump, way to go. This is a great executive order. My mind is now at ease. All right, coming up, gay marriage is now going before the Supreme Court. Is this good for conservatives right now? I'm a constitutionalist. I like the idea, but I don't know about the politics of it all. We'll talk about that next.
There's nothing worse than losing your dog before their time.
That's why I created Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, designed to help dogs with everything from digestive issues to itching, even moving better.
Nature's Blend works because it's freeze-dried. So instead of destroying the nutrients with high heat, they all get right into your dog's body.
Take it from a veterinarian with over 50 years of experience saving dogs' lives. I have never seen a food make this much impact on a dog's health.
For a limited time, get up to 54% off Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, plus a free gift with our special TV offer. Call or go to drmartypets.com/TV.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it, we bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5. It's an all-in-one product, so I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing, there's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor.
5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that, it's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 super hot steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 steam cleaning system, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 steam mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the garment and upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click right now.
What do you do when your tire goes flat and there's no air anywhere? You reach for Bullseye Pro, the smarter, faster, hands-free way to fill it up with air. Bullseye Pro is equipped with a rechargeable power plant, smart pressure sensor, and custom nozzles. It's like the power of an air compressor in the palm of your hand. Get your complete Bullseye Pro inflation system for just $79.99 and get free shipping. Plus, we'll give you a 50% discount on a second one. Order now.
Well, folks, the Supreme Court made it legal to get married if you are gay. Well, that now is being challenged by Kim Davis. You remember her. She was the Kentucky clerk who refused to give a marriage license to a gay couple. Well, she was fined $360,000, including the legal fees for those that went after her. She wants those fines overturned, and she's asking the Supreme Court to overturn its decision that legalized gay marriage. I'll be honest with you. I'm a little concerned about the politics of this very sensitive election coming up, what happens. But let's be clear. Nothing happened virtually in Roe v. Wade, and I don't know. We'll see what happens. But what are the merits of this case? I want to bring in now to discuss Liberty Counsel founder and chairman, lead counsel for Kim Davis, Matt Staver is with us. Matt, welcome to the program.
Thank you. Good to be with you.
All right. So overturning this decision of the Supreme Court is the ultimate goal. What are the legal arguments that you could now present to the Supreme Court that would get them to change their mind?
Well, we have two main issues before the United States Supreme Court. This case has been going on for 10 years, since 2015. It just so happens that it now makes its way to the United States Supreme Court. So we'll know sometime late October, early November, the court's decision whether to take it. But the two issues are, number one, Kim Davis should have the First Amendment free exercise of religion as an absolute defense in her case. She asked for an accommodation, and frankly, she got it as early as September, after this whole case began in July. And she also got it then by executive order with the new governor, Matt Bevins, and then by a unanimously passed statute that was passed in April of 2016. So it was a very simple fix. Take her name off the license. That's all she requested. That's number one. Number two is Obergefell should be overturned. And we need 4 justices to take the case, obviously 5 to win. We have 3 justices who were very strong dissenters in the 2015 Obergefell, and that includes the Chief Justice, John Roberts. He used a term called 5 lawyers. He called them 5 lawyers, imposed their own will, not a legal judgment, had nothing to do with the Constitution. And he only read one dissent from the bench during his entire term, and it's this one. He never read a dissent before. He never read a dissent after. He read his dissent from the bench to show his absolute opposition to this opinion. So we have 3 of those justices, including Justice Thomas and Alito, and then, of course, the Chief. And then we also have other justices like Gorsuch, for example, and Dobbs, who said that when the Constitution is silent, as in the issue of abortion, the court ought to remain neutral. Well, the Constitution is silent as relates to marriage in general, and certainly same-sex marriage in particular. And therefore, the court ought to remain neutral, and it ought to go back to the states as it was before June 26, 2015. Right. That's
so
what
the
we're
argument,
arguing at the high court.
The argument then is basically the Roe v. Wade argument, that is, it should be left up to the states. It's not the federal government's way to rule on it one way or the other. Let the states figure this out. Is that as simple as it gets?
That's as simple as it gets. And, you know, the Respect for Marriage Act that was passed a few years ago actually sort of grandfathers, if you will, in those people who have marriage licenses. So anyone who has a marriage license between 2 people of the same sex, they will not be affected by overturning this decision. What would happen is the same kind of thing that happened in Roe. Those states that have constitutional amendments, and over 30 do, that have never been repealed yet, and others have state laws that say marriage is the union of a man and a woman. Those laws would come back into effect. And those states then would be addressing whether or not going forward they want to make a change, just like in the area post-Dobbs with regards to abortion. It ought to go back to the states. Marriage has never been an issue for regulation at the high court level, and therefore it ought to go back to the states where it has been up until June 26, 2015.
Well, this all makes tremendous sense to me when you talk about it going back to a state level. The problem is the left will weaponize this and already are. You've got Hillary Clinton out there pounding the drum saying, oh, you're never going to get married again. The Supreme Court's going to overturn this. Go get married. Well, that's just not the case. If you live in a state that supports this, you'll be able to get married. If you live in a state like where I do, Texas, you're not going to be. But we're free to live in whatever state we want to live in America.
That's exactly right. It's going to be a states' rights issue, as it always has been. In fact, even before the Supreme Court opinion, one state may have a certain age requirement or a certain sanguinity requirement in terms of how close you can be related to someone before you are able to get married. So that was always a state-regulated issue, and this ought to be as well. And we survived pretty well before that, and certainly we even had one state like Massachusetts, even before Obergefell, through their state Supreme Judicial Court, go towards same-sex marriage. So it's going to be back to the individual states where it should be. And the fact of the matter is, this does exceptional damage to the Constitution to invent a right that doesn't exist. I mean, it is so far worse than even Roe versus Wade because it went far beyond the now discredited so-called substantive due process that was the basis of Roe, for which the Supreme Court overturned it. They didn't even pretend to use any kind of test. They just did it. And that's why Chief Justice John Roberts was so angry and he read his dissent from the bench.
Well, look, if you've already got him on your side, you got a pretty good chance of getting this through because he'd be one that I would think may waffle on something like this. So already moving through, I'll make a prediction. You got a slam dunk with getting Kim Davis her fines and legal fees back. This is an outrage. These people could have gotten married and just taken her name off the list. Everything was remedied. There's no reason that she should have to pay all of this money. Slam dunk. We'll see how it goes with the other. It'll be fascinating to watch this case move through. Please keep us posted, and I appreciate your insight and help with all of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Good to be with you.
All right. Absolutely, Matt Staver. All right. Coming up next, folks, all your health problems could be linked to the same issue. We'll talk about that next.
To avoid digital threats, just turn on NordVPN. Improve your protection against trackers, malicious websites, and malware-ridden downloads. Get the deal now.
Tired of the hassle and high costs of selling a home? We can help. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
We got the top dollar for our house and the lowest commission that I could have imagined. The house sold in 2 days. It was so exciting for us.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide. There's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you.
Call or scan for your free writer's guide today.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something in the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes, and as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real, it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is holy words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home. So we applied it to his under eye bags. And let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view. And now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, "Hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm. Please send me more." And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger. This is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
Welcome back, everyone. Imagine if all of your symptoms, all of your problems were connected to one thing. Watch this.
I had no sludge blood during my blood work. My hairdresser commented how soft my hair was. I have nails. I've been a nail biter. I had so much trauma as a kid. I've always been a nail. I have nails, and they're strong. This has been amazing. A life-changing everything.
Oh, so happy
Thank
for
you.
you.
Wow.
So happy for you. Way to go, rock star.
The joy on your face when you're sharing, I love.
Oh, I'm off my anxiety meds. So, and my therapist is like, "You don't need to come anymore." So I'm like, yeah. It's just been amazing.
So happy for you.
Right?
Well, it's all about intercellular hydration, getting hydrated at a cellular level. You know, when we talk about this, you know that I love to bring in my friend, John Jubilee, the founder of Energized Health. John, welcome to the show.
Hey, Grant, great to be here.
Well, it's great to see you, my friend. So everything connected, huh? Explain this.
Yeah, Grant, you know, how joyful is that? Here's a young woman dealing with anxiety for her whole life. She's dealing with sludge blood. She's on meds. She's going to a therapist. And all we did was helped her go to the root cause and reverse the dehydration that was in her cells, in her body. Her blood got healthy. Her mind got healthy. And imagine your therapist telling you, you don't even need to come anymore, and I'm canceling your prescription from here on out. You're that healthy. That's great news.
It really is. So I know you've got a master class at energizedhealth.com. That's energizedhealth.com. I urge people to go watch it. And this is a science-backed protocol. It's not just about pounding water, correct, John?
Well, this is completely, it's a scientific protocol. I wish we could just pound water. Wouldn't that be easy for all of us? But Grant, I think everybody that is watching this show right now, we've all been drinking more water for 10 years, and how's that working for us? We're still fatter than we've ever been. We're sicker than we've ever been. We're on more medication than we've ever been on in the history of the world, Grant. And people have been talking hydration for at least a decade. So it's not about hydration, guys. It's intracellular hydration. There is a scientific process to get the hydration in the cells, and that's what we've been teaching for 28 years. You've got to get it inside the cell. That is the game changer.
You know, I went through the protocol, changed my life, lost 15 pounds in 2 weeks, and I was already in pretty decent shape. Amazing. And real quick, if you can, because this is important for a lot of our viewers here. This is based in Christian principles as well. This is a mind, body, soul program. Real quick, John.
No, it really is. Listen, the definition of the word science is a search for the truth that is known. God is the author of all truth. Ultimately, he is the manufacturer. Jesus said, there'll be like a river of living water, a river of living water. All of our science is based absolutely on that principle. Get that river of living water to push out all your inflammation, all your toxins, and transform your life.
Yeah, it's amazing stuff. Again, it helped me so much. John Jubilee, I'm going to tell people now how to find you and all the great folks at Energized Health. Super easy, folks. Go to energizedhealth.com. That's energizedhealth.com. While you're there, check out the masterclass where John and Chelsea Jubilee walk you through the science of intercellular hydration. Again, energizedhealth.com. discourse.com. And I'm not only promoter, I'm a customer. Isn't that how the old saying goes? It's very true. All right, folks, we are back in a flash with Soy Boy Zohan Ramdani.
Oh. Hey, did you find the manual?
Yes, of course I found it. No, I need that.
Summon Dale.
Who's Dale?
A real human.
I'm Dale. American Home Show now provides video chat with live repair experts for home fixes over the phone. Let's go fix that oven.
Okay, Dale.
I need my phone back.
Fix it over video chat with American Home Shield. Sign up today at ahs.com.
Don't you hate that dirty old hose? It kinks, splits, and it always leaks. And it's way too heavy to carry around. It's time to get the brand new Pocket Hose Copperhead. Just turn on the water and watch it grow to a full-size hose. Old-fashioned hoses get kinks and creases at the spigot, but the new Pocket Pivot swivels 360 degrees. Just connect to the spigot and watch it pivot. And when you turn off the water, away it goes, shrinking back to a pocket-size hose. And it makes it easy to carry and put away. Call or go online now to get the super light 25-foot Pocket Hose Copperhead today for only $29.99. Order right now and get our 10-pattern thumb drive spray nozzle free. Simply use your thumb to turn it on or off. There is a strict limit of 3 per order, so don't wait. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-956-8517 or visit getcopperhead.com. So call 1-800-956-8517 or visit getcopperhead.com. Order now.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the Easy Well Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
If they come for me, they can come for you.
I think it's a shame. I think it's a disgrace.
When former White House advisor Peter Navarro stood on principle, he never imagined it would land him behind bars.
They demanded that I break the law.
But he refused to betray Donald Trump or the Constitution and paid the price as a political prisoner. Locked inside a Miami federal prison, Peter found 2 lifelines, postcards of hope to his fiancée Bonnie Pixie Brenner, and a hidden multi-million-dollar prison scandal he's now exposing. Went to prison so you won't have to. Peter and Pixie share a riveting prison diary, a heartfelt love story, and a shocking look at injustice in America's prison system. Stand with Peter. Scan the QR code now or go to Amazon.com to order your copy.
I went to prison so you won't have to.
Welcome back, everyone. The man on your screen there, you can put audio up. You got to hear him yelling and screaming for Zohan Ramdani, the potential mayor of New York. He bench presses, they're saying 135, a 45-pound plate on each side. He can barely do it twice, folks. Barely. That's lame. Now, I'm not going to lie. Today at the gym, 2 45-pound plates on each side. And I rep that out 15 times, okay? 225, 15 times. Ramdani gets maybe 135 twice. That's going to do it for us. Stinchfield's Army rolls. See you tomorrow night.
Hey, Rav family and War Room Posse, mark your calendar. September 12th and 13th, the Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws Tour is coming to the America First Warehouse.
I have never seen anything like this.
2 unforgettable days filled with patriots, barbecue, and live shows straight from the most amazing place, the America First Warehouse. Get ready for a special guest to be announced, plus a 3-hour live episode of Studio 6B.
And we're just going to go do it.
On the 12th, Steve Bannon will host War Room Live at 5 p.m. And Steve will be back again on the 13th. Followed by 1 hour with Peter Navarro.
I went to prison so you won't have to.
You won't want to miss this. The Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws Tour. September 12th and 13th at the America First Warehouse. Save the date and scan the QR code now to let us know you're coming. Sounds funny in the evening. You're watching live from Studio 6B on Real America's Voice.
Oh, it is live from Studio 6B on Real America's Voice on a Monday, August 25th, brand new week. Glad you're in, everybody. Aaron, I like that hat you're wearing. It looks pretty cool.
Just when you thought she couldn't get cuter.
Yeah, it looks looking pretty good in a hat. So Aaron and Fran holding it down as always. Paul Nolan sitting right there with me. We're flying a kind of a duet here tonight. So
Feels like we should be talking about sports betting right now.
Yeah, this is where me and Paul started, sitting side by side talking about some sports. So glad to have you in on a Monday, brand new week. Want to thank all the boys, Aaron and Fran, of course, Harry on the Highway, Mark Serrano. I saw the chat. I was watching a little bit of the replay of Friday's show. People, I guess because we have new viewers to the show, Mark Serrano's been on the show before. It's not like he's new to the show. Mark's been on the show. Number one, he's done all of the special election night coverage and stuff that we've been a part of. He's always been a part of the panel. So Mark's not new to the show, but I think we had a lot of new viewers, and people love Mark, and he's great. And the show on Friday was great. I saw Vinnie Mac. I saw Harry on the Highway eating seemingly the whole show, but Harry was just here. I said, Harry, do you want to stay and do the show tonight and eat some more? And he said no. So, Mr. Nolan, how are you?
I'm good. I hear Serrano. I'm like, Serrano's got the discs.
Serrano's got the disc. Serrano's got the disc.
I'm good, man. I had Saturday night. I had my 39th high school reunion, and it's not like it's really a high school reunion, but
it's not the flex you think it is.
No, it's my buddy Johnny. He just makes sure everyone gets together now. He's been doing it 4 years in a row, and I got to see a friend I haven't seen since I'm 20, and we were like little kid buddies. And my mom would say, Mike is the nicest boy. He's the most well-mannered. He was the most well-mannered guy, but he had absolutely no self-control. And he's the exact same guy. I haven't seen him in 35 years. We had a riot seeing each other. He has great memory, from pogo sticks and bouncing around to, just drinking beer and getting into trouble in high school. He's just an all-time good guy, so it's nice. I haven't seen him in forever, so
well,
that's great.
Good.
Great weekend.
Good. And you went to a concert Friday, which was pretty cool, I heard.
Yeah, I saw Brantley Gilbert. Brantley Gilbert.
Yeah.
I keep saying his name
So in
backwards.
the end, what'd you think?
I got to be honest with you, it rocked.
Yeah.
I mean,
he's pretty heavy.
And I'm an old metalhead, and I love my Southern rock. Like, give me Allman Brothers, give me Warren Haynes and Government Mule, give me Tedeschi Truck. I like that heavier stuff. So, especially as a kid, I was a big metal guy. But they rocked. They were so much fun. It was so patriotic. Where he talked about how Hulk Hogan asked him to write a heavy song for him. That song was great. The crowd went haywire. The band was just all energy, running around like lunatics. It was a lot of fun.
Cool.
And by the way, the venue, Bald Hill, that place is perfect.
Yeah.
And the owner, what a gem. That guy couldn't have been more gracious to us, and the whole staff was fantastic. And they're fans of the show.
Yes, they are. And we appear on, of course, their radio station Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday nights. The great people at JVC Broadcasting and John Crocchiola can't do any better than them. And we're happy to be there Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday nights, which, of course, we will be this week as well. So good to hear. I want to thank all the guys for holding down the show last week. Obviously, I did Monday, Tuesday. Then I was out to move the old boy away, move the youngin' to
That's
college.
what I was going to ask you about. How'd that go?
Went great. It just went great. I mean, people have asked me. I did a stream this morning. People are asking me to stop crying. Nothing like that. Nothing. And it sounds weird, I know. Even from his mom and his sister, there was none. And people say, well, it's just heartless. No. It was just pure excitement, because when you look around as much as at least we did, and you see what's out there, and you kind of weigh all of those options, and you're thinking, oh, man, I don't know. I can't see him there. You just keep going through I don't know. Well, when we got there, it was just like, this is the place. It was just, there was no doubt about it. And it's just a first-class operation. They made move-in as enjoyable as anybody could ever make it. I mean, from the kids there waiting for you, from the times they had you scheduled to the way they unloaded, they did all the work for you.
Well,
you just pulled up in the car, and that was it. They didn't even want the drivers to get out of the cars because they had 100 upperclassmen waiting for you, and they all just took everything, and it was gone up to the room. You
it's a
didn't do anything.
Christian-based school, right?
Huh?
Christian-based school, so charity comes with that. That's impressive. But your kid is well-equipped. He's a stand-up guy. He's very mature. And when my kid first left, he didn't go off to college when he was 18. He went off to play junior hockey, and he lived he got in his own apartment, and him and a bunch of guys, they played hockey, and they traveled up and down the coast. So I didn't think he was really ready for college at the time. So that was a little different for me. When my daughters went to school, I knew my daughters were ready. Like they were so strong-willed, and they were so self-assured, and had good compasses morally. I didn't trip. I really didn't trip out at all. So it's I totally get where you're from.
I mean, we had some fun with it. Obviously, when we finally got him in and he was all settled and met people right away. And we left. When we left, we did have a kind of a moment of we went to get dinner and they sat us at a table for 4. And of course, there's only 3 of us now. So my daughter was like, all night looking at an empty chair.
How's she doing is the big question because they're super tight.
Yeah, no, but she's doing good. She's good. Everybody's good. It's just all nothing but excitement. And obviously, after talking to him after the first 2 nights, I text him, "What are you doing?" "Oh, I'm at the gym playing ball with the guy." It just couldn't be better.
Yeah, you're not going to hear from him for like 10 days.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but I heard from my kid the first 3 days he was away, and then it was like 17 days. I'm like, "Have you heard from our boy? What's going on?" And we're like,
yeah. So that's what I expect. But I'm happy for him. It just couldn't have gone any better. So, and it's just a first-class operation there. The campus is absolutely stunning. There's no nonsense going on. Like you said, it's just everything is centered around, they got the chapel right there in the middle of, they did a mass the other night with the kids for opening night.
Yeah,
it was
great.
just no nonsense compared to what else we saw around New York State, by the way, in the New York State schools.
Yeah.
No, thank you.
Yeah, one of my kids went to the communist-based New Pulse.
Yeah.
I mean, it's terrible. Like, when you get home, call your father comrade. He's no longer daddy.
That's your first class.
Yes. Thank God my kids, I was just like, play the game, get the grades, follow their story, but they're lying to you. Everything they tell you is a lie. Just get it right up for their test.
Yeah, just get the piece of paper. Oh, man. So anyways, 8 minutes past the hour, live from Studio 6B. So, wow, what was that opening commercial we ran there?
That was cool.
September 12th at the America First Warehouse. Who had credit to the guy who had the job of going through and finding me saying, "We're just going to go do it." How much footage did they have to watch to find me say that? I mean, I'd give that guy a raise. Holy cow. Man, oh man. What is it called? The Rogues? What's the name of that book? That's a great book, by the way. I saw a copy of it. That's one of the more beautiful books I've ever seen. Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws, Steve Bannon. And that book it's like a high gloss printed masterpiece of pictures. I'm sure the stories in there are great too, but my God, the pictures, they make Harry on the Highway look good. He's in there. He is.
That was an unprovoked attack on Harry. Right, Aaron, can we mic Aaron up with that laugh? Harry went out of his way to get
Have you seen the book, Aaron?
I have.
Oh, man, am I wrong?
No, it's gorgeous.
I mean, it's gorgeous. It's a gorgeous book. So they're taking it on the road, and Steve Bannon and some other guests are going to be coming to the America First Warehouse Friday and Saturday, September 12th and 13th. Steve will do his show from 5, I believe, to 5 to 7 show. Then we'll have an hour break to set for us, and then we'll do 8 to 11.
Whoa.
Oh, my God.
8 to 11.
What a night.
Everyone who wanted 3 hours, you're welcome.
Yeah. All of you who want 3 hours, you got it. One night only.
Right. And all of you who didn't, yours truly.
we'll try to keep you awake, Paul, an hour or 3.
No, I'll be fine. I'm gonna bring some. I might even put a little tequila in my coffee.
Well, you could put a little. Let me just say, I mean, the gifts just continue to roll in. And
by the way, we can't thank you guys
so nice.
enough.
I mean, I just can't even get over it. Today, and by the way, Harry had a great idea. Harry said I should be doing unboxing videos. What do you think of that, Aaron? What do you think of that?
That's a great idea.
Ask Aaron.
That's a great idea. I mean, I unbox all this stuff in private and then talk about it on the show, but why don't I do an unboxing video?
I can't believe we haven't thought of it sooner.
I know. I'll take the blame for that. I mean, as kind of the production guy, at least know something about it, very little, but I should have thought that too. We should set up a little table here in the studio and I could be doing unboxings.
Oh, yeah.
Of all the great stuff that this audience is sending. I mean, I just...
It's incredible.
So today's is from Scott and Teresa McCullum. And they're from Savannah, Georgia.
Oh, I love Savannah.
And first of all, they say, if any of you are ever in the Savannah area, reach out. We'd love to hang out, which I absolutely would if we were going to be there. But they sent this beautiful letter. Slick has joined us. Slickster, how are you?
I'm good, Big D.
I know you have a busy night, and you're going to be in and out here tonight.
Yes.
So welcome to the set.
Great to be back.
Slick, you have a beautiful Savannah Banana Yellow Wilson baseball.
Oh, we ran a story on them a couple of weeks ago, to Savannah Bananas. Remember the guy was doing the backflip on...
he made the backflip on that catch?
Yeah, he landed on his face. No, it was on a TV show.
Paul, give this to Slickster.
Nice.
I love the Savannah. I'd rather watch Savannah Banana baseball than regular baseball. And I was reminded of it as I tried to watch the Yankees-Red Sox last night. Just fell asleep. It was so boring. It's just brutal. And then they sent all of us these Go Banana, cooler, beer fuzz, whatever they're called. What are they called?
A koozie.
Yeah, koozies. Can coolers, they call them. Here we go. So Savannah Banana can coolers. And they sent us 6 Savannah, Georgia shot glasses. And they sent us 1 big, beautiful bottle of Savannah single malt whiskey.
You know what, David?
Oh,
we should drink that together and we'll do a segment at the end called, You Know What Your Problem Is.
Where do we start?
Yeah, where do we start? Where do we end, more importantly? So I want to thank them again, Teresa and Scott McCullum, for sending this beautiful package. Very nice. And they sent a beautiful picture of themselves as well. So, all right, live from Studio 6B. We'll get into the news, 13 past the hour, and we get back right after this.
No matter what you drive, there's only one guarantee. It's gonna break down.
I had a sensor light up on my dashboard.
There was a popping noise.
The last thing I remember is just the engine cut out.
Your next breakdown could be anytime, anywhere, whether you've got the money to fix it or not.
It was a thermostat, $2,600.
Seat sensor, $1,400.
But if you've got endurance, you could never pay out of pocket for a car repair again, no matter how much it cost them to cover it.
In my first year with Endurance, they covered a $14,000 engine replacement.
For Endurance to pay over $7,000 to have my vehicle repaired is phenomenal.
It was like almost a $6,000 job. If I didn't have Endurance, I would have had to pay for that or just trash the whole car and start again.
If your car's out of warranty, a transmission can easily cost you $4,000.
And an engine? Over $7,000, if you're lucky.
With Endurance, those parts are covered, plus hundreds more.
A bad camera unit, $800 to repair a bad wheel bearing, over $1,000. A new steering rack, close to $3,000. Endurance covered it fully.
From engines to water pumps, electronics to key fobs, Endurance has you covered.
Plus, you pick the mechanic you trust to do the work.
It's a totally seamless process going to any certified mechanic. They submit the claim directly to Endurance. They get paid, and I'm out the door.
You trust us to do the work, and we trust Endurance to pay us direct.
And the best part, your rate stays locked in no matter how many claims you file.
After I made my first claim to Endurance, I expected my rate to change, and it never did. I have no complaints.
Endurance has been trusted by millions of Americans for nearly 2 decades.
I've had 2 claims for over $4,600.
Less than 1 year after signing up, Endurance saved me over $7,000.
Whether you put 10,000 or 100,000 miles a year on your car, if it's under 20 years old, Endurance has you covered. Plus, your plan includes 24/7 roadside assistance anywhere in the country.
So if your ride breaks down, Endurance has your back. They'll jump your battery, tow, deliver gas, change a flat, unlock your car, and more.
Call now and we'll upgrade you to a full year of elite benefits free, a $2,000 value.
Endurance just gives me that peace of mind, so I do know that every time I'm on the road, I'm covered.
So, who's gonna pay for your next breakdown? You?
Or Endurance.
Endurance saves drivers thousands, and now you can save even more. Right now, you can get $300 off any plan, plus a year of elite benefits, a $2,000 value free, all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. But you have to act now.
Remember, out of warranty doesn't mean out of options. Call Endurance and see how much you can save.
Call 1-833-496-5095 for a free quote. That's 1-833-496-5095.
Ba-ba-da-da. 17 past the hour, live from Studio 6B. Let me just give a shout out, by the way, the other thing on moving my son into college, Mike Lindell. Man, oh man, that mattress topper made what looked like what was a college mattress that had probably, wouldn't have called it on the newer side. It did not look all that comfortable when we walked in. By the time we did the mattress topper and the mattress pad thing, and I think we bought 3 things, like a sealant to seal it off first, then the mattress thing, and then the topper on top. I called my son the next night. I said, "How was your sleep?" And he said, "Oh my God, it was fantastic."
That's awesome.
And the 2 pillows, although he said there's really only room for 1. But
it's like an army bunk.
His 2 big complaints so far, are there's not enough room for the 2 pillows, and they can't fit in the shower.
He's a giant.
He said that if I lean either way in the shower, my shoulders touch the wall.
I don't feel any sympathy for him.
I said, well, you'll have to just figure it out. So that's the way it goes. 18 past the hour, live from Studio 6B on a Monday, brand new week. If you missed our opening, we'll run it again during the show, September 12th and 13th. Big Rav exclusive at the America First Warehouse.
Wow.
Not only live from Studio 6B in our normal spot, 8 to 10, but an additional hour, 8 to 11 on Friday night. But Steve Bannon will be at the America First Warehouse as well on Friday the 12th and Saturday the 13th. He'll be doing his show 5 to 7. So, and there's going to be, my understanding is there's going to be like barbecue there, and it's just going to be, come on.
Off the chart.
I mean, come on. This is it. You're anywhere in the area, and you better RSVP, I would think, fairly quickly, because even though it's, I think, just free, there's going to be a limit. And I wouldn't be surprised if that limit is reached, tonight. So the QR code, maybe, Aaron, we can get a screenshot. Okay, thank you. How did I know? We'll get a screenshot up there with a QR code. If you're in the area and you're even thinking about that you want to be a part of this 2-day extravaganza with a bunch of special guests, not just, of course, not us. We're just whoever. But
nothing special about us.
For sure. Don't worry about us, but Steve Bannon and some others.
We're space filler.
Exactly.
Well, you want to RSVP fairly quickly. There you go.
I love Peter Navarro, too. Everyone knows I'm a big Bannon fan. So I'm looking forward to meeting him, to be honest with you.
Yeah. We'll see if we can get you. We'll get you a meet and greet, Paul.
Yeah, we'll get you maybe a little photo op, autograph a hat.
We'll see what we can do.
You kidding me? I'm bringing my resume.
Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws. By the way, it's a great book. If you haven't seen it, it's gorgeous. Harry on the Highway's in that book. So.
Oh, Harry.
So look, it's even a little nicer than your calendar. Not much, but a little nicer.
Really?
But I don't know about the new calendar.
We're going to top it this year.
Oh,
we got to start talking to our girl, and we got to do something.
All right, let's do some sports while we can, because Slick's got some things to do tonight during the show. 20 minutes past the hour. Sports is brought to you by Mike Lindell. LFS6B is the promo code to use. Slickster, what's going on?
Well, full disclosure, I have the NFL Fantasy Draft. I'm part of a group. I'm the 2-time defending champion, and I got to make sure I get my picks in, so I'm going to work my way in and out. I don't want to lose that title, so I got to do the best I can. You figure the sports guy should know something in the group that I'm with that I win, so it was good.
Would it kill Damon to mention about where the heck is our beloved Delgado?
Oh.
Well, he may be your beloved, but he's not my beloved.
Dearly beloved.
So I don't care where he is. I'm just kidding. Where is Delgado tonight? I don't even know.
Last I saw, he was at a rodeo.
Isn't he up in the country with his lady friend?
Oh, is that what he is?
Is that where he is?
I think he's upstate.
Okay, he's upstate. He just told me
he was
he's
coming
off.
back already, but I guess not.
I mean, people think I know everything he's doing. I don't. He just said, hey, I'm not in tonight. Okay.
Well, I think Delgado actually headed for the high hills because my carnival was right across the street from where he lives, literally. And I think he wanted to get the heck out of there because we took over the whole town, cars all over the place. So I think he had the high. He's sending me all these funny. He's got this mutton thing. He's sending me the little horse. Slick Rick, there's your horse. He's funny. Delgado's probably stuck in a barrel somewhere, for the barrel racing. That's probably where he is.
Okay.
Yeah, the love we have for our.
Didn't he go to that Pink Pony Club thing?
Yes, he did.
Aha! Aaron's right on the money. Delgado's in the Pink Pony Club.
Yeah.
Yeah. Boy, I hope he's not watching. Anyway, and I'm sure he's not. So there we go. Big deal. Let's get to Major League Baseball scores. We'll start off with that. We haven't done that a bit. The pennant race is starting to heat up. I know you guys, Damon was just saying he's falling asleep during the game the other night, but.
Oh, God. It's just so boring.
Do you have a vested interest in the team at all?
No,
That's the problem.
Care. Red Sox, Yankees, whatever.
Yeah, I'm Cincinnati, so they're playing the Dodgers.
Your team's red hot.
They're red hot, but they lost a couple. They're one game away behind the Mets, so a half a game behind the Mets. So Frank the Tank, we're coming for his team. So he's
trust me, he knows. He's having 9 strokes a day.
Absolutely. Well, speaking of the Red Sox, Big D 4-3 over the Orioles right now, top of the 7th down in Baltimore. Marlins 1-0 over the Braves, bottom 7th. We got the Rays blanking the Guardians 5-0. Yet there's a rain delay in Cleveland. Must be some rain moving out from the west here. And the Yankees are up 2-0 in the Yankee Stadium. Yankees are playing good over the Nationals. That's the top of the 5th. End of 4. We got the Blue Jays 6-1 up in Toronto over the Twins there. Phillies beating the Mets 3-0, bottom of the 4th. Good for the Reds. Diamondbacks and Brewers, no score, bottom 3. Also, bottom 3, we have White Sox 3-0 over the Kansas City Royals. Pirates 1-0 over the St. Louis Cardinals, bottom of the 2nd there. Bottom of the 1st, Angels 1-0 over the Rangers. Padres are taking on the Mariners at 9:40. Tigers take on the Athletics at 10:05. And at 10:10, Slick Rick's going to have a late night on the East Coast. The Cincinnati Reds take on your Los Angeles Dodgers, one of the best teams in baseball. So that should be a lot of good fun. And if you ever doubt how popular sports is with the president, I love his stories. He's always outspoken. He's got a great sports story almost every day. And I love this one. You're going to love this one too. Trump says Roger Clemens should be in the Baseball Hall of Fame now. This is what he's worried about today. This is Dylan Gwynn of Breitbart. The Hall of Fame candidacy of MLB great Roger Clemens has just received a presidential endorsement. I played golf yesterday with the great Roger. Oh, he played golf. That's why. Played golf with the great Roger Clemens and his son, Casey. Roger Clemens was easily one of the few greatest pitchers of all time, winning 354 games, the Cy Young Award 7 times. That's a record. And second to Nolan Ryan in most strikeouts, and he should be in the Baseball Hall of Fame now, President Trump wrote on Truth Social. People think he took drugs, but nothing was proven. He never tested positive, and Roger, from the very beginning, totally denies it. He was just as great before those erroneous charges were leveled on him. That rumor has gone on for years, and there has been no evidence whatsoever that he was a druggie. Now, this is the president writing it. I love it. Trump stressed that he did not want to see Clemens end up in a situation like that of MLB hit king Pete Rose, who was reinstated after his death, unfortunately. This is going to be like Pete Rose, where after over 4,000 hits, they wouldn't put him in the Hall of Fame until I spoke to the commissioner, and he promised to do so. So you see, President was influential in the Pete Rose move there with them to get thrown. And he only opened it up when Pete died, and even then he said that Pete Rose only got into the mix because of his death, Trump wrote. We're not going to let that happen to the case of Roger Clemens. 354 wins. Put him in now in capital letters. He and his great family should not be forced to endure this stupidity any longer. Clemens, like you said, has 354 wins under his belt and 4,672 strikeouts, second all time. Yeah. So you got the hit king, most hits ever, Pete Rose, the great Pete Rose, I love him. And then you got Roger Clemens, second in strikeouts. And these guys aren't in Cooperstown. I'm glad it bothers the president as much as it bothers me.
How Pete Rose is not in the Hall of Fame is
criminal.
An absolute It's a joke. I mean, every game is brought to you by DraftKings, and they're hypocrites.
Every outfield wall, bet MGM, right?
It's like, I don't even want to hear it no more. The guy was so much better than everybody in his day.
He was epic, but I love when the president is outspoken about it. That's really what I love about this story. And yeah, Roger Clemens does deserve to get in there. So we'll see. President has a lot of influence in a lot of things. I have a feeling he's going to have a little leverage there with Manfredi. So we'll see. That's a wrap in sports, Big D.
All right, so Very Good Sports is brought to you by Mike Lindell. Lots of other sports to talk about. I don't want to step on Slick's toes, but I just want to say congratulations to Tommy Fleetwood. I mean, just couldn't happen to a nicer guy. My dad called it early in the day. He texted me. He said Fleetwood's going to come through and deliver today. I said that guy couldn't deliver if he was wearing a brown suit. But guess what? He was right, and I was wrong. Fleetwood did deliver, and he won the Tour Championship, first PGA Tour win after 163 starts. And he wins the FedEx Cup for $10 million, a cool $10 million he picks up as well. So he's dealt with a lot, Tommy Fleetwood. I mean, it's sports related. Just a couple times he was right on the doorstep and, fell apart. This time he got it done. So
good for him. Good for him.
All right, we're back with news right after this.
It's Christina again. Is your shower trying to tell you something? Is getting in and out of the bathtub becoming a safety concern? Are you worried about the cost of a bathroom remodel that could go on for weeks and weeks? Well, now you can have a gorgeous new bath or shower that's safer at a price you can afford with a one-day jacuzzi bath remodel. And now they're bringing you this special TV offer. We're waiving all installation costs and postponing all payments for up to 1 year. Jacuzzi bath remodel has a design you'll love at a price you can afford.
Literally, they came in the morning, did the demolition, and installed our bathtub in 1 day. I definitely wish we called jacuzzi a lot sooner.
Okay, so tell me, what are the 2 most common reasons people are calling jacuzzi bath remodel right now?
Well, maybe they're just tired of the old, worn-out eyesore of a bath. Often they have dated colors, tiles that might be cracking and fading, or impossible to clean grout. Christina, did you know that the average shower has up to 300 linear feet of grout?
Honestly, I had no idea.
Yeah, that's a whole lot of scrubbing. So that's definitely one of the reasons people call. And you'll love that the new bath or shower just rinses clean and resists mold and mildew. Now, another big reason people call is they've been feeling uneasy stepping over that tub to take a shower. And we're here to help with a safer, more stylish shower that you'll love and is custom designed for you.
Every time I stepped over my old bathtub, I worried I might fall. I don't have those fears anymore. Jacuzzi bath remodel gave me a gorgeous shower that's safe too.
It was done in the same day. We did not have to wait. It is amazing.
Time is running out to take advantage of this special offer. When you call right now, we're waiving all installation costs with our Christina Across America offer and no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Call now to schedule your free, no obligation in-home design consultation. You can create your new bath or shower customized just for you, installed in just 1 day from the most trusted name with Jacuzzi Bath Remodel. Call now.
It's never been easier. Get your free design consultation, schedule your 1-day installation, and start loving your new bath or shower right away.
You can go from this to this, and from this to this, or even from this to all this in just 1 day.
I did not like my bathroom before and was embarrassed by it.
Yes. This is unbelievable. It is stunning. I can't believe it.
Time is running out to take advantage of this special offer. When you call right now, we're waiving all installation costs with our Christina Across America offer and no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Call now to schedule your free, no obligation in-home design consultation. You can create your new bath or shower customized just for you, installed in just 1 day from the most trusted name with Jacuzzi Bath Remodel. Call now.
Hey, Rav family and War Room Posse, mark your calendar. September 12th and 13th, the Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws Tour is coming to the America First Warehouse.
I have never seen anything like this.
2 unforgettable days filled with patriots, barbecue, and live shows straight from the most amazing place, the America First Warehouse. Get ready for a special guest to be announced, plus a 3-hour live episode of Studio 6B.
And we're just going to go do it.
On the 12th, Steve Bannon will host War Room Live at 5 p.m. And Steve will be back again on the 13th. Woo! Followed by 1 hour with Peter Navarro.
I went to prison, so you won't have to.
You won't want to miss this. The Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws Tour. September 12th and 13th at the America First Warehouse. Save the date and scan the QR code now to let us know you're coming.
All right, 31 past the hour, live from Studio 6B. I would scan that QR code fast. Let us know you're coming, because I think even though the tickets are, free, there's going to be a limit to how many people they can put in there, and it's going to get reached quick. So if you're thinking about wanting to come out on the 12th and 13th, make sure you scan that QR code and let us know. I would suggest doing it tonight, because I would bet it's going to fill up, and it's going to fill up fast. So what a couple of days that'll be. Man, that'll be some fun, huh? 3 hours on Friday night at the warehouse, packed out. We'll talk to as many people in the audience like we always do, maybe even do a little more. All the guys will be there. Steve will be there. Peter Navarro will be there. And there's going to be some other guests there, which I'm not at liberty to divulge right now. But, man, it's going to be quite a night. So 12th and 13th of September, get your RSVP. That's all you got to do. It's not even tickets, just RSVP. Scan that QR code and RSVP right now. So
D, what happens if someone RSVPs and then they can't make it?
Well, I'm sure they're going to take more than they'll take more RSVPs than the allowed limit, but there's going to be a limit.
I got to believe Joe the Box, being the animal that he is, he'll bring in bleachers. He'll do everything in his power to rock that show.
Well, it's still going to be a limit.
Yeah.
The fire marshal is going to tell you what the limit is. So I think we know what the limit is. But so I would just RSVP now. Just don't take any chances of missing out if you want to be there. So, all right, let's do some news. There's a lot of it to talk about. I got a bunch of stuff to get to, but let's see what Paul Nolan's got. News is brought to you by our friends at EternalLifeCoin.com. Mr. Nolan, what's going on?
I want to start off in the well category.
Okay.
Here. So the new analysis by the Crime Prevention Research Center, which is a CPRC, this is from Just the News, found that the FBI has understated the number of times armed civilians have stopped an active shooter incident in the United States. Does that shock anybody?
Let's think of the years they may have done that. I would bet 2008 to 2016, 2020 to 2024. 1992 to 1996.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But it was this one here is from 2014 to 24. The FBI, according to the FBI, they said civilians stopped just 14 of 374 active shooter cases between those years of 14 and 24, which is a rate of 3.7%. But the CPRC, a nonprofit data watchdog on crime issues, said it uncovered 561 such events. And during that same period, with armed citizens stopping 202 of them, which is 36%. The CPRC also said the percentages jumped to 52.5% when excluding shootings that occurred in gun-free zones. So they fudge these numbers any which way they can to protect their narrative, to get your guns from you. So when someone takes away your First Amendment, you don't have this to protect it. So these people are sick. They'll take away every right you have if they could easily. Thank God for the forefathers in that Constitution. But just to wrap this up, according to the CPRC, the FBI's data is off, part because some of the civilian cases who intervened were listed as security guards, even when they were private citizen. They did everything in their power to lie to you. So I just want everyone to know that it's not guns that kill people. It's I do. No, I'm only kidding. Anyway, I'm just proud of this group here. Great job. And more lives that were constantly fed from the mainstream media.
And what's the pattern we're seeing here now? You have this report on that. You have President Trump today in the Oval Office engaging and bringing back up the crime numbers in D.C. Those have been fudged. We know that. Pam Bondi and the Department of Justice is looking into it. So just look at what's going on. and put, you don't have to be that smart to put together, why are these things happening? Why are these things happening? One of them, it's always to push some narrative that the Democrats or some political end that the Democrats are trying to push, whether it's guns in one respect or, crime and illegal aliens and sanctuary cities and all these other policies, climate nonsense that's going on in these big cities that's leading to the destruction of these cities. And then they fudge the numbers to say, well, no, it's not a problem. It's not a problem. We don't need you here. And I thought President Trump was very interesting today in the Oval Office, taking the questions and kind of, for me, it was almost a slight look into the decision making and the way he thinks things through. As he sits there and he says, I don't know, maybe we don't want to go in there, and I want them to want us there. And he turns to Pam Bondi and he kind of talks through it with her, and she's listening. And I thought it was pretty interesting, the president today in there talking about these sanctuary cities and that fat slob in Chicago and Illinois, the salad dodger, as Kevin Downey Jr. would call him, saying, well, we don't need you, stay out of here. And Trump almost today saying to a point, okay, if the people there want to take a look at what we're doing in D.C. and how we're going to clean it up, and they still want to live and vote at their own demise, well, okay, maybe we will. Maybe we will stay the hell out of there. Because if you don't want us there, but what Trump knows, and of course the fat governor knows as well, he just won't say it, is that the people do want them there. Even if the people who didn't vote for him will never say it, just like what I said about in D.C. The left-wing media can talk about how they don't want them there and how he's a dictator and how this and how that. When they all walk to their cars at night, or they all go to dinner in their little Four Seasons steak dinners, all of them, they're happy they can walk to their car and not have to be looking over their shoulder or holding their phone up to make sure there's no one behind them. Or have to go to dinner and get home before 9 o'clock at night.
Yeah, or stop in the middle of a road before you get to a red light because you don't want to be at the red light.
Yeah,
at the choke point.
Exactly. And it's the same thing for these citizens everywhere. And I remind you once again, I actually saw somebody, some left-wing lunatic on Twitter saying, "No, black families are not saying that they want more." And I thought to myself, well, Rudy Giuliani told me just the opposite on this show. He said of all the demographic groups, when I was the mayor, black mothers was the number one demographic group that came up to me and said, Mr. Mayor, we want more police, not less. We want more patrols, not less. We need less crime, not more. He was very clear about that. I'll never forget it when he told us that. And then I talked to the great Walter E. Williams about it as well. And so the president today was it was pretty in-depth about an hour and a half in the Oval Office today talking about fat Chris Christie and what he got away with Bridgegate, but more the thinking through of the crime in these cities and what they've done in D.C., what the numbers are. And just to bring this back full circle, they're fudging the numbers on crime in D.C. And now this story that Paul just started with, they're fudging the numbers on armed citizens stopping what could be, much worse situations than obviously they're already bad, most of these, where someone gets caught in one of these situations where they have to, but they could be worse if not for an armed citizen. Because usually what stops a bad guy with a gun is a good guy with a gun. So, but we know the real story here. Look at that. Look at the story in Scotland right now. Have you seen the story in Scotland of this girl?
No.
If I saw it correctly, it's a 14-year-old girl and her friend, and there was some immigrant who was following them or coming after them. The girl pulled a knife out. I guess she was obviously carrying it to protect herself because she's probably not the first time she's had this. And I think the story is, and I could be wrong. If I'm wrong, correct me, because I didn't read it. I just saw it in passing, that the girl now is under arrest.
Unbelievable. That
the 14-year-old is under arrest and charged for brandishing a knife in self-defense of some illegal alien who was there and chasing the girls down. She was there, I believe, with a friend. So it's just crazy.
And that's going all over England. You were seeing it all over England. We're seeing it all over Scotland. We're seeing it all over Ireland. We're seeing it all over France. You see women walking down the street with a pet pig now. People are walking around with pet dogs just because Muslims find them repulsive. Let's be real here. I mean, Muslim leadership, man, they encourage people to threaten people, and they have these gangs, and they get away with murder, they get away with rape, they get away with anything they want because everyone's so woke over there. Diversity is supposedly their strength. They're destroying their culture. It's crazy what's going on over there. And we saw it starting last year, where you saw that people are getting arrested in England for posting something on social media that hurts someone's feelings. Like, we're watching people now getting arrested. I got some clips, we'll do it in the next segment, but free speech is not negotiable to me. I don't care what you say. I'll fight to the death for your right to say it. Because nobody is the arbiter of free speech. Like when Alex Jones got wrecked and they took him off, his free speech was violated. That's on everybody. I don't care what the case is. You can say anything you want, and I don't care. I am not the arbiter of what you can like or dislike. And once a person, in my opinion, says, oh, I don't like what they're saying, that's got to be illegal, then everyone's going to do it. It destroys everything. There is either you're for free speech or you're not. Like, I have dedicated my life to Jesus Christ. Someone could come on and say, all hail Satan, and I hate that. I want to throw up at that. But I would fight to the death for their right to say it. And I have every right to dislike that person in any which way I want to. But to me, the only way to understand the real rules of free speech is if someone says, the more they speak, the more we know who they are. When we stifle people, then we don't know what they're really about. And to me, this whole notion that free speech is up to one group who's in control, no way, man. No, it can't be that way. It's either all free speech or no free speech. That's how that works. Because once somebody knocks down the first domino, it's over. So that's where I stand on that.
I think you're 100% right. It's well said. And we were just talking about this off air. What's going on in England and going on in these places, and these countries have been overrun.
Yeah, well, there's a Free Palestine rally, which I don't agree with. But this old people getting arrested, the median age of the arrests were 55 years old. There was a 90-year-old arrested. There was a blind man in a wheelchair arrested for just holding a sign, not even speaking. That's England. Who owns England? The Rothschilds, the central bankers, the same globalists who want one world government, the same people who run the UN, the same people who want collectivized global power. So it's coming anyway.
Well, the free speech thing is a good lead-in to the Supreme Court and President Trump's executive order today. So let's talk a little bit about that when we get back on flag burning. See where everybody stands on that. 43 past the hour, live from Studio 6B.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and in bookstores across the country. We'll even help you promote your book. That's right, we do all this for you. Biography, self-help, mystery, novels, sci-fi, even a children's book. No matter what genre, Page Publishing can bring your book to life. Call today for your free author submission kit and find out how you can be the next published author at Page Publishing.
Call for your free writer's guide, 800-319-0257. That's 800-319-0257, 800-319-0257, or scan the QR code now.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it, we bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5.
It's an all-in-one product. I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing. There's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor.
5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that, it's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 Super Hot Steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 steam cleaning system, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 steam mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the garment and upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click right now.
All right, 13 to the hour, live from Studio 6B. Paul Nolan's doing some news. Aaron and Fran holding it down. Delgado's off tonight. I don't know exactly what he's doing, but he's off tonight. Slick is here, but he's doing some business and sports and his whatever, so he'll be in and out. Lots of news to get to. Paul will do some more. Breaking news tonight, President Trump has fired Fed Governor Lisa Cook amid mortgage fraud allegations. This is from about 40 minutes ago. And the White House wrote a letter to Dr. Lisa Cook. She's one of the board of governors for the Federal Reserve. Pursuant to my authority under Article 2 of the Constitution of the United States and the Federal Reserve Act of 1913, as amended, you are hereby removed from your position on the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve effective immediately. The Federal Reserve Act provides that you may be removed at my discretion for cause. I have determined there is sufficient cause to remove you from your position. And this is in the reference to the criminal referral from August 15th from Bill Pulte, who's the director of Federal Housing Finance Agency, to the Attorney General. Believes that Ms. Cook may have made false statements on one or more mortgage agreements, for example. And then I'm not going to go through all the details, but that's breaking news tonight. President has fired Fed Governor Lisa Cook, and of course the Federal Reserve. We're in August. No meeting this month, but of course the Fed meets again next month. Jerome Powell obviously gave a speech last week. And the president would like to see obviously rates cut, and there's still some consternation on whether the Federal Reserve is going to do that. But as far as tonight goes, Trump has removed Fed Governor Lisa Cook. So it's a little bit of breaking news. Also breaking tonight, President Trump's going to hold a cabinet meeting tomorrow, 11 a.m. at the White House. So if you're around in the mornings, I'll be streaming whatever part of that they will do in front of the cameras. So 11 a.m., President Trump will hold a cabinet meeting tomorrow, 11 a.m. So I don't know if there's any breaking news on why they're doing that, if this was scheduled. But I'm seeing that. So I'll be streaming that tomorrow. Of course, follow us on all socials at LFS6B, at LFS6B, everywhere. So President Trump today obviously was, I felt like he was in front of the cameras almost 3 or 4 times today.
Yeah.
And the first time I was streaming this morning, President Trump was in the Oval signing executive orders on no cash bail, getting rid of it, at least in D.C., because he can. I think he'd like to get rid of it everywhere, and I think the Attorney General is going to have some more power from this executive order to maybe look at that. I'm not sure how exactly it'll work. But of course, as we know, what a disaster that has been in all of these cities. They all go together. All these things go hand in hand.
Oh, yeah.
And then the other executive order the president signed today was on burning the flag burning. And of course, the debate raged red hot on social media right away. And there was nothing but it was either black. You were either black or you were white. There was no in between. There was no thoughtful discussions about it. It's covered by the First Amendment. This is idiotic, or it's long past due. We have some of this, and let's fight it out. Kind of was the other side. And so, just for a little reference, because the Supreme Court has ruled on this, and if you're a fan of truly great giants of the conservative court, you're certainly a fan of Justice Scalia, who unfortunately passed away. But Justice Scalia was one that was did not side, if I remember this decision correctly, with the other conservatives when this was first debated back, I believe, in the 80s. So just as a little background here, in 1984, during the Republican National Convention in Dallas, Texas, Gregory Lee Johnson, a member of the Revolutionary Communist Youth Brigade, participated in a protest against the policies of the Reagan administration and certain Dallas-based corporations. The demonstration involved marching through the city, chanting political slogans, staging die-ins, quote-unquote, at corporate offices to symbolize the alleged victims of U.S. policies and other acts of protest. At one point, protesters removed an American flag from a flagpole outside a building, and it was handed to Johnson. Later, in front of Dallas City Hall, Johnson doused the flag in kerosene and set it on fire, while fellow protesters chanted phrases like, "America, the red, white, and blue, we spit on you." No one was physically injured or threatened during the incident, but several onlookers reported being deeply offended. Johnson was arrested and charged with violating Texas Penal Code 4209, which prohibited the desecration of a venerated object, including the American flag, in a manner likely to seriously offend others. This law was one of many state statutes at the time aimed at protecting the flag from intentional misuse. Then it goes through a little history. He was indicted for disorderly conduct, but the charge was dropped. He was tried and convicted in Dallas Criminal Court on December 13th, 1984 for flag desecration, receiving a sentence of 1 year in prison and a $2,000 fine. The Fifth Court of Appeals affirmed the conviction. That's the Fifth Court of Appeals of Texas, affirmed the conviction. However, the Texas Court of Criminal Appeals reversed it in 1988, ruling that Johnson's actions constituted symbolic speech protected by the First Amendment and did not constitute a breach of the peace under the circumstances. The state of Texas then petitioned the U.S. Supreme Court for review, and certiorari was granted. Oral arguments were heard March 21st, 1989. Decision announced on June 21st, 1989. The question before the court at the time was whether the desecration of the American flag through burning as a form of political protest constitutes expressive conduct protected by the First Amendment to the U.S. Constitution. More specifically, the court had to determine if Texas's flag desecration statute was constitutional when applied to suppress symbolic speech, and whether the state's interest in preserving the flag as a symbol of national unity or preventing breaches of peace justified the restriction. In a 5-4 decision, the Supreme Court reversed Johnson's conviction, holding that flag burning in the context of political protest is protected symbolic speech under the First Amendment. The majority ruled that the Texas statute as applied was an unconstitutional content-based restriction on expression. The government's interest in protecting the flag's symbolic value did not outweigh the individual's right to express dissenting views, even if offensive to others. And writing in the majority was Justice William Brennan Jr., joined by Justice Thurgood Marshall, Harry Blackmun, Antonin Scalia, and Anthony Kennedy. So Anton Scalia would be the name that would jump out there, Thurgood Marshall, as siding with the majority here. That yes, this was protected First Amendment. And that brings us, that's a little basis of what the Supreme Court ruled when this first came up. And so what I did is I took the president's executive order today. We don't have a lot of time left here to get into it. And I asked Grok to compare the president's order today, because most people who are commenting it haven't even read it. Have not read it. They're just black and white. They haven't read it. And I don't think most people actually read the Supreme Court decision in 1989 to see what they actually said. So I had Grok do the work and asked them to compare the president's executive order to the Supreme Court's ruling and what the court would think and what the differences are on President Trump's order today. And I'll tell you what it said when we get back.
Right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something in the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes, and as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real, it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is holy words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home. So we applied it to his under eye bags. And let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view. And now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, "Hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm. Please send me more." And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger, this is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered. family and War Room Posse. Mark your calendar. September 12th and 13th, the Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws Tour is coming to the America First Warehouse.
I have never seen anything like this.
2 unforgettable days filled with Patriots, barbecue, and live shows straight from the most amazing place, the America First Warehouse. Get ready for a special guest to be announced, plus a 3-hour live episode of Studio 6B.
And we're just going to go do it.
On the 12th, Steve Bannon will host War Room Live at 5 p.m. And Steve will be back again on the 13th. Woo! Followed by 1 hour with Peter Navarro.
I went to prison so you won't have to.
You won't want to miss this. The Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws Tour. September 12th and 13th at the America First Warehouse. Save the date and scan the QR code now to let us know you're coming.
Your television sounds funny in the evening. You're watching live from Studio 6B.
It is live from Studio 6B, Hour 2, Real America's Voice, 9 o'clock on the East Coast. Glad you're in, everybody. Paul Nolan's doing the news. Aaron and Fran holding it down. Slick may join us in Hour 2 to do some sports. Lots to talk about here in Hour 2, but I want to remind you again, September 12th and 13th, live at the America First Warehouse. Of course, September 12th is a Friday night, and we will be there as we normally are on Fridays. But this time, we're going to extend the show. Those of you who have asked for 3 hours, you're going to get it on September 12th. 8 to 11, special live from Studio 6B with some special guests who will be in the house. Real America's Voice, making a weekend of it, Friday and Saturday. Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws. Steve Bannon live at the warehouse on the 12th as well from 5 to 7. We'll take an hour break to reset and get ready for us at 8 to 11. And you never know who's going to join us on September 12th. And then on the 13th, Steve will be back with Peter Navarro and some other special guests, I believe, as well. So it's going to be a fantastic 2 days at the America First Warehouse. All you have to do is scan that QR code right now. And I mean right now, if you really want to come, because there's going to be a limit on how many people can get in there. And I mean, if I had a way to check right now, I'd check how many people have already. But I mean, if it goes past tonight or tomorrow, I'd be shocked. So if you want to be there, scan the QR code on your screen right there with your phone, and just RSVP. It's absolutely free. All you got to do is tell us, though, you want, reserve 2 spots for me, because there's only going to be a limited number of spots that can fit in there. If I remember election night, I think we were pretty close to it. About 400 or so. So scan the QR code and reply that you want to be there. Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws. Steve Bannon and the crew, and a special edition of Live from Studio 6B on Friday night. That's going to be a fun time. So, QR code is blocked. What? I mean, it's blocked. There you go. That ain't...
Yeah, the boxes on the network do block it, so we made a special one.
Okay, so there you go. We got you covered. So there's your QR code. It's not blocked. And so maybe leave that up for a second, Aaron, so people who want to get in, this is your chance to do it.
Make sure you tell them you're there for Studio 6B. You don't really care about the other big shots on the network.
Studio 8H will also get you in. Don't worry. Steve, that'll definitely get you in with Steve, because that's what he knows us as. So,
Studio 317.
4 minutes past the hour, live from Studio 6B. All right, so we were talking about the president's executive order on flag burning. So let's just start Hour 2 with a little flash poll. So those of you who fall on it's protected free speech, much as you hate it, let's go 1 in the chat. Put a 1. Those of you who are not, put on number 2. It doesn't matter what the reasons are. So if you believe it's protected under the First Amendment, free speech, as much as you hate it, as much as it's disgusting, put a 1. If you're not, put a 2. And we'll keep an eye on that and see what the numbers look like. But Paul, why don't you, before I dig into what some of the background and looking at what President Trump did today, where do you stand?
Well, obviously it's extremely nuanced. It's complicated.
Yeah.
What I don't like about it is this. For me, let's just start with point one. If you're in a country that's so free you can burn the flag, that means you're in the freest country ever. Now it's abhorrent. It really hurts. It twists my gut up because right away I think right to any guy in a foxhole breathing his last breath, knowing that he tried his best to protect our country, and he did it. So I mean, great. Now, the only people who would burn a flag are the sickest, most disgusting Americans. You don't even want to call them American. When they do it, now we know exactly who they are. Like if a Colin Kaepernick did it, if somebody in the public eye, somebody, your neighbor, now you know exactly who that loser is. So to me, I like it for that reason as well. So free, we're so free, you can do it. Now, the other thing is, think about this. The truth of the matter is, if you burn a pride flag, you're going to jail right now.
Mm-hmm. So, see, that's the thing.
So for me,
you even look at it the wrong way. Never mind burn it.
If you take it down in a school, you're a hate.
Guy in Iowa was charged 14 or 15 years for burning one, I believe.
Which to me is
2019. I think it was.
It was 2019. That to me is so beyond abhorrent. It's disgusting. This actually almost justifies that in its own way. So for me, having it both ways stinks. So I don't want someone from the left to end up getting control. Both you can't burn the American flag, you can't burn this, that, this, that, this, and next thing you know, there's no line in the sand. I think someone made a good point though in here as well for the other side that if you burn down a monument, or you desecrate a monument, that's.
Trump talked about it today. So as soon as I put 10 years in jail, he said no one touched the monument.
Yeah, I mean it's a really fair point. This is so difficult for me because I find this to be so painful to see it. Like anybody burning the flag, it truly is like you want to run up to him and hit him with a bat.
Yeah, I think it's also very nuanced, and I think you have to actually look at what President Trump put out there today. So let me just give you a summary of the executive order today, which aims to, quote, restore respect and sanctity to the American flag, unquote, by combating its desecration. It describes flag desecration, burning, as, quote, uniquely offensive and provocative, potentially. Now, this is where the nuance is very important in what the president did today. Uniquely offensive and provocative, potentially inciting violence, and a symbol of contempt for the nation. And it does reference Texas v. Johnson, the Supreme Court from 1989. It notes the Supreme Court has not protected desecration that amounts to, quote, fighting words or incites imminent lawless action. Some of the key provisions include directing the Attorney General to prioritize enforcement of content-neutral federal laws, in other words, violent crimes, hate crimes, property damage, when flag desecration is involved while causing harm unrelated to expression. So again, you have to get into the details of the angle that they're trying to take here to get the outcome that they want. Referring cases to state local authorities for violations of laws like open burning restrictions or disorderly conduct. Instructing the AG to, quote, vigorously prosecute such acts and pursue litigation to clarify the scope of the First Amendment exceptions. For foreign nationals, directing agencies to deny visas, revoke immigration benefits, or seek removal if they engage in flag desecration under circumstances allowing such actions. The executive order emphasizes implementation, quote, consistent with the First Amendment, and includes severability and general provisions. And then we did a comparison between the Texas v. Johnson 1989 and then the executive order signed today by the president. And just to run through a couple of them for you, the core issue in Texas v. Johnson was whether flag burning as political protest is protected under the First Amendment. The executive order today is how to enforce laws against flag desecration without directly prohibiting protected speech, focusing on exceptions and neutral laws. Obviously, Texas v. Johnson is the precedent, but when you look at acknowledgement of precedent for today's executive order, explicitly references Johnson, claiming it leaves room for prosecuting desecration that incites imminent lawless action or constitutes fighting words. Approach to regulation. Johnson, 89, struck down a content-based state law prohibiting desecration to preserve the flag's symbolic value or prevent offense breaches of peace. Today's executive order avoids a new outright ban. Instead, prioritizes enforcement of existing content-neutral laws, e.g. fire codes, property crimes, when desecration occurs, and encourages litigation to test the exceptions. So, at the end, it says, based on precedent, the Supreme Court, looking at today's executive order, would probably see some skepticism, potentially finding parts of it unconstitutional if challenged, though outcomes could depend on case specifics and the court's composition. Well, we know the court's composition now. The court has consistently protected flag burning as core political speech since Johnson and Eichmann, rejecting efforts to criminalize it absent imminent harm. So,
the problem is it's so hateful, it's so disgusting, but does it really open the door for more free speech to be eroded or any action that is considered free speech? That to me is the concern. Like, what was this woman's name? Valentina Gomez today? I think it was today. She took a flamethrower to the Quran. Well, let's see how the leftists react to this. So to me, I find that to be where do they draw the line? What if they make that illegal next? And then they use the flag as precedence? Because the left will overstep their boundaries and make it laws, and they'll end up enforcing them more than the right will enforce against the lunatic lefts. Lefties, whatever you want to call them, the communists will burn the flag. For me, man, if you see someone doing it, just dox them. Everybody dox them. Make that a thing that everybody does on in the MAGA movement. Put it everywhere. I just I don't know. I think it's a slippery slope, and as much as it makes me sick to my stomach talking about it, I don't know, man. I just feel like somebody with more power than us will take advantage of it.
Let me give you a quote here, and then I'll tell you who the quote's from after I'm done reading it. You should be in no doubt that patriotic conservative that I am, I detest the burning of the nation's flag. And if I were a king, I would make it a crime. But as I understand the First Amendment, it guarantees the right to express contempt for the government, the Congress, the Supreme Court, even the nation and the nation's flag.
Rush Limbaugh?
No, Justice Anton Scalia. And there is no...
That's a good point.
There is no bigger conservative giant that has ever been on the court than Justice Scalia, as we all know. And that's where he fell on it back then. So, all right, 13 past the hour, live from Studio 6B. We're back right after this.
Thinking about Social Security? Think AMAC. The AMAC Foundation takes the confusion and stress out of understanding Social Security's thousands of rules and regulations. Our nationally accredited advisors offer a personal touch that is unmatched. But that's not all AMAC has to offer. AMAC is America's leading conservative advocacy and benefits organization, guided by the principles of faith, family, and freedom. So when it comes to Social Security and so much more, think AMAC.
How does the world's most trusted dog expert keep his own dog so healthy?
Hi, I am Cesar Milan. In my 20 years rehabilitating dogs, I've seen too many struggle with health problems that no amount of training could fix. Then I discovered it wasn't the dog, it was their food. Fortunately, I found veterinarian Dr. Marty's Anti-Kibble Breakthrough.
Nature's Blend is packed with whole foods that are freeze-dried, locking in nutrients.
I saw remarkable improvements in my dogs within weeks.
Try Dr. Marty risk-free for 90 days. Plus, get a free gift when you call or visit drmartypets.com/Caesar.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it, we bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5.
It's an all-in-one product. I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing, there's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor.
5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that, it's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 Super Hot Steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 steam cleaning system, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 steam mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the garment and upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click right now.
All right, sound like the blues, 17 past the hour. If you're stressed out about back taxes, maybe you missed the April deadline or your books are a mess, don't wait. The IRS is cracking down. Penalties add up fast. 5% a month, up to 25% just for not filing, but there is help. Tax Network USA can take the burden off your shoulders and stop the spiral before it gets worse. They've helped thousands of Americans, whether you're an employee or a small business owner. If you haven't filed in years, messy books, they've seen it all, no problem. They know exactly how to clean it up. With direct access to powerful IRS programs and expert negotiators on your side, Tax Network USA knows how to win. You get a free consultation if you qualify. They may even be able to reduce or eliminate what you owe. More importantly, they'll help protect you from wage garnishments or bank levies, so don't wait until the next IRS letter shows up. Call right now, 1-800-905-8000, 1-800-905-8000, or visit tnusa.com/RAV, R-A-V, tnusa.com/RAV. Talk to a real expert at Tax Network USA. Take the pressure off. Let Tax Network USA handle your tax issues. Call them right now, 1-800-905-8000, 1-800-905-8000, or visit tnusa.com/RAV. Well, is the continued divide between Trump and the Federal Reserve putting us behind the curve again? Man, markets have been blasted the last couple days. Can the Fed take the right action at the right time, or are we going to be looking at a potential economic slowdown? What does it mean for your savings? Well, consider diversifying with gold through our friends at the Birch Gold Group. For decades, gold has been viewed as a safe haven in times of economic stagnation, global uncertainty, and high inflation. Birch Gold makes it incredibly easy for you to diversify some of your savings into gold. If you have an IRA or 401k, you can convert that into a tax-sheltered IRA in physical gold. Or, here's a good idea, you could just buy some gold to keep it in your safe. First things first, though, get educated on gold and precious metals. Birch Gold can send you a free information kit. Just text the word America to the number 989898. Again, text America to 989898. Consider diversifying a portion of your savings into gold. That way, if the Fed can't stay ahead of the curve for the country, at least you can stay ahead for yourself. Our friends at Birch Gold, text America to 989898 for your free information kit and see if gold is right for you. All right, 19 past the hour, live from Studio 6B. We'll do some more news, but Slickster's back. Sports is brought to you by our friend Mike Lindell. LFS 6B is the promo code to use. We got a brand new live from Studio 6B, live at the America First Warehouse t-shirt that's coming.
Nice.
Hopefully it's going to be ready by September 1st, and that's going to be our giveaway for anybody who shops at MyPillow. You're going to get a free live from Studio 6B, live at the America First Warehouse t-shirt.
Beautiful.
If you use our code at any time from September, and we'll see how long we run it for. Maybe through the end of the year. I don't know. So we'll see. Slickster, how's your draft going?
My draft is going good. I mean, I picked up some good players. Of course, right before, I picked 7th. So right before I went, somebody would take my kicker. Somebody would take my next guy. So you know how the drafts go. When you pick 7, it's
who did you get for a running back? Do you have one yet?
Who did I get? Oh, I got a running back, yeah. I had to take Chase Brown. That was the best I could get from Cincinnati. He's a good runner, good player.
Okay.
I got Lamar Jackson as my quarterback.
Okay.
He's a good MVP candidate.
Could be good.
CeeDee Lamb, wide receiver.
That's terrible.
No, he wasn't. He was second highest on the board.
Well, he's a Cowboy.
He's a good player, yeah. Okay. So we'll see. And
Micah Parsons, where's he going to go? Oh, he's not.
No, he's not going to go. Well, he plays defense, and the defense isn't going to be that good this year. So I want to just real quick from the weekend from the Carnival. A couple of fans came out, viewers that came out to watch the show, came out to see me, meet me. It was very nice. Took a ride out from Long Island. So it was David and Emma came out on Saturday, stopped at the Carnival, said hello to Slick Rick at the Chamber Carnival.
Okay.
And then I had Kurt and Monica came out from Long Island, not too far from here. Love the show, both of them. Watch every night, and so thank you guys, really appreciate it. The view is really a lot of traction. We get a lot of folks in town.
I saw a couple pictures of your interactions with these guest viewers of the show.
Yeah,
they got a little different looking Slick Rick.
Well, yeah. Well, Slick Rick had to wear his T-shirt. I had to play. I got to be a team player, Big D. I am the leader, but I can't. People were disappointed. What do you want to walk around with? I had a nice blue top hat that would have matched this suit nice. I had that on Friday night.
Okay.
Blue jacket, but I got to be a team player. I can't drive around in sequins in 85-degree weather.
I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying that you were a little dressed down for Slick Rick. That's all.
I was. Well, I was out. It was hot. I was in the heat. I had to wear sunscreen. Got to play the game. Plus, your shoes get real dusty on that field, and I'm not into getting my shoes dusty.
Oh, yeah, we know that.
Okay,
yes.
yeah.
DeMarcos, look out.
All right. And I'm sorry for being preoccupied tonight. Worrying health update for wrestler attacked by Rampage Jackson's son.
How this kid's not arrested is beyond me.
How is he not in jail?
I have no idea, unless it's been happening tonight. I have no idea.
Unbelievable. Yeah, this is just coming on now. Warner Todd Houston and Breitbart reporting on this one. The wrestler who was severely beaten by UFC legend Quentin Rampage Jackson's son, Raja, is not doing as well in the hospital as previously reported. Is it Raja, right? Am I right, Raja?
Yep.
Yeah. Raja was reportedly invited to be part of a private amateur wrestling event in Sun Valley, California last weekend. But after he initially met his opponent in front of the cameras, the match went badly off track once Raja met the man in the ring. It seems that Raja was enraged when wrestler Stuart Psycho Stu Smith smashed the soda or beer can upside Raja's head in the pre-match meetup. And when the two got into the ring, Raja flew into rage, body slammed the wrestler, and began delivering more than 20 vicious haymakers to the man's head and face until he was unconscious. I don't have the video of this, Big D, but use your imagination here.
The video's repulsive.
Yes, I watched it.
It's repulsive.
Yeah. In the wake of the attack, Raja's UFC father claimed in a statement about the incident that he had to confirm that Smith was awake and stable in the hospital. However, that does not seem to be the case at all, according to the New York Post. The wrestler's brother has taken to his own social media to contradict Jackson's Sunny proclamation and instead noted that his brother is in stable but critical care. Thank you, everyone, for your prayers, concerns, and kind words for my brother Stu. Please continue to keep him in your prayers. And the hospitalized wrestler's brother said the hospitalized brother Andrew. Andrew also warned people not to donate money to the any GoFundMe at this time because the family has not set one up. So any GoFundMe pages are not legitimate. You got to watch that too today because you get these. That's really unbelievable after something like that. But obviously a lot of the other wrestlers are posting, of course, their love for him. And the promoter of the wrestling match Gone Wrong, Knock Pro blasted Jackson's attack in a post on Facebook, reading, "What happened was supposed to be planned and agreed upon. Wrestling spot turned into a selfish, irresponsible act of violence against Mr. Smith. This egregious act is reprehensible and never should have occurred." The organization added, in the 17 years of operation, Knock X Pro Wrestling Academy, there has never been anything as heinous take place such as this, and we apologize to our patrons and fans. So that's pretty crazy, Big Dig. Pretty crazy stuff all around. I don't know what's going to happen, but you're right. The guy should certainly be in jail at this point. No question. And
I don't think saying it's short of attempted murder is that much of a stretch. I mean, the guy could have been. I mean, he might still be. I mean, it was crazy.
Watch that video. He had no idea it was coming.
No idea.
He sneaks up on behind him, body slams him. Now the wrestler goes with it, thinking it's part of the shtick. Goes down, hits his head though, and so he basically body slammed him wrong. These guys know how to protect each other with their slams. They go to classes on how not to destroy each other's careers.
Exactly.
It's crazy.
Proceeds to beat him unmercifully. People didn't realize what was going on until a couple guys jumped him. He's lucky he didn't get pounded to death by the rest of the guys on there. Like, this is attempted murder.
Yes, and like I said, reprehensible, and they've never seen anything like it. It's absolutely incredible. Coming up in the next segment, I got a story about a man with the same name as Babe Ruth who was charged in a fraud case. I like that one.
Wow.
That's a wrap in sports, Big D. Winding down to the last minute. Back to you.
All right, so very good. We'll take a break, and then we'll do some more news of Paul Nolan. Talk about another controversial subject going on right now. Why are we allowing 600,000 Chinese nationals in to go to college here?
Oh, boy.
I have no idea. Maybe you do. Talk about it when we get back.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and in bookstores across the country. We'll even help you promote your book. That's right, we do all this for you. Biography, self-help, mystery, novels, sci-fi, even a children's book. No matter what genre, Page Publishing can bring your book to life. Call today for your free author submission kit and find out how you can be the next published author at Page Publishing.
Call for your free writer's guide, 800-319-0257. That's 800-319-0257, 800-319-0257, or scan the QR code now.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something in the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes in as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real, it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is holy words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home. So we applied it to his under eye bags. And let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view. And now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm. Please send me more. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger. This is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
Hey, Rav family and War Room Posse, mark your calendar. September 12th and 13th, the Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws Tour is coming to the America First Warehouse.
I have never seen anything like this.
2 unforgettable days filled with patriots, barbecue, and live shows straight from the most amazing place, the America First Warehouse. Get ready for a special guest to be announced, plus a 3-hour live episode of Studio 6B.
And we're just going to go do it.
On the 12th, Steve Bannon will host War Room Live at 5 p.m. And Steve will be back again on the 13th. Woo! Followed by 1 hour with Peter Navarro.
I went to prison, so you won't have to.
You won't want to miss this. The Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws Tour. September 12th and 13th at the America First Warehouse. Save the date and scan the QR code now to let us know you're coming.
All right, 30 minutes past the hour, live from Studio 6B on a Monday, August 25th, getting a brand new week started. Glad you're in. Slick's doing sports. Paul Nolan's going to do some news here in 1 second. Aaron and Fran holding it down as always. Again, if you haven't scanned the QR code to respond to the September 12th and 13th special at the America First Warehouse, your time is, well, the time to do it is right now. If you have any inkling that you want to be there, scan the QR code. We're looking into right now whether you're supposed to get some kind of confirmation, or I know it says something like "thank you for your response" or something, but I don't know if you're supposed to be getting a confirmation or not. We're going to look into that. But either way, you want to scan it and let us know if you're coming. If you have any ideas that you want to come, do it now, because there's only going to be a certain number of spots allowed, and once they're gone, maybe they'll take a couple extra just in case. But they're going to be gone. So if you want to see Steve Bannon live do War Room, you want to see us do 3 hours on Friday, September 12th, and then come back on the 13th, and there's going to be a barbecue, and there's all kinds of great stuff. You see all of us in person. Wear your LFS6B merch. I mean, come on. This is going to be knock down, drag them out. Slick's going to have a special suit that no one's ever seen before.
What? Oh, really? What's the budget for that?
I'll let you know after the show.
Okay.
So, but no, get your reservations in now. Now, get your reservations in now. So
yeah, we're all going to dress up nice, and Bannon's going to come in like sweatpants.
We're all going to dress like Slick. We're all going to dress like
Slick. Dress your best, boys. Come on.
All right, let's do some news. Paul Nolan's got it. News is brought to you by our friends at EternalLifeCoin.com. Eternal Lifecoin, you can check them out online, EternalLifeCoin.com. What's going on, Paul?
Well, I just wanted to start with, in the woke news department, rumors are swirling that the woke mob's going after Snoop Dogg, and that the Australian Football League may cancel his scheduled appearance because he went after Disney, and Disney's psychotic. They're just endless eroding of your children's values. So he saw a scene included in the movie Lightyear, lesbian mom scene. He wrote on his page or in his video that I didn't come here for this crap. And it looks like he's on
I didn't come here for this for shizzle.
Yeah, that's better.
Doesn't he introduce you at night? Big D for shizzle?
Not enough for my liking. He should do it more of it, but yes.
Every night.
Other news, Cracker Barrel admits they could have done a better job.
By the way, just before you move to Cracker Barrel, I hope Snoop doesn't cave. Because he got threatened from some guy in Australia. He's supposed to be there for something in Australia. Some, I don't know, soccer thing.
He doesn't need the money.
We're going to cancel him. I hope he says to tell him to go stick it.
Absolutely.
I really hope he stands up to that. So,
me too.
These are just the headlines of the stupidity of the world. So, as I said, Cracker Barrel is kind of admitting they might have blundered, but they're still doubling down on woke. Then in other stupidity news, Al Sharpton says Trump only threatening cities with black mayors. He's race dog whistling. I don't know if you saw that. He was on the Morning Joe.
Now, wait, before you get to that, did you guys talk about Cracker Barrel?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
What was your guys' take on this? Because I talked a little bit about it on this morning stream, because obviously it wasn't here last week. And my take was not as much of the woke DEI, the woke stuff ruining the company. I think if that's the case, it'll happen. But for me, it's just a terrible rebrand. Like, you hire a company and you spend however many, I mean, it looks like they hired me to do it.
Well,
and I charged them like $1,000. I mean, they probably spent millions.
You don't charge that little.
Yeah, but you're not a woke ultra-left sorority sister, named Karen. I mean, the woman they hired to
No, I saw her. I know.
I can't find the more tone-deaf goofball.
Well, yeah, but can you tell that already, the tone-deaf goofball, or that's going to take some time to ruin the whole company? But specifically the logo, the rebrand, it's not, for me, it's not about whether she's woke and how long it's going to take her to ruin the whole thing.
It.
Yeah, it just looks terrible.
It looks like it looks like the original before it got finished.
Right.
It just looked like it just was useless. At that point they might as well have changed the color. It was so bad.
It's like they had a poor Canva template.
Put it. Right.
And they should have went to ChatGPT. Can you rebrand this logo for us? It would have been 10 times better in a minute.
Jeez. I just didn't get it.
But to me, what they did to the interior of the place, and I heard the menu is now all soy and vegan.
Oh, really?
No, I'm only kidding.
No. Come on, Paul.
No, that's not true. It's a joke.
I mean, I keyed. I mean, I didn't think it was the greatest breakfast ever in the world anyways, but I did like going to it when we went to it. I thought it was pretty good. It's different than anything we have around here. I used to go when my son would go play basketball in Pennsylvania or someplace. We'd stop at Cracker Barrel and...
Yeah, but it's no Maureen's Kitchen.
No, it's nothing like what we... No, nothing like that. Not even the place you have there. Toast.
Toast is another great place on Long Island, yeah.
The first time I was there, though, we were saying on the show, is I didn't realize it was a chain, but I was there in my 20s on a way upstate to a bunch of dudes camping, and we didn't know we're stopping at. We get there, like, wow, look at this place. I wonder how long it's been here for. And of course, it's a chain, but it was, it's good comfort food, and to me, it had a lot of cool stuff on the wall, and it just, to me, it just brought you back a little bit to, 1800s and whatnot.
Did someone say 700 million they did? No, that can't be. No way.
What?
That's what they spent to do this rebranding?
Yeah, I heard it was.
What?
I heard it was over
700 million
for Canva.
I thought I read 500 million for the overall rebranding because they rebuilt all the stores and whatnot. But didn't they redo the interior of almost every shop?
They're supposed to. I don't know if they actually got around to all of them, but yeah, all the logos changed, all the interiors changed, the menus changed.
The menu too, huh?
Well, they rearranged some things, took some things off.
I want my chicken fried steak though. Am I gonna get that?
Extra gravy.
What's the breakfast look like? They ruined the breakfast
Comes
menu
with
too?
Lipitor.
Yeah.
Does it still come with Crestor?
And a blood pressure machine. They have it at the front door.
Let's get to the important stuff here.
Pressure, please. Sugar. Okay, you can go to your car now.
All right, what else is in the news, Paul?
I saw over the weekend that America's favorite neocon John Bolton was raided. We talked about it a little bit, and I thought it was pretty funny how CNN kind of thought bringing McCabe on would be a good idea. Did you see him on the weekend?
No.
Aaron, you got that clip for me? Can you play that for the audience? And this is in the ultimate ironical, hypocritical, tone-deaf category.
Can't overemphasize to you, John, how big of a deal this would have been within the Department of Justice and the FBI. This is not, a couple of agents showing up at some judge's door in the middle of the night to get an emergency warrant. This is something that would have been planned out and reevaluated and legally examined from every possible angle by the entirety of the leadership structure of both organizations. So let's remember that to get a search warrant in any case, whether it's you or I or the former president, you have to go before a federal judge and convince that judge that there is probable cause to believe both that a federal crime has been committed and that evidence of that crime is contained within the space you have described in your warrant request. So we have, in this situation, a federal judge who made that determination, giving the agents authority to enter that premises and search every part of the premises that might contain the items that are specifically described in the warrant.
I have absolutely no doubt that Mr. Bolton will have very good counsel, and they will attack this in a full-throated and complete way, as they should, right? So we know that Mr. Bolton has said critical things about the president. That's not illegal. That's not a crime. That's pretty squarely within your First Amendment right in this country. And in fact, you shouldn't be. You're not supposed to be. The Department of Justice and the FBI have all kinds of policies absolutely prohibiting investigating people for the exercise of their First Amendment rights. And so if that's what's going on here, and there's all kinds of reasons to believe that that might be the true motivation. We know that the president is embarked on a pretty extensive effort to go after his perceived enemies, to,
he said he was running on retribution. Yeah.
I love it.
People are.
That's right. I am your retribution. That's what he told his supporters. So there's all kinds of reasons, I think.
I mean, these people have no shame. They have no morals. They have no anything. They just don't care. They just think I can say anything, and most of the people that are listening to this network are going to be with me. So they just talk as if we all just landed on the planet today. They all just talk like we all just landed on the planet today. The Washington Post doing the same thing. Some of the paragraphs I see written in some of these, it's just mind-bogglingly stupid. It's just like we all didn't live the last 10 years. We all were somewhere else. We all didn't see what they did. Well, if you want to know about this, who is it? David Catrone has a great piece today in the Spectator, in the American Spectator. Karma comes calling for John Bolton. And this opening paragraph, maybe Andy McCabe should read it, because his description back then of what it would take to get into Mar-a-Lago in that raid is not quite exactly what it ended up being. Of course, now we know. And he says on August 8th, 2022, 30 FBI agents descended on Trump's home at Mar-a-Lago and searched the place with less civility than they would have afforded a Miami drug lord. And ain't that the truth? They spent most of the day rummaging through Trump's personal belongings and that of his wife and his son, allegedly in a search for classified documents. This was the first time in American history that such an outrage had been committed against any former president. Yet it was greeted with thinly disguised glee by Trump's critics, including National Security Advisor John Bolton. Well, Friday morning at 7 a.m., Bolton learned what it feels like to have the FBI appear at one's front door with a search warrant. Later that day, federal agents also searched his D.C. office. According to a report in the New York Post, a senior U.S. official said the FBI is investigating John Bolton's use of a private email to send national security documents to family members. This official alleged while Bolton was a national security advisor, he was literally stealing classified information, utilizing his family as a cutout. This is a profoundly ironic development considering Bolton's frequent and public comments about President Trump and the Mar-a-Lago raid. And the point he makes in this piece about the media screaming how it's just retribution and how much nonsense that is and how it actually makes no sense when you look at the facts is actually fantastic. And I'll get to a little bit of that. We'll do some more sports and news and wrap it up for a Monday when we get back right after this.
When the kids turn unholy, Harrelson's Own keeps my patience divine.
When work flies out of control, Harrelson's Own keeps me cool as a cucumber.
The device madness never ends, but Harrelson's Own keeps me zen.
Life can be chaotic, but Harrelson's Own CBD helps keep you calm through any storm. Harrelson's Own consistently delivers you full mind and body homeostasis. It's an organic, full-spectrum CBD in a refreshing oral spray. Our nano-emulsified technology makes it completely water-soluble, so your body absorbs it immediately. You'll start to feel it in seconds, not 60 minutes. It just makes everything feel better.
And it helps me just take the edge off. It helps me relax. It helps me be there with my kids.
I swear I'm like a mental ninja. Like nothing can throw me off balance.
No matter how many things come at me, I'm like, boom, handled, next. I'm like crushing it all day long.
Well, some people take it for a release from stress. Some take it to get rid of pain. Others just take it for general well-being. For me, Brett Harrelson, it just makes everything about my day a little better.
Give your life a boost.
It's just the best you've ever felt in your natural state.
My happiness in a bottle is the best.
So to sum it all up, you're going to feel the benefits quickly, love the way it feels, and like the way it tastes. Pay a fair price, and you're going to thank us for it. We are so confident you're going to be satisfied that we back every bottle with a 60-day, 100% money-back guarantee. Give Harrelson's Own a try, from our family to yours. Go to HO.com to order Harrelson's Own now. Yep, it's that easy. Just our initials, HO.com.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and in bookstores across the country. We'll even help you promote your book. That's right, we do all this for you. Biography, self-help, mystery, novels, sci-fi, even a children's book. No matter what genre, Page Publishing can bring your book to life. Call today for your free author submission kit and find out how you can be the next published author at Page Publishing.
Call for your free writer's guide, 800-319-0257. That's 800-319-0257, 800-319-0257, or scan the QR code now.
All right, 13 to the hour, live from Studio 6B. So David Catrone today, karma comes for John Bolton. And he points out the corporate media and the reaction to the Bolton raid, and obviously quite differently from the Mar-a-Lago raid. And the Washington Post, of course, when it happened to Trump, it was characterized as routine. It's important to note there's no reason to think the FBI's action was triggered by politics, is what they said back then. And on Bolton's, of course, they said the surprise FBI raid targeting Bolton crosses a line in Trump's revenge campaign. That's what they wrote for there. Washington Post did the same. And then he says the following. He says, the weirdest part of the retribution narrative involves the crocodile tears Democrats have shed over the plight of a Republican like John Bolton. Senator Chris Coons told CNN, in recent days after the Trump-Putin summit in Alaska, Bolton has publicly criticized Trump. So the timing of this search at Bolton's home is particularly chilling, Raskin said, parroted the same talking points on MSNBC. Both of these characters know perfectly well that the FBI could not have convinced a judge to issue two separate search warrants, one for Bolton's home and one for the office, without showing probable cause. So did the Bolton raid involve a dark plot by President Trump and his minions at the FBI to exact retribution on a national security advisor who was fired 6 years ago? Or is it more plausible that the new FBI director reopened the case against Bolton based on evidence uncovered since the DOJ and the FBI finally got some honest leadership? Most people can't plan lunch with more than 3 people without messing it up, much less plan and execute an elaborate conspiracy to destroy a savvy political enemy for revenge. as John Bolton himself has pompously phrased it, it would be better if we could let the legal process play out. So that's David Catrone today in the American Spectator. And I've shared that on our socials if you want to read that and share it yourself. So, all right, let's do a little more news and sports before we wrap it up. Paul Nolan, what else you got?
So I don't know if you guys want to see this, but I thought I'm a big Team Tebow fan. He's just a wonderful human being. He just has dedicated his life to doing the right thing.
Great guy.
I just thought this was nice. We had some heavy conversations tonight. So if you guys don't mind me, I'd like to indulge in this 30 seconds of just happiness, if you could, Aaron. Tim Tebow and his foundation for people with special needs, and just pumping up everybody's tires.
That's what it's all about, man.
This guy just can't stop giving. He just cannot stop doing more for charity, for victims of trafficking. He's just a special guy, man.
He really is.
I love him. So I figured if you want to do sports, and I have a bunch of little stories we could do, but I would think we would lead into it if you wanted, or I can go a little bit further. It's up to you guys.
Yeah, go ahead, Paul. We got some time.
Okay, so I don't know if you see the pop-ups are killing me here. So Trump fires the Federal Reserve Governor, Lisa Cook, over the mortgage fraud allegations. Now the left is also saying that this is more just political retribution from him. But
Pulte put a criminal referral into Pam Bondi.
Have you seen the left going haywire? Like, it's more tyrannical Trump. It's truly astounding. Pursuant to my authority under Article 2 of the Constitution of the United States and the Federal Reserve Act of 1913, as amended, you hereby be removed from your position on the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve, effective immediately, Trump wrote. Cook's firing comes after the Federal Housing Finance Agency Director, Bill Pulte, accused the Federal Reserve Board member of falsifying bank documents. What more do we need to have to call this political persecution? So I just, I just find it absolutely stunning how, I don't know how completely delusional and detached the left is, but hold my beer. U.S. District Court Judge Pauline Azinis, an Obama appointee, on Monday set an evidentiary hearing on Friday for the MS-13 gang member Kilmore Abrego Garcia to block his deportation to Uganda.
Yeah.
Chris
Van Hollen's got his schedule cleared for hopefully another lunch, I'm sure, with margaritas and such.
Yeah, and that's par for the course here. And then I guess the last thing I would want
Democrats they're just in love. They just are in love. This is the hill they're going to die on, this guy, for some reason. They just can't, this is it for them.
Yeah, I don't get it. But I don't know if you saw this, but Russia's, I believe it's Dmitry Lavrov, says there's no deal could be signed with Zelensky since he's illegitimate. We would need very clear understanding by everybody that the person who's signing this treaty is legitimate. And according to Ukrainian constitution, Mr. Zelensky is not at this moment. I don't know if you guys saw some of this, content going around, but
I saw him Sunday morning with Kristen Welker on Meet the Press, and it seems. I don't know. I don't want to get ahead of my skis here because what do I know about what's going on here? Nothing. But it just seems like this is going to be a tougher nut to crack for the president than I think maybe he thought in Alaska. I don't know. We'll see. But
I just think Trump is truly up against the globalist agenda to keep the war machine going, to keep Ukraine as their piggy bank to funnel all their scams. And I just think, NATO is now the enemy of the United States and Trump because Trump is not playing the neocon war machine games. And he is completely his own man. This is an America First agenda protecting us from in my opinion, the globalist agenda of war, debt, bankers lead the world. I'm not seeing it the way everybody else is seeing it. I just don't see it anymore the way everyone else does. I'm sorry. I think Zelensky's simply a puppet for NATO, and NATO was the eastern wing of the military-industrial complex. So Anyway, sports.
Good stuff.
All right, Slick, what else you want to get to?
Sure, quick sweep of the scoreboard. Big D, Major League Baseball. Both New York teams are killing it tonight. Mets 10-3 over the Phillies, top of the 8th there. Brewers over the Diamondbacks 6-5, bottom 7. Also bottom 7. Cards lead the Pirates 6-5. Angels 3-0 over the Rangers, bottom of the 5th. Bottom 1st, no score. Padres at the Mariners. Earlier tonight, Red Sox over the Orioles 4-3. Marlins edge the Braves 2-1. Rays, they topple the Guardians 9-0. Yankees 10-5 over the Nationals. Blue Jays 10-4 over the Twins. White Sox blank the Royals 7-0. Tigers and A's 10:05 first pitch. 10-10 Reds and Dodgers. Just want to get to this story about the great Babe Ruth. Apparently, a Tennessean man with the same name as Babe Ruth is charged in a fraud case. This is an AP report. Greenville, Tennessee. A Tennessee man with the same name as New York Yankees legend Babe Ruth is facing charges alleging that he used the names of hundreds of dead or retired pro baseball players to make phony claims for payouts and class action settlements. George Herman Ruth is charged with 91 counts in the indictment handed down in U.S. District Court in Greenville, Tennessee on August 12th. The U.S. Attorney's Office announced late last week. The 69-year-old man from Morristown is charged with mail fraud, aggravated identity theft, fraudulent use of Social Security numbers, money laundering, making false statements to his probation officer, and possessing firearms after previously having been convicted of felonies. Boy, talk about speaking softly and carrying a big bat. The indictment says Ruth obtained or attempted to obtain more than $550,000 through the scheme. He sought payouts and lawsuit settlements that range from contact lens pricing allegations to claims of racial discrimination against a staffing agency, the indictment says. So, Ruth opened up more than a dozen P.O. boxes, and, I'll tell you, he hit a lot of home runs, that guy. Wow, what a story. George Herman Ruth, rest in peace.
Steals.
Thank you for that. I love this. The banana bowl here, this is fantastic.
As always, we salute our military, active and active police, firefighters, first responders, EMTs, everybody on the front lines, all our truckers, all our farmers, everybody that keeps the country moving forward. Thanks, guys, on the show. Paul Nolan, Slick Rick, Aaron, and Fran, great job as always. Most of all, thank you to Live from Studio 6B audience. If you haven't made your reservation for September 12th, make sure you scan that QR code and put in your reservation. It's going to be a fun night at the America First Warehouse, September 12th and 13th. Steve Bannon and the crew, Live from Studio 6B, will all be there. But before that, we'll see you tomorrow night back here at 8 p.m. live from Studio 6B.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it, we bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5.
It's an all-in-one product. I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing. There's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor.
5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that, it's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 Super Hot Steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 steam cleaning system, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 steam mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the garment and upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click right now.
This right here is confidence in a bottle. It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face. And what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes. And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854.
Yet another update on the stinking Maryland father, human trafficking, wife beater, illegal immigrant. The story just keeps on giving, and I don't know whether I want to keep accepting the gifts that it gives. Also, a very well-known comedian in quotes here, says, well, in order to be a sane person, you have to have TDS, Trump Derangement Syndrome. That's an insane thing to say. Find out who said it coming up in a little bit. And if you're going to have a CDL, if you're going to have a commercial driver's license, you got to know English. The New York Times says this is Trump's new English mandate. But is it really, or has it been around for a lot longer than President Trump has been involved in politics? All that and more coming up on this episode of Turning Point Tonight. My name is Joe Bob. Thanks so much for tuning in. Together, we're charting the course of America's cultural comeback. This is Turning Point Tonight. Remember, you can always email the show anytime you want, tpt@tpusa.com. We love seeing all of your emails, whether you agree with everything we say on the show or you're wrong, doesn't matter, tpt@tpusa.com. Email us today or this evening or whenever it is that you feel like emailing us, tpt@tpusa.com. Before we get to that and in our fantastic panel, I've got to talk about the second failed attempt by a particular city that seems to be setting the example for another widely reported on city, which is New York City. We remember the whole idea of the mayoral race and grocery stores need to be government run. Well, Kansas City actually tried that and it didn't work. It is not too difficult to imagine why it didn't work, but just the baseline point, we've covered this at length, it didn't work. Well, one of the other things that is being proposed in the Big Apple is free buses for everyone. Interestingly enough, also tried in Kansas City, and the $50 million program for free buses in Kansas City is now being terminated because it didn't work. In other words, 0 for 2 in the proposals in the Big Apple, New York City, saying, hey, we're going to do all these things. Well, Kansas City's already tried them and it didn't work. They started the free bus program after they got a bunch of COVID money, which for some reason didn't go towards things having to do with COVID. It was just another slush fund for, giving free things to people who don't deserve them. But that's beside the point. The main thing is that they figured out that, well, if you give free bus rides to people, it just turns into rolling homeless shelters throughout the city. It was dangerous, it didn't work, and it was too pricey to make work. Now, there was a pilot program to do this very sort of thing in New York City, and it lasted for about a year, and guess what? Also didn't work. The bottom line here is that giving people free things, government mandated, doesn't freaking work, and yet libs continue to try it over and over and over again, despite the many examples of, I hate to repeat myself, them not working. Here to comment on that and so much more is host of the Morgan Report, Jenna Morgan, and Stephanie Hamill, political commentator. Guys, thanks so much for joining us. Really appreciate you taking the time.
Good to see you.
Stephanie, I want to start with you here. Just your thoughts here of the idea that giving people more free stuff actually, one, will work, and two, be effective. Why is this something that libs keep going back to and back to, considering the fact that it hasn't worked really anywhere it's been tried ever?
Exactly. Every time I read stories like this, I feel like I start to turn into that exploding head emoji. And it really irritates me because it's so easy to find this information. Everyone has a cell phone. They can use Google to do a quick search. Has a government-run grocery store ever worked? No, it doesn't. What about free buses? Doesn't work. And as you pointed out, socialism has worked in exactly 0 countries historically. In fact, it has had some serious consequences and it has killed hundreds of millions of people. So it really is crazy to me that this Mandani character has so much support. It makes me sad. And I understand that young people are struggling and the rent is expensive and life is getting too expensive. But this is not the way out. This guy is a scammer.
Yeah, that's probably a pretty good word for it, a scammer. I don't think you were making any sort of jokes there, but one could draw a conclusion to that joke if they wanted to in this particular instance. If you know what I mean, you know what I mean. Jenna, wow, got off the rails a little bit there. This is really interesting. The guy running for New York City mayor in 2023 supported this initiative to test a pilot. They're going to pilot run this. And the MTA in New York set up a free busing system to one of the boroughs, and they found out after they tried it for a year that, it didn't actually increase ridership, it made it more dangerous, and it went over its $15 million budget. Is any of that shocking to you? And again, same kind of question, why is this, having proven to not work, still on the table for consideration?
No, none of it is shocking at all. I mean, the more we get rid of any type of rules or regulations in New York City, which, by the way, barely anyone does follow the rules already here. People are already not paying for the buses. They're already not paying for the subway. And the more you take away someone not having to pay for something, the less they're going to value it. And the more it's going to attract relatively a lesser valued human being. And I think people are just very incentivized by him. For lack of a better words, I think Gen Z and a lot of people that live in New York are jealous and lazy. I hate to say it, but I've lived here for over 15 years. And if you can't afford a $2.75 bus fare or subway fare, I'm not sure why you live here. It is expensive. You do have to work hard. And if we just continue to allow this city to be like, let's make it more affordable. I understand it's unfortunate. I wish it was a little bit more affordable, but you got to pay to play sometimes. And it's not going to work if we just start devaluing what it means to actually be a New Yorker and trying to tax the rich, which, by the way, we already do that in this city. And we're just going to lose the people that actually follow the rules.
Yeah, you know, Jenna, though, the problem is the $9 matchas. I guess that's why people can't afford the $2 bus rides. Maybe if we swap some priorities, it might. I just like that. New Yorkers are entitled and lazy. Some of them, obviously not the ones watching this network. Speaking of bus drivers, though, Stephanie, I thought this was really interesting. The New York Times had a fascinating headline, and by fascinating I mean incredibly misleading and awful. They said this: faced with Trump's English mandate, Mexico's truckers report to class. Then it had a whole article about how Trump is making truckers learn English, both the Mexican truck drivers that come into the country and United States truck drivers who have CDLs. The problem is this: the Commercial Driver's License Act of 1982 required that people must read and speak the English language sufficiently to converse with the general public, read highway signs, do all the things that you need to do in English. In other words, the New York Times saying, hey, why is Trump doing this evil thing that was passed in legislation 40 freaking years ago? Why is Trump making this so difficult for people who don't know English? Stephanie, why should people know English in order to be able to operate heavy machinery on the roads? And two, why is Trump getting blamed for this?
The horrors, Joe Bob. I mean, you're a bigot and a racist if you want people to learn the language of the country they're driving massive vehicles in that could potentially be very dangerous weapons and kill people. It's just so absurd. You know, I am bilingual. My mom's from Mexico. She speaks Spanish. She learned English probably by the first or second year she was here. She made an effort. She's fluent. Don't you want to learn the language of the country that you're living in? When I go to Mexico, I don't expect anyone to speak to me in English. In fact, I made an effort to learn so I could speak to my family fluently there. So it's just totally absurd. And of course, the left, everything that Trump does, they have to do the opposite. I mean, if Trump said he was going to find a cure for cancer, they would have a problem with that too.
Yeah, yeah. Don't you dare! That would be such a terrible thing to do with the MAGA people making advances in science. Jenna, you know what I think is the most interesting thing here is the idea that really the only thing the administration is doing is enforcing the law. Again, this has been on the books for 40 plus years, and the only thing that's happening is Trump goes, "Hey, there's this law here that is affecting American citizens. Maybe we should enforce that." Why are people mad at, why is the New York Times specifically mad at President Trump and not mad at Congress for passing that law if they're trying to point fingers at who's actually responsible?
Arguably, a lot of people on the left actually don't know the law and probably never have known the law. They probably think this is a random new one that he's making all of a sudden. And that's kind of what I feel like about majority of the things he says. I'm like, do you guys know that this has already been going on for years, tens of years? And arguably, too, if you cannot understand English and you cannot understand 1 out of 4 of the highway signs, it's basically like you're driving like you're drunk. I mean, I would never want to be behind a car, no matter the size, if I have no clue what the road signs mean or what they say. That is equal to driving intoxicated. You're mentally not aware of what is going on. So to say, I mean, I don't know why these people enjoy risking their lives for the sake of hating Trump. Yeah. It's a weird pattern. But they'll do anything because this hatred just runs so deep in their veins.
Yeah, and obviously you're referring to the illegal who couldn't speak a lick of English and ended up, again, terrible story, killing 3 people in Florida, which is, yeah, again, the whole situation is terrible, but it did shed light on the fact that, holy crap, this is actually happening at a scale that a lot of us should be very uncomfortable with. Speaking of illegals, I don't know why this story won't go away, but the Maryland father who's just, he's from Maryland. He's a father, also allegedly a human smuggler and a wife beater and an illegal criminal gang member. But that's beside the point. He's a Maryland father. Kilmar Abrego Garcia was released, then got re-detained by ICE. I want to show you this clip really quick of, well, first of all, if you're trying to stay in this country, what might you change about his presentation right before his ICE meeting? Watch this and we'll discuss.
Un milagro, gracias a Dios y gracias a toda la comunidad.
This was a miracle. Thank you to God and thank you to the community power.
Y por eso quiero decirles las gracias a cada uno de ustedes.
I think we understand the point here. Let's, Stephanie, I don't know. If you were going to have a press conference trying to stay in the country, would you possibly try to learn it in English?
No. I mean, why would you even bother? I'm laughing because one of the reasons he doesn't want to go to Uganda, which was the second place that they had suggested he should be deported to, was because he doesn't speak the language. Well, he clearly doesn't even speak English, so he shouldn't stay here either. I am so depressed that we're still talking about Kilmar. The saga continues. Why doesn't it end? And you hear people talking about the immigration system's broken. It's broken. It's so broken that we can't deport, a criminal illegal with a long record sheet of crimes. And the fact that this is still a national story and the fact that Democrats are still defending this guy. I mean, you described it as a Maryland father. This is the type of guy you want to have a margarita with if you're a Democratic congressman. It's just so ludicrous that this is still going on. I really hope that we can just put this behind us, turn the page and deport him somewhere, Uganda, Iran, Gaza, anywhere.
I agree with you. And again, we're talking about it, but we're talking about it because they keep bringing it up, like just never ending reporting on this guy. Jenna, I feel like just pick a different hill to die on. Also, too, and we'll put you in the hot seat here. Should the Trump administration send this guy to Uganda just to get him out of our hair and out of the news?
100. Please just send him anywhere. The fact that no one is still admitting, again, he came here illegally in 2019 out of fear for gangs coming after him. Who would be scared of a gang coming after them if they were not involved in gang activity? It's like very basic information. I mean, I'm not scared of a gang coming after me because I've never been involved with a gang, by the way, that the Trump administration named as a terrorist organization. So, I mean, that's just that on itself, on its face, is enough for me to be like, yeah, let's get him out. And could you imagine if the left cared about America and American citizens this much, how great our country actually would be. But no, they want to completely destroy the country and fight for people that are trying to also take America down.
Oh, Jenna, that's an absurd accusation that you're making. You're saying that if you're not a member of a gang, you probably won't become a gang affiliated member. That's just crazy. That's like saying I am going to avoid drunk driving by not drinking and driving. It's absurd. Jenna and Stephanie will be back after the break to discuss the weirdest political bench press, I think, for some reason that happened, and a late night quote unquote comedian saying that only normal people have Trump derangement syndrome. Remember, you can email the show anytime you want, tpt@tpusa.com. We love seeing your emails. Emails right now. Just stop what you're doing. Emails right now during the commercial break. We'll be right back. Don't go away.
America Fest is the starting point for us to take America to greater heights in 2025. We have a team that is ready to change the world and bring America back to greatness.
Experience the greatest celebration of America. 4 days, thousands of patriots, the loudest voices, the strongest leaders, featuring Charlie Kirk, Tucker Carlson, Steve Bannon, Jesse Waters, Greg Gutfeld, Grant Cardone, Rob Schneider, Matt Walsh, Michael Knowles, Glenn Beck, Riley Gaines, Todd Chrisley, Savannah Chrisley, and more. December 18th to 21st in Phoenix, Arizona. The movement meets here. You won't want to miss this. Register now at amfest.com.
Mama, look. It's just like our new house.
Warranty!
I hope you have an American Home Shield warranty. Leaky toilet? Fixed. Clogged AC coils? Fixed. Oven beyond repair? Ta-da! If AHS can't fix your covered item, then replace it, no matter its age.
A warranty is smart.
Oh, a happy family. Is that us? Too much. American Home Shield. Sign up today at ahs.com.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and bookstores. We'll even promote your book.
Call for your free writer's guide, 800-319-0257, or scan the QR code now.
Welcome back to Turning Point Tonight, where together we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback. Remember, as always, you can email the show anytime you want. TPT, Turning Point Tonight, tpt@tpusa.com. You can email whether you agree with everything we've ever said or you're wrong. Doesn't matter. We love seeing all of your emails. tpt@tpusa.com. DC is again at the front of the news over the weekend. Let's bring our panel back. Stephanie Hamill, Jenna Morgan. Over the weekend, there was the headline that the National Guard will now be armed walking DC streets, to which I said, they weren't armed before? That seems problematic. What you're just having people walk around in uniform and not have the ability to defend themselves or the people they're there to protect? That seems crazy. But of course, the libs lost their mind at that. Jenna, why is it that for some reason, and we've seen now so many people in DC saying, hey, it's actually great here now that the National Guard is in place. The crime is down. There have been 0 homicides since Trump took over. Why is this just such a jerk reaction to, well, this is just bad because Trump is doing it?
Because, of course, having cops save more lives and arguably more Black lives is somehow racist. But when you don't have officers protecting the Black community, then it's Black Lives Matter. I don't truly understand the logic whatsoever. I would much rather live in a state and a area where I could walk around freely. And just like you mentioned, I've seen tons of videos of especially the Black community saying how they don't have to look over their shoulder. They're not even carrying their own guns that they do have because they're thoroughly enjoying the fact that they have protection now.
Yeah, it seems to be a pretty oxymoronical position to take of like, yeah, we care about safety, but also screw you for trying to implement safety. Stephanie, you're someone who's very familiar with Washington, D.C. Clearly, it's obviously it's super safe. You never have to worry about any crime happening to you when you're walking down around the district. And it's been that way for 100 years. Why is Trump doing such an evil thing, putting safety protocols in Washington, D.C.?
Joe Bob, you're right. I did live there for about 3 years. And at the time, it was during the first Trump era. And DC was still dangerous. I can't even imagine how bad it is right now in 2025. I haven't been there since COVID. When COVID happened, I fled the area because it was starting to turn into Dawn of the Dead and the grocery stores were empty and all the zombies were coming out. But yeah, when you move there, it's a little deceiving because the city's so beautiful. I mean, everything's just so amazing. All the architecture, the United States Capitol, our White House. I mean, everything is just amazing and inspiring. Yeah. But then there's the hidden secret that there's tons of crime there. And I naively thought that I wouldn't be affected by it. But one day I went jogging to the wharf. I was like pretty close to the White House, probably like 3 or 4 minutes walking distance. And there was a group of teenagers, about like 10 Black teenagers, and they were on bikes and they were acting erratically. And I was like, oh, that's kind of weird. All of a sudden they swarmed me and robbed me. And the saddest part was there was older guys with them, probably like 18, 19, 20. And they sent the little ones in to rob me. They were like 12, 13, 14. Keep in mind, I'm only 5'2". So these, younger teenagers are about my size. And I'm lucky nothing worse happened, but it was terrifying to get robbed right in front of a touristy area. I mean, people watched this all go down. And guess what happened? Not one person was arrested. Nobody was held accountable. And meantime, I've had like a PTSD ever since then. I have to walk with my head on the swivel, hoping that I'm not going to get robbed or anything worse. So yeah, DC crime's bad. The Democrats always try to manipulate the numbers and, via their, friends with the police department, they're, not counting certain crimes anymore. So they're telling you it's safe, but we all know it's not safe. And one more fact is that the criminals know that you can't defend yourself. I don't know if you know this, but you can't even carry mace into important areas. So you can carry 1.5 ounces of mace, but you can't carry it on public transportation. You can't take it into any of the federal buildings. So most everyone who lives in the radius of the important parts of DC are usually taking public transportation or going into federal buildings. So in other words, you literally can't protect yourself. You can't carry a weapon or a firearm, and it's very difficult to get a concealed carry license. So those are the type of things that need to be looked at as well.
Yeah, holy cow, that is a crazy story. I mean, obviously, that didn't really happen because DC is, of course, safe. That would never happen to anybody there. But yeah, holy cow, glad you're safe. And
I didn't even mention the crack deals and stuff that were going on behind my apartment that I was renting. Like, you would hear crazy things going on. And if you ever used Union Station, the Amtrak area, it was Dawn of the Dead there every single time. It was terrifying. Jeez. And yeah, there's people who have drug problems, people who are mentally ill. But those people, I mean, it is not a good place for them to be. They need help and they need to be cleared out of there. And I'm glad that the Trump administration is working on that as well.
Yeah, again, I'm obviously being sarcastic. It's just, it's wild that people think that DC is just this utopic place where nothing bad ever happens, and so why would anybody why would Trump send in the National Guard there? If you think that for some reason DC is safe enough to where the federal government doesn't need to intervene, you probably have TDS, what we like to call Trump derangement syndrome. One of the late night comedians, Jimmy Kimmel, who, by the way, I like Jimmy Kimmel's sense of humor. I don't like his politics, obviously, but I do. I think he's a lot of times a funny guy. But he was on a chat with Morning Joe, I believe, and said something that I was just like, dude, come on. Watch this, and I'd love your reaction.
I'm an optimistic person. I'm not hysterical. I laugh when people say, oh, you've got Trump derangement syndrome. Yeah. If you're a reasonable person, you should have Trump derangement syndrome. Right. And by the way, I think he has derangement syndrome about us, too. The fact of the matter is, this is a dangerous person. This is a stupid person. And that's a bad combination.
Jenna, what kind of person says, I'm not hysterical? I know he kind of says it in a joking term, but do you ever meet anybody that says, I'm not crazy? Generally, they're crazy. Is that what's going on here with Mr. Kimmel?
Always. The people that are always putting it on you, they're just projecting. I mean, I worked in the arts for years, and let me tell you something. They just call anything that is not them abnormal, when really they're the ones that are often abnormal. And I mean this is just the truth. If your brain is so open and you're so accepting, it's just going to fall out at one point. There's no boundaries whatsoever. And for someone to look at Trump and say the man who is actually making this country significantly better is a danger, I arguably will say that you need to get your head checked as well. I mean, how could you imagine when someone is actually cracking down on law, making it safer, closing the border, fixing the economy, that this is the negative thing to do?
Yeah, I don't quite understand that. And it's I'm not crazy. Usually people that say that probably are crazy. Stephanie, he also said something in there which I've never understood. Donald Trump is a stupid man. Like, all right, cool. If you don't agree with him, you don't agree with him. But the guy who was a New York City developer, which is its own thing, then mastered the television world, ran for president, and on the first time got elected to be the most powerful person on the planet, is married to a supermodel. You can disagree, but the man's not stupid. How is that consistently a theme that comes up in lib media circles?
I would argue it's always low IQ people who think that they're smarter than Trump. Every single time that they think they know it better, Trump proves them wrong. So, it's pretty silly. And Jimmy Kimmel, it really is suffering from TDS. I'm glad he's acknowledged that he's suffering it, but for him to suggest that it's like virtuous to have TDS, probably not. Think of all of the people that you've met out in the streets who are like foaming at the mouth with their green hair sticking up, who have severe cases of TDS. These aren't normal people. They need help. And I can't believe that he would even want to associate himself with that. But also, it's just not really smart. He used to be a pretty popular comedian. I used to watch him when I was younger, but he's just gotten so political. I don't even think he's funny anymore. I know you said he's kind of funny. I don't think he's funny anymore.
No, yeah, and you're right. Like the political stuff, I turn it off. But if he's talking just like surfacey level stuff, personally, I think he's got a fun sense of humor. I'll say that. But sad to see people go the TDS direction. This is, I will fully admit, at zero political value whatsoever. I just thought it was hilarious. Ma'am Danny, who we talked about a little bit earlier, in the socialist running for New York City mayor, for some reason decided to go to a weightlifting thing. I don't. He put himself in a position where there's a bench press there. He tried to bench press 2 plates, so one on either side, 135 pounds. Not a lot of weight if you lift weights, but watch what happened. He couldn't do it. Spoiler alert. Check this out.
Move up in the pole. Yeah. Get this shit. This is how you move up in the poles. Yeah. Good play, man. Yeah. Let's go. Yeah. Let me get one more. Let me get three. Yeah.
So he's got 2 guys on either side and a dude just literally lifting it up. Look, I don't want to pick our politicians on how much they can bench press. I can't imagine Ben Franklin could, squat 400 pounds. And it doesn't really matter to me. But at the same time, I don't think Ben Franklin would go into a public section and go, I'm going to bench press this amount of weight and look that silly. Jenna, I just from an optics perspective, why did they decide that was a good idea?
It's just utterly embarrassing. I'm sorry. This is a man who is in his early 30s. That's very, very young. Arguably the height of your strength as a male in today's society. Why does he try so hard to fit in? This is just what he's been doing this whole time. He tries to get on the level of everyone. I'm your bro. I'm your person. And then he shows up and literally cannot push this weight for the life of him. And I'm sorry. I could bench 135 pounds. It's just sad. I could do 1 rep, and then you have RFK who reps it out. Pete Hegseth has 50 pull-ups. It's not a good look. Just stay on the side then. He knows he can't do it, so I don't know why he even tried.
Yeah, and that's my biggest point here too, Stephanie. It's like, look, I don't actually care what there are several people in Congress and in the Senate who I probably really like that, are just either too old or just don't work out at all that can't do that. But they also wouldn't gather people around with cameras and go, watch me do this feat of manliness. What kind of guy makes that decision?
Oh man, I honestly couldn't handle the cringe today, Joe Bob. I don't know why you guys sent me this video. There's just so much to unpack here. Number one, I kind of want to start off with the hype man in the background. I don't know who that guy is, but I need to find him and keep him around me. He's like, yeah, that's how you go up in the polls. Like he couldn't even bench press one rep. Like he hardly got through 3 with the guy behind him, like picking it up. It's incredible. This comes out the same, what was it, last week where RFK Jr. and Pete Hegseth started their fitness challenge. And, these older men are able to do like 100 push-ups, 50 pull-ups, and he can't even do 3 with the bench press there. And, 135 pounds, I can't lift that. I'm just going to say that. So, but the fact that if you zero into his reaction after he gets up, he takes it as like a win that somebody else lifted this for him. And instead of just taking the L on it, like, hey, I'm not good at this. Like, I'm actually really good at speed walking or aerobics. Like he still takes the win on it. And it's just perfectly encapsulates what a socialist is, like taking credit for other people's work.
That's a great point. And I think you might have indirectly brought up, I think, another good point. The guy yelling, "This is how you go up in the polls," exemplifying the fact that, somebody is artificially raising them up and not actually done the actual work. It's somebody faking it, which might be a more, esoteric take at what that guy was yelling. But fascinating. Fun chat, guys. Thank you so much for joining. Jenna Morgan, Stephanie Hamill, thanks. Appreciate it. We'll have you back.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Coming up next here on Turning Point tonight, got a fascinating clip from Alex Clark's Culture Apothecary podcast, one of Turning Point's #1 rated podcasts in the health and wellness space. Also, you can email the show anytime you want, tpt@tpusa.com. We will be back after the break. Don't go away.
A heart attack? Do they have life insurance?
No.
But we have life insurance. John.
I'm trying to find something we can afford.
Fortunately, in only a few minutes, SelectQuote found John a $500,000 policy for only $29 a month. And his wife Anne a $500,000 policy for only $21 a month. Go to SelectQuote.com now and get the insurance your family needs
at a price you can afford. SelectQuote. We shop, you save.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it, we bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5.
It's an all-in-one product, so I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing, there's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor.
5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that, it's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 Super Hot Steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 Steam Cleaning System, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 Steam Mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the garment and upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click right now.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System. a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
According to new research that you did, millions of people admitted that they could be persuaded that God exists. So we were originally, I feel like not too long ago, told that like 6 out of 10 adults do not believe that the God of the Bible exists. But then this new work that you did says that when these people were followed up with, 1/4 actually ended up retracting their doubts. So what does that tell us?
Well, Americans don't know what to think about spirituality. We live in a culture right now where everybody thinks, I'm the arbiter of my own reality. And so I'm going to determine truth for my own life. I'm going to determine if there is a God for my life or a supreme being or some kind of higher power. I'm going to define its parameters. I'm going to identify its characteristics according to what I think it should have. And then I'm going to interact with it however is comfortable and makes me feel secure. So that's the culture that we're growing up in. Now, that's radically different than the culture I grew up in back in the Stone Age, where we actually read the Bible, went to church, believed in the God of the Bible, believed that Jesus died and rose and died for our sins. I mean, all of those kinds of traditional Christian beliefs. That mindset, that profile doesn't really exist very widely in America anymore, because we become pretty full of ourselves, thinking that we're the center of everything.
We've kind of made ourselves our own God.
Absolutely.
But people don't realize they're doing that.
Right.
How many people in America today say they're Christians, and how many actually are?
It really depends how you define it. And in our research, we define it many different ways just to see what kind of answers come out. But one way that I like to think about is if you look at the people who say they're Christians, that's about 66 or 67% of adults in this country. But what did Jesus say was the key thing? Well, become a disciple of his. So what does that mean? If you go through the scriptures, you find there are 6 times when he spoke very specifically about what it takes to be a disciple. So in John 8, he said, you'll be my disciple if you obey my teachings. In John 13, he said, you'll be my disciple if you love other disciples. In John 15, he said, you'll be my disciple if you produce a lot of spiritual fruit. In other words, make disciples. In Luke 14, he had 3 things right in a row that he said. And the first of those was, you cannot be my disciple unless you put God first in all things. And then a few verses later, he said, and by the way, you cannot be my disciple unless you're willing to pick up your cross and carry it and follow me, which in that Roman context means, know who the prevailing authority is and pay attention, do their will. And of course, in Rome, that would have been Caesar, but in the Bible, that would be Jesus or God. And then he ended up in Luke 14 by saying, and by the way, you cannot be my disciple unless you surrender everything to be my disciple. So going by those 6 characteristics, if you measure that, we just finished a survey where we looked at that. And what we found is that only about 3% of adults in America fit those criteria as disciples of Jesus. So you've got 66% who would say, yeah, I'm a Christian, but then it narrows down to about 3% who actually meet the criteria that Jesus gave us. And there's all kinds of groups in between that you could look at. People who we might think of as born-again Christians, theologically speaking, individuals who say, when I die, I know I'll go to heaven, but only because I've confessed my sins and accepted Jesus Christ as my Savior. Well, that's 32 or 33% of the population. But then it drops all the way down to 3%.
3%.
Who are really disciples.
Okay, and you know what comes to mind? The road is narrow. That is what comes to mind for me. That is shocking that much of America thinks I'm going to heaven, I'm a Christian, I believe in God, and really, if you're looking at the criteria of the Bible of who those people are, only 3% roughly might make it to heaven. I mean, obviously we don't know individually.
We're not the judge, God is.
Right.
Yeah.
But like, we're just estimating.
Right.
That is shocking and a wake-up call. Your research also often highlights the reasons people doubt Christianity. So what are the top reasons skeptics question faith?
The same thing that children tell us. I wrote a book called Raising Spiritual Champions about how do you disciple children? Because whether or not you're going to become a disciple really depends on what happens when you're a child spiritually. So in looking at that, one of the things that we discovered is that children say they know their parents love them, but they can't really trust their parents. And we went back and said, well, how does that work? Why is that? And they said, well, my parents say one thing, but they do another. That hypocrisy of, do as I say, not as I do. Children see it, adults see it. And so when people are looking at Christians, they're saying, well, you're supposed to be loving, you're supposed to be kind, you're supposed to be generous, you're supposed to be this, that, and the other thing. And I don't think you are. So that's actually the biggest detriment, is that Christians are unable to disciple other people because non-Christians don't trust them. They look at their lifestyle and they say, I don't think you're any different than me. So why should you be telling me how to live? So that's a big obstacle we have to overcome. Another one, it has to do with the Bible. How would you figure out how to be Christ-like, how to become his disciple? The Bible's the best place. It's his words to us, God's words. He's trying to help us. He knows we're a bunch of ninnies, so he put it on paper for us to make it as easy as possible. But most people in America don't trust the Bible. They don't believe that the Bible is true. So that's another major obstacle. It's like, well, where are they going to go? What we know is that when we ask people, we just did a survey last week where we talked about how would you figure out what truth is? 77% of Americans said they would turn to their feelings.
Ooh.
Only 18% of Americans consistently rely on the Bible for their moral decision-making.
Only 18%?
18%, less than 1 out of 5 people. So, there again, we've got another big obstacle. We've got to get people to understand why they can trust the Bible, why they should trust the Bible and read the Bible, turn to the Bible in order to make those kind of choices.
I mean, the Bible is infallible. Human beings are not. So when you are saying that the majority of Americans are admitting, oh, I just trust my feelings on things. I go to myself to solve my problems. I mean, this is why relationships are crumbling.
Mm-hmm.
Jeez, what a scary place to be. And just, there would be no path to success.
Well, when you look at all the institutions, particularly the family, that's falling apart, it's because we don't trust other people. We can't find truth. Our truth is so flexible, it's always changing. We found that 67% of Americans say that there's no such thing as absolute moral truth. Truth is always dependent on the individual and their circumstances. That's not at all the case. When it comes to morality, there are absolute morals, and God gave those to us in his word. But if we're not reading it, if we're not trusting it, if we're looking at other people as kind of the living Bible for our life because we're not going to read it, so we'll look at what Christians are doing and they don't see any difference, we've got major problems.
So if Christians hear that list that you just gave, how can Christians address those doubts effectively?
What does it take to disciple somebody? Because we're doing a lot of work on that. And one of the things we found is that it's not about what you say, it's about who you are. And so that discipleship process, if it's going to be effective, has to start with a relationship. Mm-hmm. You have to know me, you have to trust me, I have to invest a lot of my time in our relationship. And then what do? We talk. It's not about me yelling at you, but the Bible says, if you don't do that, you're a sinner, you're a wretched sinner, you're going to hell. No, that's not how it works. Because we have a relationship means I care about you. I want the best for you. And I want to do everything I can that's going to be the best for you. So how do we do that? We do it through conversation, what I would call Socratic dialogue, which means that I'm not even going to come to our meeting, our dinner, or whatever, and say to you, this is the way it is. This is truth. This is what you must believe. I'm going to start out by asking you questions because I need to understand, what are you thinking? Where are you coming from? because I can't really help you. I can't care for you in the way that I need to as a disciple of Jesus unless I know your starting point. So I've got to ask the questions about, well, you said you were struggling with money. What's the nature of the struggle? Why are you struggling in that way? Have you ever thought about this? I mean, I'm just going to try to get you to think about biblical principles simply by asking you questions and letting you come to those conclusions on your own. Why? Because if you come to those conclusions on your own, you're going to own that as your own thought process. You're not buying my philosophy of life. You're developing your own, one that you feel you can buy into, you can trust, you can live by. And that's what we want to do. So it's that continual back and forth with you. And we're not going to solve everything in one dinner, one coffee break, one conversation.
It's a continuing relationship.
That's why it's a relationship, is because it keeps going, as opposed to maybe a sermon, or a class or a radio program or something like that. That's a one-shot deal.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and in bookstores across the country. We'll even help you promote your book. That's right, we do all this for you. Biography, self-help, mystery, novels, sci-fi, even a children's book. No matter what genre, Page Publishing can bring your book to life. Call today for your free author submission kit and find out how you can be the next published author at Page Publishing.
Call for your free writer's guide, 800-319-0257. That's 800-319-0257, 800-319-0257, or scan the QR code now.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something in the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes in as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real, it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is holy words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home. So we applied it to his under eye bags. And let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view. And now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, "Hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm. Please send me more." And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger, this is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
Welcome back to Turning Point Tonight, where together we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback. Hey, remember, you can email the show anytime you want. TPT@tpusa.com. We love seeing all of your emails. Again, TPT@tpusa.com. Also, I know you've been seeing that America Fest commercial being played out. Go grab your tickets for America Fest this December. 4 days of pure awesomeness. I know I've said it's hard to pick which is my favorite event. It's this one. I hate to be, play favorites, but it's clearly this one in Phoenix, Arizona in December. Go check out tickets. I think it's still 50% off general admission. So America Fest, fantastic event. You have to go there if you haven't already. And even if you have, a whole new year, going to be fantastic. Go to amfest.com and check that out. Also, no, that's it. That's all the announcements. We got a short, limited period of time, so we're gonna play this. Governor Gavin Newsom, come get your wife, dude. Check this out.
We are a country of immigrants. That is just a fact. It is who we are. And yet here we are watching families be targeted, watched, hunted, farm workers being chased across fields. These are some of the hardest working people on earth, and they literally feed the nation. Shame on this federal administration for doing this. Shame on them for choosing cruelty, for terrifying families, ruining children's lives just to make a political point. Whose interpretation of Christian values is this? What happened to being the party of family values? This shouldn't be about politics. This should be about people, their well-being, our shared humanity.
Yeah, classic. We cut that off there because it doesn't matter what she says at the very end of it. But first things first, everyone's talking about the law. Or legal immigrants. Great. Have a great time. Be a part of the American culture and the American experiment. Participate in society. It's the illegal ones, Miss Newsom, that we're talking about. Those are the people that we don't want in the country. And then the idea to incite the Christian element of it. Yeah, Christians are also big fans of laws. Don't know if she would have known that. And two, you don't get to use something that you particularly don't believe in to try and browbeat us into making a change that would be against said law. And lastly, I do agree with her on this point. It is about our shared humanity. That's why we need to get the illegals out of the country so we can focus on the humanity of the American people. That's going to do it for us here at Turning Point tonight. Got a short little time here. Charlie Kirk is going to take us out, but we will see you tomorrow. Same time, same place. God bless America.
Yep, your worst nightmare. Your car broke down. Now you're worried if it's going to cost you a fortune in repair bills. Unless you already called CarShield, the legit #1 auto protection company in the country. When you're protected with a plan through CarShield, the process is smooth like ice and done in as little as 3 steps. 1. First, the tow truck takes your car to the shop. The cost of towing, covered when you got a plan through CarShield. Next, you'll probably need to get around while your vehicle's being repaired, right? 2, plans through CarShield have rental car options too. Then comes the best part. 3, when you pick up your vehicle, you don't have a big repair bill to worry about. CarShield administrators get your covered repairs paid directly to the shop, so you're back on the road with no worries. Call now to get an affordable plan through CarShield for your vehicle before it's too late. When you call CarShield, whether you got a small problem like a power window motor that could cost a few $100s, or a big problem like an engine or transmission that could cost you thousands of dollars, you're taken care of. CarShield is the #1 auto protection company in the country, and their administrators have paid out more than $1 billion in auto repairs. That's billion with a B. CarShield is the choice that gives you the CarShield guarantee. Your rate never goes up, and your coverage never goes down, no matter how many claims you have. Look, it's inevitable. As your car or truck ages, the parts and components are gonna fail. It's not worth the risk. Call CarShield now.
Waiting until your car breaks down is too late. Call CarShield for coverage on up to 5,000 parts and get the CarShield guarantee, where your rate never goes up and your coverage never goes down, no matter how many claims you have. Call 800-653-8201. 800-653-8201.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and bookstores. We'll even promote your book.
Call for your free writer's guide, 800-319-0257, or scan the QR code now.
Yet had to answer the question. Yes, sir.
I was wondering, so I recently read in the Epic Times about vaccines, and how the studies with autism and vaccines, how there was many flaws, and sometimes they only tested one form of vaccine. And it was written by a doctor. He was saying he was really unsure if he didn't see anything about evidence of vaccines necessarily causing autism. Just
probably Joel Warsh probably wrote it.
Flawed, though,
He's great.
Was his point? Sorry, my question was: have you seen anything that points to vaccines actually causing autism, or is it just a lack of studies?
Here's the thing. What I can tell you, having tried to explore this with very credible experts, is the solid and safe answer here is we don't know. Because of several factors, and I don't want to take up a ton of time.
No, you're right. No, I'm sorry, I'm just managing.
No, but if it's okay to explain this one real quick. So CNN, okay, hold on, let me back up. You've seen Kennedy say, we need better research, we need gold standard science. Okay, so CNN goes out and they crowdsource a freaking appendix, a spreadsheet of studies that had placebo-controlled trials on vaccines. And they're like, look at, he's a liar, he's a dummy, this is all, it's disputed, debunked. Okay, here's the bottom line. First of all, over half of the vaccines on the spreadsheet aren't even on the children's schedule, okay? Next, what Kennedy's asking for is an inert placebo. So this means if one kid had saline and another one had the vaccine, the inert placebo is the saline, so you can do a true study on it. But for the vast majority of those studies, they use something called an active comparable as the placebo, and that means a previous vaccine, which is bananas. Let's say that wasn't the case, and they did use an inert placebo. That'd be amazing. What did they actually do the study on? Efficacy? Oh, it worked 10 years from now. Okay, but not long-term safety. Immunogenicity? How well did your body mount a response to the vaccine? Okay, so that took almost all of them off the table. So now there's like a handful, less than I can count on one hand, that had inert placebo. Not all of them, a handful of them that utilized inert placebo for long-term safety. None of them were done pre-licensing of the vaccine. So what Kennedy is telling you is, in fact, the truth. We don't have the studies. Now, I'm sure you saw him on Tucker talking about Hep B and having an 1,134% increased risk of autism. And I could get into all of that, but what they were looking for, and it's no longer in the vaccine, despite other concerns, they were looking at something called thimerosal, which is a preservative that's 50% mercury by weight that is no longer in vaccines. But obviously, if you look up, hey, mercury and health issues, not awesome. It's not awesome, but it is out now. And there are other adjuvants like aluminum. We just don't know. Like with MMR, you've got 3 different vaccines now together, not individually. Have they done those kinds of studies?
Same with Tdap.
Exactly the point. Hence the reason he's saying, look, I'm not taking away your vaccines, but there's definitely something going on, and we certainly don't have the gold standard science. Why don't we ask the questions?
This is it's a truism of life. If you have nothing to hide, why are you offended by the question?
Exactly.
It doesn't make any sense.
Exactly.
For anything, you can ask any question. I'm not saying there's something there, but I do a prove me wrong on campus for 3 hours. I have nothing to hide. Ask me anything. Can I do a prove me wrong with the CEO of Pfizer? Can I do a prove me wrong with the CEO of Johnson & Johnson? Your company's worth $200 billion. The federal government basically subsidizes your existence.
Yep.
Can you sit on a chair for 3 hours without notes and just answer questions about... I'm sorry, you have something. So, in the fact everyone freaks out and you're running hit pieces, if it was nothing, then the hysteria wouldn't be necessary. You would laugh it off. You just kind of laugh off. When someone says something that you know that is not true, you're like, okay, that just person's a wacko, haha. Right. But that's not what they do.
No.
It's hostile. No, we must impugn your character. Again, I know enough to be dangerous on this topic. I also think that 72 shots for a young baby over a course of a year and a half is insane, actually.
100%.
And if a mom wants to do that, more power to you, fine, I guess. I think no kid under any circumstances should be given the COVID vaccine. I think that's totally evil and totally wrong. That's a gene-altering shot. But yeah, look, I think agency is important, and I have a lot more I could say about it, but I won't.
Thank you.
Thank you. Last question here. It's been a long day.
Thank you. Jillian, question on, I guess, for longevity, especially when you're looking at my age. What are your thoughts or your advice with regards to HIIT workouts, strength training, and I'm trying to go much higher on protein for continue muscle mass.
As long as you're lifting, then you'll be able to utilize it. But if you're just eating tons of protein and you're not lifting, your body can't use it effectively. With that said, I would tell you, look, default to the basics. Don't eat too much, eat whole foods, get your sleep, drink your water.
Don't drink alcohol.
Really minimize it if you do.
I'm just gonna be honest, it's poison.
I checked that off a few years
I say the politically incorrect stuff here, Jillian.
Yeah, but you're actually right.
It's poisoning your body. If you want to live longer, don't drink alcohol.
Here's what I would tell you with the fitness, HIIT training, Tabata protocol do it twice a week, and lift weights. Do it safely. Obviously, you don't need to herniate 3 discs, but strength train, HIIT train, common sense. It's 90% of it. You don't need to go drink fish tank cleaner. I can't. This is the stuff, like, you know what I mean? Like methylene blue, like, it just, you don't need to do it.
Bobby's a methylene blue guy. Also, one other very simple thing that is biblical, ancient, and proven, fast. Fasting and longevity are a 1-to-1 correlation. It's true. It's like, again, if you fast for 72 hours once a quarter or even twice a year, cleanses your entire body of pathogens. You'll back me up on this,
well,
right?
Not only that, it's not just the Bible. It's in pretty much every religious text.
Fasting's all over the place. No, it's exactly right. The ancient world has something to say about fasting, but also science, we know it. Fasting's so good for longevity. So, I mean, that's what I recommend. Thank you. We got a dash here. Jillian, you're the best. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Charlie Kirk Show starts now.
This is chilling. It really is. And this is retribution. Clearly, this is using the FBI in a way that not only tarnishes the FBI, but it tarnishes our country. I mean, this is what they do in countries where they don't have rule of law. This is what happens when despots take over, like Putin. It's chilling. Now, do I think they're ever going to have evidence to convict this man of anything in a court of law with a jury? No, they won't. But they can make him miserable.
In terms of Democrats standing up, should your Senate colleagues hold the government funding, hold their votes back on government funding in a couple of weeks in order to pull something from Republicans, whether that is getting the National Guard out of Washington, D.C., less weaponization of the DOJ? Should they be holding back their votes on the funding?
Is this even a question? Of course we should. Did we not learn our lesson when we acquiesced early on in the administration? Look, we didn't start off with a good foot. We had Democrats vote for Lake and Riley that has allowed for deportation without due process. We had Democrats vote for capitulation. We need to stand our ground.
This is one of these moments where there's got to be some real creative thinking about lawful, democratically legitimate responses that might be outside the norm to what is being done in an attempt to essentially consolidate a kind of anti-democratic regime.
We can't live in a world anymore where we pretend that everybody's playing by the same set of rules, when it's very clear that the Republicans, who are not supported by the majority of people in this country, that those Republicans are determined to rig every rule they can, to break laws, to ignore laws, in order to be able to seize power and to hang on to it. As Democrats, we have a responsibility to fight back and fight back hard. And that's what I love about what California is doing.
And
polling is now showing that Gen Z is, like you said, the most conservative generation in modern American history. It's a beautiful concept to see that Gen Z is moving to the right. And really what it's a result of is for decades, my peers and I have been told that we were the enemy right here in our own country. We were told that our masculinity was toxic. The Democrats' approach to winning us over last November was calling us Nazis and Hitler Juniors. Now they're shocked and having to spend tens of millions of dollars to figure out how to talk to us again.
What I know is they didn't release parts of the transcript. They released the whole transcript. And you know, so you can go through the whole thing. And of course, this confirms what we all knew. If the Democrats, if President Trump had done something wrong, you don't think the Democrats would have released that? I mean, it was their Justice Department who handled all this. You don't think the Garland Justice Department and the Chris Wray FBI would have released information? We knew President Trump didn't do anything wrong here. He said that repeatedly. This transcript is the whole transcript, and it confirms that. So I think there's nothing there. It seems based on what we got from the interview of Miss Maxwell.
Offered apparently an opportunity to go to Costa Rica, which is much closer to his home country. He was going to have to do some jail time there, but as long as he served out the rest of his sentence and kept his nose clean, everything was going to be okay. But apparently he turned that deal down. Now he's looking at possibly deportation to Uganda.
I never witnessed the president in any inappropriate setting in any way. The president was never inappropriate with anybody. In the times that I was with him, he was a gentleman in all respects.
We've already kicked nearly 275,000 illegal aliens off of the Social Security system. These are people, many of them have already left the country, and yet we were sending them checks all the time. And 275,000, and that number's now even larger than that, frankly. It's an unbelievable job. And what that's doing is making the system strong.
Of course, people who are here and who are not documented are not eligible to vote. But
they're not eligible to vote, but they do go in the congressional apportionment. That's why California has so many more seats, is because they count illegal aliens. So even though they don't vote, well, some of them actually do vote, but hopefully most of them don't. They end up getting congressional representation that ought by right go to Americans.
I know.
This right here is confidence in a bottle. It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face. And what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes. And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and bookstores. We'll even promote your book.
Call for your free writer's guide, 800-319-0257, or scan the QR code now.
Every day is a battle for your mind raging. Information coming from every angle with the will to deceive. Fear not. You found the place for truth. The voice of a generation that still has the will to believe in the greatest country in the history of the world. This is the Charlie Kirk Show. Buckle up. Here we go.
Okay, everybody, radio stations across the country, honored to be with you as always. Happy Monday. You can email us, freedom@charliekirk.com, or subscribe to the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. There are many stories happening today. Kilmar Abrego Garcia will likely be deported back to his country of origin. We'll cover that story if we have time. We have the coach, Senator Tuberville, joining us in just a second. And by the way, he'll be deported to Zoran Mamdani's country, to Uganda. He can start a new life in Uganda. And there are a couple other things happening here that I want to focus on. President Trump wants to build on the success unfolding in D.C. In fact, we should have a little bit of a ticker counter on the bottom of the Charlie Kirk show here. We should have a little bit of a ticker. The ticker should be 12 days without a murder in Washington, D.C. Now, this is killing season. This is August. This is where the murders usually happen. Weather is good. A lot of youths and teenagers go out in the streets and start killing each other. Carjackings are way down. Robberies are down. Arrests are up. Immigration arrests are way up. And just anecdotally, the people that I know in Washington, D.C. say, I feel like I can almost walk my street again. I feel like I could take the subway again. I feel like I can go grocery shopping again. I feel like I can go to the park again. Washington, D.C. is one of the most dangerous cities on the planet. Far more dangerous than the capital of Colombia, and Colombia is one of the most murderous countries in the world. I've been told you can finally relax at a red light, that you don't have to worry about two youths or teenagers coming up and carjacking. Now, of course, I know when you think of youths and teenagers, you're probably thinking of white supremacists, of course. White supremacists are the ones that are going to come breaking into your cars. Now, contrary to the left's panic, we did not need troops gunning people down. Nobody is getting oppressed. This shows the shallowness and the just elementary way that the left views politics. Oh, Trump is going to bring in troops. They're going to start gunning people down. Nope, best of our knowledge, not a single firearm has been discharged. Just their presence alone has resulted in now 12 days without a murder. Every day this is happening in Washington, D.C. is a real-time example of just how the left should not be trusted for anything, let alone for urban governance. Now, I can't imagine we have a lot of inner-city blacks that watch this show, but insofar that we can clip this and put it on TikTok and on Instagram, on Twitter, you guys should look at what's happening in D.C., and know that you don't have to live the way that you're living in Philadelphia, in Chicago, in Atlanta. You do not have to live this way. You don't. You do not have to live this way. All that matters is that the enforcers are out on the streets and sending the message that crime will not be punished. If you tell criminals that their behavior will not be tolerated, you get less crime. It's just that simple. You stop crime by fighting crime, not with programs, not by social workers, not by root causes. No, just force. This is all about quality of life. You can now take your family to dinner in Washington, D.C. This right here is 285. This is President Trump proving you can stop black-on-black crime. In fact, President Donald Trump should be getting the Man of the Year award from the NAACP. President Donald Trump should be awarded at the Black Entertainment Television Awards for what he is doing here. President Donald Trump should be given the Hero Medal of Freedom equivalent in the black community. Far more than those charlatans, Al Sharpton, otherwise known as Al Charlatan. President Donald Trump should be given the BET award. They should say, thank you for reducing the black-on-black crime. Thank you for reducing the black-on-black carnage. Thank you for reducing the amount of young black kids that would be caught in the crossfire. Thank you for reducing the amount of young kids that walk to school and get caught in the drive-by shootings. This is cut 285.
So what Donald Trump proved that it's possible to end black-on-black crime. He proved that, right? In D.C., his troops, no murders for the entire weekend. That is insane. And to think that the left would protest against that, to think that the left would say, oh my God, it is a bad thing that black people are now stop killing each other. And the reason why that is a bad thing for them is because that is a core of liberalism, right? That is part of what makes them victims. So if you take away each sort of victim mentality peg or pillar, that's one less person that's going to have a victim mentality.
And some of the leftists are now taking the streets against Donald Trump, saying Black Lives Matter. Do you understand? This is the breaking of the urban Democrat Party happening in front of your eyes. They got nothing, and President Trump forced the issue. This is so good, everybody. And we've been talking on this program forever that we cannot forget our cities. We need universal school choice. We need vouchers. We need to break the public sector cartels. We need to march the troops into the streets, bring down violent crime, increase what is called the clearance rate. Do you know only half of murders across the country actually get solved? This weekend in Washington, D.C., Black Lives Matter were chanting. They were walking the streets saying Black Lives Matter, and not a single black person was murdered for the first time in 12 days in August. Blake, can you find the last time that there was a 12-day streak where a black kid wasn't murdered in August in D.C.? During the lockdowns and then during Floydapalooza, I think like 2 or 3 were being killed a day. So D.C. is this amazing test case, 12 days without a murder, and we're going to stay on this program. This is one of the greatest urban success stories. And look, Congress, they're going to be like, oh, well, President Trump has to pull off. Wait, so you do not want young black kids to be alive? Understand the inherent contradiction here. And then for people of all races, they can walk the streets. They don't have to worry about their cars being stolen. So, why not Chicago as well? The same way that the southern border was closed thanks to desire, thanks to an act of the political will, why don't we now focus on Chicago, where I grew up? Chicago, my hometown. Grew up in the suburbs. President Trump last Friday began touting a plan to deploy the National Guard in Chicago as well. And crime will go down when the National Guard comes to Chicago. It hasn't been formally announced yet, but President Trump officials are planning a deployment. But how will this happen? We don't know. Taking over D.C. was easy thanks to the home rule exemption. It allows President Trump clear authority to federalize the police, and it has worked. Acting in Chicago will be a lot harder. I assume the White House lawyers are looking into that. Let's first play this one. This is cut 283. Brandon Johnson is going to resist President Trump. Oh, well, this city is used to fighting tyranny. And here you just see 3 black guys. And Eugene Daniels is fine. But the other 2 guys, Eugene Daniels, he's just playing a part. That's all he's doing. In this clip we're going to play in 283, I would love an opportunity to get these guys on camera. And this can be so much fun on the campus tour, by the way, because there's going to be some, young black kids being like, President Trump is a fascist marching troops into D.C. Oh, really? You don't like the fact that for 12 days a black person was not killed for 12? What is your argument? So they call us racists every day. You're a racist. You're a bigot. You're a racist. Whatever. Yawn. I roll my eyes. Interesting that we're the ones that actually roll in the troops to make sure more blacks are alive. And then you guys are the ones that then play the race card. Play cut 283.
And so, look, we're going to remain firm. We'll take legal action. But the people in this city are accustomed to rising up against tyranny. And if that's necessary, I believe that the people of Chicago will stand firm alongside of me as I work every single day to protect the people of this city.
His popularity is historically low. He's Mr. Defund the Police. He got booed at some sort of gay parade recently. 20 to 25% popularity. He's not a smart person at all. Anyone who works around him is like, this guy's a complete space cadet, running one of America's greatest cities. Never should have been allowed to become mayor of Chicago. We'll continue in a second. ReliefFactor.com. That is ReliefFactor.com. Knee pain, back pain, joint pain, elbow pain. Check it out right now at ReliefFactor.com. Relief Factor is amazing. If you guys want to be able to get out of pain, go to ReliefFactor.com. With Relief Factor, you can break up pain just like Anthony did as he writes in. I was dealing with debilitating pain and fatigue. I've been taking Relief Factor for about 2 months, and I'm back to running with my businesses, fishing, gardening, doing the things that really matter to me. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free, and it targets the inflammation that causes pain so you can move better, feel better, and actually enjoy life again. Try the 3-week quick start for just $19.95. Go to ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4RELIEF. That is 1-800-4RELIEF. Go to ReliefFactor.com. That is ReliefFactor.com. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. Chicago might be next. We'll be right back.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it, we bathe in it, Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5.
It's an all-in-one product, so I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing, there's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor.
5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that, it's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 Super Hot Steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 steam cleaning system, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 steam mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the garment and upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click right now.
Don't you hate that dirty old hose? It kinks, splits, and it always leaks. And it's way too heavy to carry around. It's time to get the brand new Pocket Hose Copperhead. Just turn on the water and watch it grow to a full-size hose. Old-fashioned hoses get kinks and creases at the spigot, but the new Pocket Pivot swivels 360 degrees. Just connect to the spigot and watch it pivot. And when you turn off the water, away it goes, shrinking back to a pocket-size hose. And it makes it easy to carry and put away. Call or go online now to get the super light 25-foot Pocket Hose Copperhead today for only $29.99. Order right now and get our 10-pattern thumb drive spray nozzle free. Simply use your thumb to turn it on or off. There is a strict limit of 3 per order, so don't wait. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-956-8517 or visit getcopperhead.com. So call 1-800-956-8517 or visit getcopperhead.com. Order now.
Stop watching the news and start making some. The Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. I want to tell you guys about why refi. Private student loan debt in America totals about $300 billion. About $45 billion of that is labeled as distressed. Why refi does not care what your credit score is. They can get you successfully out of debt. Can you imagine being debt-free and not living under this burden anymore? The first step is contacting Why Refi. Bad credit is accepted. You can even skip a payment every 6 months up to 12 times without penalty. Just call 888-WHY-REFI-34. I want you to think right now of who in your life might be struggling with private student loan debt. We'll go to whyrefi.com. They offer a 3-minute rate check without any impact. Because of private student loan debt, so many Americans feel stuck and they feel helpless. Go to whyrefi.com. That is YREFY.com, not a debt settlement company. And they work with each borrower, individually tailoring each loan to each borrower's specific situation. About $45 billion of privately held student loan debt is distressed. Let's work on getting more young people out of debt. They support our Student Action Summit, our Young Women's Leadership Summit. They support our upcoming campus tour. We're thankful for Why Refi. Go to YREFY.com. That's YREFI.com. Stay right there. Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com here at the Bitcoin.com studio. I cannot overstate this enough. Most of the crime in cities is done by repeat criminals who we just let out on cashless bail. And judges coddle, usually because of some protected class. Oh, it's systemic oppression. Oh, the 19-year-old black kid who murdered 3 people. We have to really worry about them. No, you have to lock them in jail for the rest of their life. This is why we have such high crime. The average murderer in Washington, D.C., so the average murderer in D.C., how many times do you think he was arrested before he murdered somebody? 11 times. 11 times. 11 times. So a murderer in D.C. on average is arrested 11 times. After the first or second offense, they should just be locked up in jail. You are inconsistent and incompatible with society. You can go have fun in some jail for 40 years. That would make America an infinitely safer country. We got to get rid of cashless bail. We got to get rid of this repeat offender thing. And for anybody that wants to push the prison reform thing, and mind you, I used to push some of it, and I look back, I'm like, boy, that was a mistake. It's not just murder. In New York City, 1/3 of shoplifting arrests are just 300 people arrested more than 6,000 times total. This is J.B. Pritzker, who's out on a lake, on Lake Michigan, saying everything is fine. First of all, someone should do a buoyancy check on that boat. Oof. But this is 286, J.B. Pritzker. Oh, he's walking on the lake? Oh, I thought he was on a boat. I haven't watched this yet. He's walking near the lake. Got it. He's waddling near the lake is what it should say. Play cut 286.
Well, here I am on the path on the lakefront at 6 a.m. on a Monday. And we got a lot of people running, having a great time. It doesn't feel like a hellhole here. In fact, everybody's having a great time and enjoying themselves. So I don't know who in Washington thinks that Chicago is some sort of hellhole, but you may need to look inward.
Okay, first of all, you're totally out of breath. You've taken like 10 steps. So take it easy, pal. I can't, I don't know. Everything's great. How about this? Secondly, Mr. Pritzker, I know exactly where you are. Let's get a still up that video up on there. I know exactly where you are. Why don't you do me a favor, Mr. J.B. Pritzker? Why don't you go 1.5 miles west? Just for fun. Why don't you go 1.5 miles west without security at 1 a.m.? Because I know exactly where you are. You're right there south of Soldier. Yep, I know exactly where you are. You're right on Lakeshore Drive at 6 a.m., where all the youths have already gone to sleep. Why don't you go 1.5 miles west, no security, and film it for me, pal, and see if you're able to waddle away from the teenagers that try to jump you and murder you? Come on, JB, let's do it. I'm going to call your bluff, and we'll really hear you. You really be able to barely breathe as you go for a walk at 6 a.m. on the lakefront of Chicago. No, go 1.5 miles west. How about this? I'll make it easy for you. Why don't you go near Comiskey Park? It's actually safer than it used to be, like a little bit. No security, no firearm. How about this? Why don't you go to the Pilsen neighborhood? Oh, that's a real gem. Interesting. You pick the lakefront to go do your video. You see, JB, you're trying to propagandize all the non-Chicagoans out there. We smell your BS from a mile away. Well, the lakefront is really nice. And as you can see, everyone here is jogging and running and having a nice time. It's pathetic. Let's pick another neighborhood. Why don't you go a little bit here? Why don't you go, I'm just going to say, oh, yeah, how about this one? How about East Garfield Park? How about that one? That's a gem of a neighborhood. Or Lawndale. Why don't you go right near Simeon High School? I'll give you 50 options, J.B. Pritzker. Why don't you go do your selfie video? In August, a lot of people are going to be hanging outside and be like, I don't know why anyone thinks this is a hellhole here. And given your remarkable diameter, you won't be quite safe from the crossfire of shooting. Just won't. You see, for non-Chicagoans, they're like, wow, that looks so peaceful. That looks so nice. That is such a wonderful place. And look, Chicago has great bones. It should be America's greatest city. But even with their murder averages, it's still above the national average. Man, this is a great fight for President Trump to pick. First, D.C., we're able to have this beautiful test case, 12 days out of murder. I'm telling you right now, if Chicago goes 48 hours without a murder, I will be stunned. Here's a challenge for you, J.B. Pritzker. Can they go a weekend without a murder? Can they? Can they go? I mean, every 20 hours, someone is murdered in Chicago. Someone's shot every 4 hours. But J.B. Pritzker's waddling his way through Lakeshore Drive. Go west. Coach Tuberville joins us next.
Are you disabled and can no longer work? This is an important message for you. Are you between the age of 45 and 63 and need help filing for disability benefits, or were denied by your insurance company or the Social Security Administration?
Call Premier Disability at 1-800-427-8055 now.
Whether you're a first-time filer or filed before and were denied, you'll pay nothing unless you are approved for benefits. Thousands of disability claims are unnecessarily denied each month.
Call Premier Disability at 1-800-427-8055 now.
Work with a team who will fight to get you the benefits you deserve, who understands the physical, emotional, and potential financial impacts, and will share their insider expertise. There are time limits to apply for benefits. If you are between the age of 45 to 63 and need help filing a disability claim, or filed previously and were denied, call our helpline now.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something in the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes, and as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real, it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is holy words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home. So we applied it to his under eye bags. And let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view. And now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, "Hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm. Please send me more." And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger. This is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
Terrence Bates here with your Real America's Voice news break. So good to have you along for the ride. You're looking at a live picture of Washington, D.C., specifically the White House, as President Trump is waiting to receive the Prime Minister of Korea. The two are going to hold bilateral talks there. You have to imagine that the situation with North Korea is one of the things that will come up, but more importantly, trade will likely come up and tariffs between the two countries. Again, at any moment now, we're expecting the Prime Minister to arrive here at the White House, and President Trump will receive him. The two will have talks, and then the two will open up with the media there in the Oval Office. We, of course, will have live coverage for you the moment that happens. In the meantime, there's lots of buzz this morning about President Trump potentially deploying National Guard troops to Democrat-led cities like Chicago, Baltimore, and New York. Guardsmen currently on duty in the nation's capital also ramping up their posture. The Joint Task Force over the federal effort to secure Washington, D.C. confirms that some of the military units on the streets of D.C. are now carrying either handguns or in some cases rifles. In a statement, the task force said the military's rules say that force should only be used, quote, as a last resort and solely in response to an imminent threat of death or serious bodily harm. Thousands of National Guard and federal law enforcement officers are now patrolling the streets of the nation's capital. On Friday, the commander-in-chief told reporters he thinks Chicago will be next, and then possibly New York. Just a couple of moments ago in the Oval Office, Vice President J.D. Vance also talking about the importance of patrolling the nation's capital and some of what's happened over the last more than week and a half.
Local law enforcement told me, sir, that in the past 20 or 30 years, D.C. has averaged a murder every other day. That's, 200 murders a year, 150, 250, but about every other day a person has been killed on the streets of Washington, D.C. We've been doing this for 2 weeks. 0 people killed. That's real lives saved that the media and, frankly, the entire Democratic Party should be saying, thank you for saving lives instead of attacking the President of the United States for doing so.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. Let's play Cut 17. This video is going viral on TikTok. Play Cut 17.
In Britain today, 30 people a day are arrested for offensive posts on social media, according to The Telegraph. Praying silently within 600 feet of an abortion clinic can get you arrested in Scotland, as a 74-year-old woman named Rose just learned weeks ago. Members of Parliament scold British citizens for thinking they have the right to say things, say that they do not have the right to say things that offend Muslims.
You guys can check it out at TikTokeconomicimpact.com. That is TikTokeconomicimpact.com. They have Arizona Taco King as a business that has grown on TikTok, able to expand to 28 people and pay them well, thanks to the foot traffic that TikTok has brought in. Or She Mechanic in Georgia, who expanded their operation and hired new employees. You guys can check out more at TikTokeconomicimpact.com. Their success means jobs, support for families, and stronger local economies. Go to TikTokeconomicimpact.com. That is TikTokeconomicimpact.com. Joining us now is Senator Coach Tommy Tuberville. He wants to become the next governor of the state of Alabama, which I believe he, of course, will. Senator, great to see you, or Coach, I should say, great to see you. A lot happening here. Sir, what is your first take on the immigration debate that is enveloping the nation, President Trump taking over Washington, D.C., a lot happening right now, and the Senate hasn't even been in session this month, unfortunately. Give us an update, Coach.
Well, it's not just our nation, Charlie, and thanks for what you did and going and talking about Europe. I don't think enough people talk about our allies in Europe, about how they are being devastated by this mass immigration, this Sharia law, this nonsense that's going on, that's trying to come here to this country. And Joe Biden tried to let it happen. Thank goodness President Trump got elected. But President Trump is he's up to his ears in alligators, and he knows that. There's different problems every day. And I've told people this of traveling the state and the country this last month of being out of Washington, D.C. If you don't have control of your streets and your neighborhoods, you have nothing. I don't care if you got money and great family and everything going for you. You have to have safety. Well, that's what President Trump's trying to put back into our country. Now, I've been in Washington, D.C. 5 years, and what a disaster. They don't mow the grass, homeless everywhere. I could have made several citizens arrest myself of watching nonsense go on. I've been accosted out exercising up and down the mall there in Washington, D.C. We're in trouble. The country's in trouble. Thank God for President Trump and him pulling the situation of bringing more law enforcement, which is our National Guard, to cities. We're going to need to do that. Cities have they have no idea of what to do because they are trying to destroy our country from within.
Yes, he is. And so I fully support President Trump's takeover of Washington, D.C. I think he should do the same in Chicago and then in other cities. It truly is anarchy. So Coach, now let's talk about the visa overstays. So this is something I know that you're passionate about. It's a huge component about the immigration debate. What should people know about this in particular?
Well, first of all, I went to a graduation of a small university in the South not too long ago, and I looked at the program of the graduation, and there was 40 Chinese and 15 Iranians that were graduating in engineering and cyber. Now, we are educating for our own demise in this country. I just don't understand what.
Okay, I think we lost the coach there. So he is right. We are educating for our own demise. And basically, and look, it's a balance. So you have some of our allies, like, do we want Japanese kids to come to America to study? Probably. Koreans? Probably. But do we want the Persians and the Iranians and the Chinese to be able to come to our universities? And that's an open question. And it's even worse than that. This is why the birthright citizenship debate is a national security question. There's a great friend of mine, I'll just call him Tom. He's a pilot. And I got to finish the story, then we'll welcome back Coach Tuberville. And this will connect with Coach Tuberville was saying. He's a pilot, and for 10 years, he would fly from San Francisco to Beijing, spend a night, and then fly from Beijing to San Francisco. When he would fly from Beijing to San Francisco, he would board the plane, and he would ask the lead flight attendant, how many? And she'd say, about 4 or 5. Without even saying it, they knew what he was saying. How many what? Pregnant Chinese women. How many pregnant Chinese women? They even knew. They just knew. How many? It's just every flight there would be boom, 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 right in first class. So that pregnant Chinese woman, and this has been happening for 10 years because we're a bunch of suckers, hundreds of thousands of Chinese kids then get born in San Francisco hospitals. They get the birth certificate, and then they go back and they fly back and they get raised in China. It's a huge industry. Right now, there are 500,000 to 1 million, we don't know, Chinese kids that are being totally raised in Chinese culture that have a U.S. birth certificate in a safety deposit box somewhere. Coach Tuberville continues this. Coach Tuberville, make the argument then about the Chinese Communist Party, this little graduation you went to, and why are we as a nation putting up with this?
Well, because we got our eyes closed. We're afraid we'll upset somebody. The Democrats, this is their agenda. They could care nothing about our country. It worries me because they have no agenda. The only thing they're doing is they're playing Pied Piper and going around in a circle, and they're following each other because the only thing that they understand and believe in is power and control. You've got some good Democrats, but they're just following along. They need to fight back. They need to fight back against their cohorts, but they're not going to do it. They're the ones that I really hold accountable. You've got crazies out there, and then you got moderate Democrats that could be fighting back against all this nonsense, but they're not doing it. So, you brought up about the citizenship situation. I've got a buddy that's been for 15 years a doctor down in Laredo, Texas, and every week they have from across the border, from people from all over the world, come sit at a Walmart in Laredo that are pregnant. They go, and once they become into labor, they go into the hospital and they, push these, give these babies citizenship to the United States or America. It's wrong. I'm hoping that the Supreme Court steps up here in the near future.
Yeah, I'm not too optimistic. I mean, I think a law can be passed where you can say that, hey, you're not allowed to enter as a foreign citizen if you're 7 months or 8 months pregnant, but that's just part of it. But it's just the most egregious example. Again, it is a cottage industry sponsored by the Chinese Communist Party government for pregnant Chinese women to board airplanes, to then come to San Francisco, come to LA, they get a birth certificate, they go back to China, only then one day. And by the way, as a full U.S. citizen, that Chinese kid can become an FBI agent, they could become a CIA agent, they could run for Congress, they could become president, they could become a senator. They are a full citizen of the United States, even though they've never lived here. And we don't treat our citizenship as valuable. We just give the citizenship to this Chinese person, even though they boarded the plane pregnant. That is what birthright citizenship has happened. That is paperwork Americans. And that's a great example. Is that kid right now being raised in China, even though he has a United States passport and birth certificate? Is he an American? Of course not. He's being raised in China. He doesn't speak English. He might speak English because I'll teach it to him.
He speaks Mandarin. And that guy's not an American. But according to the left, that guy's an American, even though he's being raised in Wuhan or Beijing. Senator, Coach, just in a couple minutes here, what is going on with this blue slip operation? Chuck Grassley, who I have a lot of great respect for, why is he so off the mark here on this? Why should we give pocket veto power to Democrat senators to stop us from getting the U.S. attorneys that the American people voted for?
Well, our forefathers came up with this, Charlie, back when we thought people would be fair. Everything would be fair and open. And it's not anymore. We've seen that our elections are bogus. A lot of places, they're stacked the deck, especially these blue states. You're not ever going to have a one or even two United States senators from a blue state. And so it's come to the point now, if we're ever going to be able to help the citizens of these blue states, because it's obvious that the senators from those states aren't going to allow common sense judges to go into those positions. We need to allow the White House to vet the people that they think would fit in those positions. Now, we had a judge in Tennessee just 2 years ago that they went around Marsha Blackburn and Bill Hagerty and said, we're going to appoint this judge. It happens all the time. President Trump's just going to need to step to the plate and say, I respect you, Senator Grassley, but this is the way we're going to do it. I think we're going to have to do that. We're going to have to make some tough decisions that maybe some people might not like, but at the end of the day, it's for the majority and for the entire United States of America, because our justice system, as you know, Charlie, is gone to hell in a handbasket.
Yes, it has. In closing here, Coach, you are running for governor of the great state of Alabama. If I might ask, is it just that the U.S. Senate is just completely broken? Is it your love of the state of Alabama? I mean, you, Marsha Blackburn, it seems like and also Todd Young, it seems like the Mike Braun, it seems like the trend is that some of our really good guys and gals are just leaving. Is it just that the institution is so demoralizing, or is it that you're better called to your state? Because I can't help but just take a step back and read a little bit into this, because I want to know what is causing some of our best people like you. You are, without a doubt, our top 3 best U.S. senators, and I want you to be governor. I'm fully supportive of that. But I just want to ask, are we missing something? And by the way, people should go to coachforgovernor.com. Your thoughts, Coach?
Yeah, there's a lot of things that I'm a bit disappointed with in the Senate. Now, there's a lot of good people. I'm not big on the seniority realm of the longer you're there, the more power you get. I think it should be merit-based. I think everybody talks about term limits and all those things. Term limits should have nothing to do with it. Seniority should have nothing to do with it. If you're the best person to run the judiciary or the foreign relations, not just because you've been there 50 years, you should not turn into the chairman and have power in that committee. We've got to start basing stuff on merit. And if we did that in the Senate, you would have a lot different people, I would think, that would be in the leadership roles that would help the Senate. Again, there's some good people. Now, going back to governor, and as I told President Trump, President, you said you were going to send the power and the money back to the states. And I want to go back to the state of Alabama. We have a lot of problems, and I want to institute that extra money he's going to send back, the power he's going to send back through education, for infrastructure, immigration, all those things, to be able to help our 5 million people in the state of Alabama have a better life. I think that that probably fits me better, Charlie, because I'm a builder. I was a football coach. I brought people in certain positions, put them out there and say, listen, we're going to run this state and we're going to do it in a different way, and we're going to do it the right way, and we're going to have a game plan, just like President Trump has a plan for our country. We're going to do it on a smaller scale in the state. And again, I like to build things, so I can't say I really like the Senate, because 4 years of Joe Biden was an absolute disaster. President Trump in 6 months has done more than any president I've ever seen in my lifetime. So that's the reason I'm going back to Alabama and be the governor.
Well, I understand. And by the way, congratulations now on the official national championship in 2004. I remember watching that team. That team, sir, was one of the most fun college football teams I have ever seen. If I remember correctly, it was Cadillac Williams. Is that right? And
yeah, Ronnie Brown.
Let me think. Jason,
Brown.
Jason Campbell. Yep, that's you guys. You guys had a team that was just that was something else, and you guys deserved the national title that year. That was well before.
Yeah. That's right. 21
years ago. That's back when we had that goofy BCS system where a bunch of cheaters were able to become national champions.
Exactly.
Coach, great to see you. Thank you so much. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. Subscribe to our podcast. More on blue slips in just a second.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it, we bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5.
It's an all-in-one product. I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing. There's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor. 5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that. It's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 Super Hot Steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 steam cleaning system, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 steam mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the garment and upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click right now.
Charlie Kirk Show, where talk meets action.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. Let's play another piece of tape here. Yeah, I don't know if we have enough time for this. Let's play cut 28.
What do you guys both think about like illegal immigrants coming in the United States and how they are being deported back to their home country?
We should do it quicker.
Yes. Yeah.
If you are an illegal alien, you broke the law, you cut in line. We love legal immigrants, and illegal immigrants cut in line, and they were not welcome, and they should go back to their country of origin. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. Ooh, that's also very tempting to do the Mamdani weightlifting story, too. That would be something. And Mamdani can't even bench, well, forget 145, can't even bench 135. Subscribe to our podcast, and make sure you guys email us your thoughts, freedom@charliekirk.com. That is freedom@charliekirk.com. Stay right there. Welcome back, everybody. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. That is the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. Do we have a partner to talk about here, guys? Okay. I'm being guided in many different directions here, because here's the problem, guys. So we host this beautiful program, and some of the clips that we do here, we want to be able to post on YouTube, but just YouTube is not always friendly to this program, so then we're not able to post because we say things. I'll say so. Apparently, if we did a whole segment on Mr. Mamdani unable to bench press 135, we might get a strike. Even though people insult me all the time on YouTube and they never get a strike. For the record, Zohran Mamdani not being able to bench press. I think it was 135, not even 145, not even once.
Look, I'm far from Arnold Schwarzenegger, but yesterday I was like, okay, how many times can I do 145? I was able to do it 15, 16 times. So it's like it's not a competition, but it's like, come on, man. Like you're running for mayor. I mean, you wonder why you're losing young men. You wonder why you're losing young men. Okay, let's now get back to stuff we can actually talk about on our YouTube channel. Otherwise, we get completely hit. Want to complete the point on blue slips. Why are we delegating control of the United States Senate and the advise and consent process to Democrat senators? There is no reason for this. We absolutely need to overrule the tradition and the rules on blue slips. President Trump wrote last night, I have a constitutional right to appoint judges and U.S. attorneys, but that right has not been completely taken away from me in states that have just one Democrat U.S. senator. This is because of an old and outdated custom known as the blue slip that Chuck Grassley, we've been on this, we've been leaders on this. Chuck Grassley of the great state of Iowa refused to overturn, even though the Democrats included crooked Biden twice, have done so on numerous occasions. Therefore, the only candidate that I can get confirmed for these most important positions are, believe it or not, Democrats. Chuck Grassley should allow strong Republican candidates to ascend to these very vital and powerful roles and tell the Democrats, as they often tell us, to go to hell. President Trump has the mandate. The Democrats lost the last election. The Democrats fell short on the last election. Why are we giving them precious U.S. Senator power? Giving them advise and consent power that they were not given and they did not earn. It should not take 1/4 of a presidential term to appoint a full staff. But understand, this is the workings of the unelected administrative state, not just the U.S. Senate. The inability for us to be able to staff our government. They are stealing President Trump's term from him on a daily basis. I know that might sound outrageous, but every day they are stealing time from President Trump. Every day they are stealing time. The Democrats are not working in good faith. We have the power to change and fix this. It'd be one thing if we did not control the U.S. Senate. It'd be one thing if we did not control the powers of advice and consent. We do. Why is it that the U.S. Senate was completely out of session? And by the way, I love Coach Tuberville. We all know why Coach Tuberville is leaving. He had to be polite. The Senate sucks. You're not doing anything. You're off the month of August. You have no power. You got to spend time with Lindsey Graham. Archaic rules and outdated practices. And the Democrats are not working or operating in good faith. And we have the power to fix this. We are not, because Republican senators, they would much rather protect some silly and antiquated tradition than save the nation. For these Republican senators, it leads to paralysis, it leads to inaction, and the Democrats are gumming up the works. 1/4 of President Trump's term is just going to be taken from him because he does not have his people at the State Department, at DHS. He doesn't have ambassadors. They could take one vote and do a simultaneous concurrent approval of all of Trump's nominees. Boom. But they're choosing not to. The Senate chose to go out of session here in the month of August. The Senate chose to go on vacation. The Senate chose to go sit on its hand. The Senate chose to go work with Chuck Schumer. The Senate chose to go work with the other side. And all I've heard is excuse after excuse after excuse. Well, this rule, you guys are the majoritarian body. You have given the Democrats an opportunity to work in good faith. The Senate is setting up a Democrat landslide in 2026. Success breeds success. What am I supposed to go tell people why to go vote for U.S. senators at this point? No, tell me, why should I go tell people to vote for U.S. senators? What is the argument? Get off your tail, get rid of the blue slips, confirm President Trump's entire cabinet immediately. Second term coming up.
Yes! Summon Dale!
Who's Dale? American Home Show now provides video chat with live repair experts for home fixes over the phone. Let's go fix that oven. Okay, Dale.
Sign up today at ahs.com.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something in the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes in as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real, it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is holy words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home. So we applied it to his under eye bags. And let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view. And now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm. Please send me more. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger. This is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and bookstores. We'll even promote your book.
Call for your free writer's guide, 800-319-0257, or scan the QR code now.
The bathroom of your dreams is only a phone call away with BCI Bath and Shower. We can make your ordinary bath and shower extraordinary. This is not a cookie cutter design. This is a complete custom build that will fit your every need, and discounts for seniors and military.
Terrence Bates. The summer season is rapidly coming to a close. Summertime is supposed to be a time for ease and relaxation, but sometimes it's just a brief reprieve from the exhaustion and health challenges that you've just learned to live with all the time. But there's help for high blood pressure, for stubborn weight, anxiety, other maladies that you may be dealing with.
My hairdresser commented how soft my hair was. I have nails. I've been a nail biter. I had so much trauma as a kid. I've always been a nail. I have nails, and they're strong. This has been amazing. A life-changing everything. Oh, I'm off my anxiety meds. So, and my therapist is like, you don't need to come anymore. So I'm like, yeah.
My next guest helped the woman you just heard from, and he may be able to help you as well. That would be John Jubilee, the CEO and founder of Energized Health. John, good to see you.
Great to see you, Terrence.
So all of this really starts at the cellular level. Cellular dehydration, that's what contributes to many of the maladies people are dealing with. And you say if you deal with that, then you can deal with so many of the other issues that may be plaguing you.
Well, Terrence, there's a quote that many of the doctors that have become our patients at Energized Health, that they coined this phrase. They said, you guys at Energized Health, you crack the code. You crack the code of health and wellness. And the reason they say that, Terrence, they say because we went to the root cause, which was the inflammation And as you just heard this young lady share, and the cellular trauma that, maybe happened to us when we were a child or part of a car accident, or our parents got divorced, or we got a divorce. Cellular trauma and intracellular dehydration is the root cause. And the beautiful thing is when you go to the root, you can reverse anything that you're dealing with today, even if you did it for your whole life, Terrence, or if you were on medications, or you were told that this is just in your family. Everyone has high cholesterol. Everyone's going to have high blood pressure. They're going to have a heart issue. I did a TV special in 2012 with Dr. Thomas Cabell. Think about it, more than a decade ago. And we proved the science medically that you can reverse even your DNA when you go to the root cause.
So, John, you gave us a lot to think about and to chew on there, but the one thing that stuck with me is that outside stimuli can impact your internal organs, or it can impact you at a cellular level. You used the word trauma. Expound on that.
Yeah, well, Terrence, think about, life is hard, right? And when we're especially in our younger years, from the time, we're a toddler, until that 18-year span, think of all the things that can happen to us. Somebody could be bullied at school. That creates intercellular trauma. They could be emotionally abused, and they didn't even think it was emotional abuse until you get older and realize you're not supposed to be yelled at or criticized harshly, or had things spoken against you. Your parents could have got a divorce, and at Energized Health, Terrence, we call that kind of get hit by the bus. So just because you got hit by a bus, of course you're going to be injured for a moment, but you don't have to live the rest of your life crippled emotionally and or physically because of the cellular trauma. But if we never go to that root to get that cellular trauma out, then we really will be crippled. When I say crippled, it might manifest itself in high blood pressure, or diverticulitis, or irritable bowel syndrome, digestive issues. You think you're gluten intolerant or lactose intolerant, but it's really a digestive issue that the root cause of it was your cellular trauma when you were a child, adolescent, or a teenager.
Well, I'm going to use your analogy of being hit by the bus. If you're doing anything other than the Energized Health protocol, you're just going to be spinning your wheels. That's ultimately what it comes down to. John Jubilee, is always good to talk to you, my friend. For folks who are interested, then go to energizedhealth.com. You can log on there and get all the information you need. Well, that's going to do it for us here. We appreciate you being here. Now, let's get you back to your regularly scheduled programming.
Hello, my friend. Pat Boone here. You know our country's under financial assault like never before. Our government has put us $34 trillion in debt. The interest alone's more than we spend on military defense. And what's worse, other countries no longer believe the U.S. is a safe place to invest. There's a growing international movement to dump U.S. dollars at a record pace. Some economists say this may signal the end of the dollar. Now, these countries are instead buying gold, and I'm suggesting you do the same. My friends at Swiss America have been helping Americans like you and me for over 40 years to buy physical gold and silver for delivery to our homes or held in our IRAs. I've trusted Swiss America for nearly 25 years now, and you can trust them too. So don't wait. Call or text the number on your screen today for financial peace of mind in these troubling times.
A heart attack? Do they have life insurance?
No.
But we have life insurance. John.
I'm trying to find something we can afford.
Fortunately, in only a few minutes, SelectQuote found John a $500,000